Welcome to the December 18th Planning Commission hearing. I will call this hearing to order at 1:00 p.m. Ms. Carmen, can we please have roll call?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. I will begin with Chair Wardlow.
Here.
Vice Chair Boss.
Present.
Commissioner DeLucia.
Here.
And Commissioner Balke.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's get started with preliminary matters. Requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or ex-agenda items. Ms. Arciniega, do we have any?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. We do not.
All right. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. We do have one announcement for your commission. It's an update on the State Street Master Plan. There was inquiry by your commission at a past hearing asking for kind of the status of that. I wanted to report to you that that is wrapping up in its draft form, but it will be coming to your commission in this early spring, hopefully before May, but it would be a joint hearing with yourselves and the HLC. So please be on the lookout for future kind of joint hearing dates. Scheduling will be of importance. Also to the public to look out for that joint hearing coming up. That will be the opportunity that the commission can see the draft and weigh in and provide some feedback. So we really do appreciate your participation in that. And then if you have any other questions, Tess Harris continues to be the lead on that, so please do contact her directly, and we'll be bringing that to you soon.
Thank you. We will now move on. Commissioner Balke would like to make a
I
comment.
just have a question. Well, last time we talked, and I talked with you and Tess about creating a subcommittee so we don't get this thing just dropped on the commission and
Correct.
the HLC and not have at least some ability to help the process. So what's the status of that? Or is that something we're going to discuss it at another date, or what's the?
So the status of, so the HLC's subcommittee is specific to the interim improvements, not necessarily the long-term plan. And at this time, we're not doing additional subcommittees. If any of you have feedback that you want to kind of coordinate or understand more the status, it would be working with Tess directly. And she is here now. So let me turn that over to her.
I don't want to belabor this, but it is on the agenda. Is the city council going to have, are they forming a subcommittee?
I'll allow Ms. Harris. to
Chair
answer.
and Commissioners, so in terms of a subcommittee for the State Street Master Plan, is that what you're
Yes.
you're
I was
asking?
asking if the city council was going to form their own little subcommittee.
At the moment, there is not a separate subcommittee that has been formed by City Council. There are 3 council members that are on the State Street Advisory Committee. That committee, while it is really not meeting at the moment, is going to meet one more time at the draft master plan completion. And so those 3 council members would be council members that if a committee was going to be formed, likely those 3 members would be because they have already been working with staff on the project. But at this time, one hasn't been created.
Thank you. We will now move on to the review, consideration, action, and on the following draft Planning Commission minutes. December 4th, 2025 Planning Commission minutes. Are there any Planning Commissioner comments on the minutes? Nope. Do we have any public speakers for the minutes?
We do not.
Great. If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approval of December 4th.
I'll second that.
Can we have roll call?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. I'll begin with Commissioner Balke.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLucia.
Yes.
Vice Chair Boss.
Yes.
And Chair Wardlow.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to item D, comments from members of the public pertaining to items that are not on today's agenda. And due to time constraints, today all public comment will be limited to 2 minutes. So Ms. Carmen, do we have anyone in person or remote that would like to provide public comment on items not on today's agenda?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. At this time, I don't have any speaker slips for public comment for items not on this agenda. If anyone would like to speak under general, you can approach the podium at this time. But I'm not seeing any movement, and I would like to remind the audience that if you are wishing to speak under an item on today's agenda, that you fill out a speaker slip at the back of the room. It's on a pink clipboard, and you'll bring that up to me. And specifically regarding the 2 appeals, since there are 2 items, there's 3A and 3B, if you would list which one you would like to speak under, so that way I know when to call your name. But I will move on from there to virtual participation. If anyone online would like to speak under general, you can raise your hand at this time. but I'm not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive any written correspondence under general, so I'll give it back to you.
All right, great. We will now move on to item 3A, an appeal item for 3139 Seacliff, appeal of the staff hearing officer decision on a coastal development permit. We have Carly Ernest, associate planner, with us today to provide a staff presentation. Ms. Ernest, I'll let you get situated, and then the floor will be yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you, Chair Wardlow. My name is Carly Ernest, Associate Planner. I'll be presenting the appeal today of the project at 3139 Seacliff. I also have with me Thomas Razek with Santa Barbara County Environmental Health Services Site Mitigation Unit and David Harris with Santa Barbara County Air Pollution Control District, who I'll defer to later on in this presentation. Also, I have Erin Markey, the city's Creeks Division Manager, and Julia Peugeot, our city's environmental analyst, right behind me, who are available for questions. I also would like to acknowledge the memo that was distributed yesterday to the commissioners, as well as posted online. This was just to clarify for the record that Environmental Health Services here has recently reviewed the proposed remedial action plan that this project would be implementing to confirm it complies with the current regulations, and Mr. Razek can speak more to that as well. But getting into the project. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the appeal of Gil Berry of the staff hearing officer's approval of a coastal development permit and CEQA determination made on October 15th, 2025 for the project at 3139 Seacliff. The project site is an approximately 3-acre lot in the Campanile neighborhood of the city of Santa Barbara and in the non-appealable jurisdiction of the city's coastal zone. It is the property highlighted in blue on this vicinity map at the intersection of Braemar Drive and Seacliff. The appellant, Mr. Berry, lives across the street at 3130 Braemar Drive, which is highlighted in yellow on the vicinity map. The project site is zoned A1 SD3. This zone district is restricted to low residential densities, and the subject lot and surrounding lots are primarily developed with single-unit residential developments. For some site photos, here's an aerial photo of the project site from 2007. The approximate lot lines are shown in white, and this is from when the site was occupied by Rancho Encino Orchid Greenhouse Operations, which operated with a conditional use permit granted by the Planning Commission for about 50 years. That was from about 1957 to 2007. And then here's a photo from 2007 showing that when the nursery operations ceased, the greenhouse and associated shed structures were demolished. And you can see in the bottom left southwest corner there is the existing single-family residence that remains in the remainder of the lot being vacant. Here are current aerial photos of the project site. There, again, in the right-hand or southwest corner is the existing residence. And you can also see that vegetation has become established since the nursery operations have ceased. For a recap of the project proposes soil remediation by excavation and off-site disposal of contaminated soil that was a result of agricultural chemicals used by the former nursery. The associated grading, tree, and vegetation removal is limited to what is necessary to complete the remediation. The goal of this remedial action is to reduce contamination to levels that are acceptable for residential land use. Following the remediation, the property owners plan to subdivide the property into 3 lots and construct residential developments. This plan here is demonstrating the remedial action excavations that are circled in green, those shaded areas there, and the depths of these excavations range from 12 to 36 inches and results in excavation and exportation of 2,225 cubic yards of contaminated soil, which would be exported to appropriate permitted landfills. The red X's on this plan here are showing the 55 trees to be removed, 54 of which are non-native eucalyptus trees and 1 non-native cook pine, that require removal to complete the remediation. The excavations would be backfilled with clean soil from the site, with grading to be balanced on site. The project proposes 55 replacement trees as well as tree protection measures to protect the trees to remain per the arborist recommendations. And here is the landscape plan showing those replacement trees. All of the disturbed areas would be hydroseeded with a native erosion control mix following completion of grading activities, and there are no changes to the existing residence proposed. I'd now like to turn it over to Mr. Razek to give an introduction in EHS's role of reviewing the project.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair. My name is Tom Razak. I am the professional geologist and certified hydrogeologist with the Santa Barbara County Site Mitigation Unit. We provide regulatory oversight for environmental cleanups of soil vapor, and groundwater within the Santa Barbara County area. My personal experience is I've been doing environmental work since 1988, and I've been with the county for since 1999. This project came to us about 15 years ago when they wanted to redevelop it at that time. We noticed when city planning gave us documents regarding this and asked if we had any input on it, we noted that there was the former agricultural use of it being the orchid farm. We knew from personal experience and other sites that this could potentially have chlorinated pesticides, which are now banned, but they could have been used since the 1950s through 1970s, and they are persistent within the environment. So we had them do some testing. We did find that there was, in fact, levels of the chlorinated pesticides that would require remediation and cleanup, including some that was actually would classify as hazardous waste if it was removed from the site, which would require special handling on that. We had them do additional testing. They came up with a corrective action plan, and that was not implemented due to appeals from the neighboring people. In this subsequent time, some of the cleanup levels have changed, and we looked at the data on that, basically took a look at that, said that yes, you do, due to these new levels, we're a little bit more stringent. You do need to do some extra excavation and assessment. That was done about 5-6 years ago. New corrective action plan was in place, and we have been waiting for that to be implemented as it goes through the appeals process. In that subsequent time from there, the cleanup goals have changed again, and we have looked at those, which is why you got a package from Carly, which did have kind of our document. I believe it had our documentation showing that we had in fact reviewed it and looked at the current cleanup levels, and had stated that based on the data that we had, that very little change would actually be required. In fact, it actually went down in a few places, but that the corrective action plan was still valid.
Thank you, Mr. Razek. And Mr. Harris, if you could please introduce yourself.
Yep, thanks, Carly. As Carly mentioned, my name is David Harris, and I'm the manager of the Santa Barbara County Air Pollution Control District's Engineering Division. Just a little bit of background on our agency. The APCD is a local government agency with primary responsibility for controlling air pollution from stationary sources. Our jurisdiction covers all of Santa Barbara County, including projects within the county's 8 incorporated cities. The APCD adopts rules in accordance with state and federal laws, and we issue permits to ensure compliance with these rules. Our agency's role for contaminated soil cleanup projects is to issue permits with rigorous requirements and conditions to ensure the projects are completed in a manner that is safe for all neighboring people and the environment. And while our agency does not prescribe the method of treatment for contaminated soil, we do believe that in all cases it is better to remediate the soil than to leave the contamination in place. For cleanup projects proposing the excavation and off-site disposal of contaminated soil, such as the project that's under appeal today, our permit conditions include operational limitations, vapor and dust suppression requirements, extensive dust and volatile organic compound monitoring program for the duration of the project, and detailed record-keeping and reporting requirements to ensure all permit conditions are adhered to. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, and they both will be available for questions throughout this hearing. The required discretionary applications for the project include a coastal development permit to allow the proposed development in the non-appealable jurisdiction of the city's coastal zone, and a CEQA determination that the project is exempt from further environmental review. On October 15th, 2025, the staff hearing officer made the necessary findings to approve the project, including approving the CDP and affirming that the project is categorically exempt under Section 15330 of the CEQA guidelines. There were added conditions that addressed 1, construction activities to occur during dry weather only, 2, the removal of hazardous waste soils happen first and to notify the neighborhood, 3, that the location of the construction staging area be restudied, and 4, increasing the air monitoring frequency. And these were largely as a result of the discussion that was held in response to public comment. Going into the appeal issues, the staff report in this presentation will focus on the 2 main appeal points in Mr. Berry's appeal letter. The first one is regarding the coastal development permit. The appellant asserts that the staff hearing officer's decision to approve the CDP was faulty because the decision made is not warranted by evidence, and there was insufficient evidence to justify the decision made. The appeal letter claims that the project is inconsistent with Coastal Act and city coastal land use policies, and further asserts that the site is within the appeal jurisdiction of the coastal zone on the basis that it is within 100 feet of a stream. In response to appeal issue number 1, to approve a coastal development permit, the decision maker must find that the project is consistent with the policies of the California Coastal Act and city's local coastal plan. Staff reviewed the project for consistency with applicable policies and found it consistent with policies that address biological resources, water quality, visual and scenic resources, and coastal hazards and safety. When analyzing a project for policy consistency, staff will determine which policies are applicable to the project, and then will review or may request technical studies and plans be prepared to demonstrate how the project is consistent. For this project, those studies and plans included a biological resources assessment, an arborist report and tree replacement plan, erosion and sediment control plan, and remedial action plan that were all prepared by qualified consultants and that staff used to verify the project was consistent with the applicable coastal policies. The full policy consistency analysis is provided in the staff hearing officer staff report and planning commission staff report. The appellant also asserts that the project site is located within the appeal jurisdiction of the coastal zone due to its proximity to a stream. The appeal jurisdiction is mapped and certified by the California Coastal Commission with the boundaries shown on this map in blue. It indicates areas within 100 feet of any wetland, estuary, or stream, and areas that include land between the ocean and First Public Road. And this means that a coastal development permit in this area may be appealed to the California Coastal Commission. And here's just a closer up view of that map showing the property located outside of the appeal jurisdiction. The project site is not located within 100 feet of any stream that meets the definition used to determine the appeal jurisdiction boundaries. Therefore, the property is located in the non-appealable jurisdiction of the city's coastal zone. This was also verified with California Coastal Commission staff. The second appeal issue is that the appellant asserts that the project does not meet the requirements of the categorical exemption under Section 15330 of the CEQA guidelines, because the appellant estimates the project cost to exceed the $1 million threshold and asserts that the site is a hazardous waste site. The appellant also asserts that an environmental impact report must be prepared if the project has potential to result in significant impacts. To address the appeal issue stating that an EIR is required, staff would like to clarify the CEQA process. Pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, once a lead agency determines that a project is subject to CEQA, the guidelines direct the lead agency to determine whether the project is exempt from CEQA. The City of Santa Barbara is the lead agency and implements the environmental review process pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, CEQA statute, and guidelines. The project is subject to CEQA because the action causes a change to the physical environment and requires a discretionary action by a public agency. Staff determined that it met the requirements of a categorical exemption, and therefore no initial study or further CEQA document preparation is required. The appellant's claim that an initial study and EIR must be prepared is inconsistent with the requirements of the CEQA statute. The Section 15330 exemption covers projects that consist of minor cleanup actions, including the removal of contaminated soil, as this project proposes. Staff determined the project is exempt from further environmental review under this section of the guidelines because the project is consistent with the requirements of the exemption. To overview the criteria, this includes that the project would prevent, minimize, stabilize, mitigate, or eliminate the release or threat of release of hazardous waste and the project would do this by removing and the off-site disposal of contaminated soil. The project also consists of small or medium removal actions because it includes a limited area of disturbance, shallow excavation depths, and would be completed within a time frame of approximately 6 weeks. The project costs less than $1 million, which was verified by reviewing a preliminary cost estimate by Campbell Geo, the project's geologist, that estimated project cost at $538,000. It should also be noted that the CEQA guidelines do not specify a methodology for calculating project cost, so the preliminary cost estimate demonstrates that the project is within the intended range for projects qualifying for an exemption under Section 15330. The project does not include the use of hazardous waste incinerators or thermal treatment units or the relocation of residences or businesses. The project would not result in release of volatile organic compounds exceeding thresholds established by the APCD, and the project would comply with the conditions of the permit to operate issued by APCD for dust control, air quality monitoring, and handling of contaminated materials, as well as the remedial action plan by Environmental Health Services. The project is consistent with applicable state and local environmental permitting requirements by implementing the remedial action plan approved by Environmental Health Services and complying with the conditions of the permit to operate by APCD. Next, staff further confirmed that the exemption is not precluded by the exceptions set forth in Section 15300.2 of the CEQA guidelines. These exceptions include the location criteria, which is not applicable to these Class 30 or Section 15330 exemptions. The project would not have a cumulative impact because there are no similar projects nearby to create a cumulative impact. There would be no significant project-specific effects that would result due to unusual circumstances because the project consists of standard cleanup and remediation activities specified within the Section 15330 exemption and would adhere to the remedial action plan. The project does not have the potential to result in damage to scenic highways because there's no state scenic highways near the project site. Although the project contains contaminated soil, it is not considered a hazardous waste site that is also known as the Cortese list. The project does not have the potential to result in substantial adverse change to historical resources because there are no structures on the city's historic resource inventory or designated historic resources near the project site. Now for staff's recommendation. Because the required findings for the CDP can be made and the project is consistent with the requirements of the categorical exemption and is not precluded by one of the exceptions, staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the staff hearing officer to approve the coastal development permit and affirm the CEQA determination, making the findings on page 12 of your packet and subject to the conditions of approval and the staff hearing officer resolution attached as Exhibit C to your staff report. In conclusion, the Planning Commission's decision today can be appealed to City Council, and appeals to the Planning Commission of staff hearing officer decisions are conducted de novo, meaning that any new evidence or arguments presented today may be considered in your decision. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we will now hear from the staff hearing officer, Tess Harris.
Hi again, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tess Harris. I'm the staff hearing officer for the City of Santa Barbara. I wanted to just sort of walk through briefly what occurred at the staff hearing officer meeting. It was a lengthy, about hour and a half, 2-hour meeting with many of the members of the public behind me today, along with the applicant and the appellant. I think one of the big things that I hope was stressed in that meeting is that this is a neighborhood, and all of the people obviously care very deeply about how their neighborhood operates in the future and the safety for everybody, as well as a deep desire to transition a property that currently is not being utilized for residential use in a residential zone into a space that can be habitable in the future. And that requires the soil remediation that you see before you today. With that, we had a number of members of the public speak. We had a number of public comments that came before me as the staff hearing officer. And I had members from APCD and environmental health there to respond to questions along with geology questions as well. The four conditions of approval that you see in the Planning Commission staff report that are highlighted were conditions that really came out of that staff hearing officer decision or meeting. So, one was ensuring that construction activities are occurring within dry weather periods and are halted during inclement weather, so as to avoid any concern around moving hazardous material or contaminated soil off-site during a weather period. Another was to make sure that the soil that is most contaminated is removed first, and to notify all of the neighbors that that is occurring in that specified time frame. So that is removed off the site as quickly as possible, and then the rest of the soil remediation work can continue after that. Another condition that was added during that meeting was to look at the construction staging area. I had heard from a member of the public a concern there, and after visiting the site and really just sort of understanding the narrow roads and the closeness on some portions of property to try to make sure that staging wasn't going to conflict with the residential uses that are immediately adjacent. And then the last but certainly not least was a requirement for 15-minute review checks, which is well beyond what the Air Pollution Control District requires. And that also came out directly from a public comment that I heard that day around concerns on the checks. And so the applicant was amenable to having additional checks on site, and the Air Pollution Control District also was amenable to that. And I just want to add that I believe I asked about every question I could. I mean, I took this project really, I live in the community as well. I would be just as concerned as many of the members of the public are. And at the same time, there are 3 families that have purchased a property and are looking to build, in the future, looking to build on that property. And the zoning allows for residential use. If you've gone out to the site and seen the site, it's currently red tagged with a building that is inhabitable, and then is really a space that in many ways could be improved substantially for the community as a whole. And from all of the comments that I received from the applicant, from the appellant, a member of the public in the staff hearing officer meeting, as well as all of the other members of the public, with the additional conditions, with the expert review by environmental health and air pollution control district, they're meeting all of the state requirements, they're meeting all of the local requirements. I really felt that this project, in my purview, could be approved. And so if you have any questions, I'm happy to talk through that process a little bit further with you today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harris. Really appreciate your update and all of your work on this. So now we will hear from the appellant. If you would come up and please state your full name and relationship to the project for the record. You will have 20 minutes to present. Ms. Carmen, would you please start the timer, and then we will let you know if you have any time remaining that you can use during rebuttals.
Thank you.
All right.
My name is Gil Berry. I have had an architectural firm here for 50 years with 50 years experience and expertise in grading. They shut down this orchid nursery 20 years ago, and the city told them they had to do extensive soil testing, which they did in 2007. When this project started 18 years ago, I started research in Deeldrin. In the last 18 years, I've spent 600 hours of research on Deeldrin and this project. I have a file accumulated on this project of 1,000 pages. I also spent 200 hours preparing a draft EIR that provides you proof that this project creates significant adverse environmental health impacts to neighbors. At each public hearing, I hear the applicant and their team make a statement that only a tiny quantity of the site is hazardous waste. I disagree with this because the Federal Environmental Protection Agency defines hazardous waste as any waste that causes cancer in humans. This entire site has hazardous waste that can cause cancer to humans, not just a tiny amount of it. Now, I'll admit only a third of this site has to be removed, so that a third of the site, be an acre, would be the area of concern. The extensive soil testing proves that this soil contains DDT, dieldrin, chloridane, mercury, and malathion in quantities way above the maximum safe limit per the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. Dieldrin was used at this nursery for 25 years. The Environmental Protection Agency currently sets the maximum safe level of dieldrin in the soil at 0.034 milligrams per kilogram. That's a very tiny amount. Dieldrin is found in a quantity of 200% to 1,200% higher than the Environmental Protection Agency's safe limit in about a third of the site. That's why the soil in a third of the site has to be removed, because it causes cancer in humans. About half of the test in the area to be removed shows a dieldrin level of more than 1 milligram per kilogram of soil. Now, this is important. Soil with over 1 milligram per kilogram of dieldrin is classified by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency as Class 1 hazardous waste. Class 1 hazardous waste has to go to a Class 1 landfill like Kettleman Hills in Fresno. It's like the worst of the worst. The reason this project couldn't get approval during 18 years in the pipeline is due to the health impact to the neighbors by cancer-causing dust raised into the air by grating, blown by wind, where neighbors will breathe it 24/7 for 2 months. Dieldrin is by far the most hazardous, cancer-causing toxic pesticide. Let me talk. It's the most hazardous, cancer-causing toxic pesticide ever invented. It's worse than DDT. It's actually equal to sarin gas. Scientists gave small quantities to rats and cats. They soon died with cancer and destroyed livers. Scientists gave small quantities to 6 1,500-pound cows. They all died with convulsions in a month. The autopsy showed they had cancer and their livers were completely destroyed. How dieldrin works is its particles are so fine, they penetrate any cell membrane it touches. Then it transforms that cell into cancer. Dieldrin gets into one's body 3 ways: by breathing dust in the air containing dieldrin, by skin contact, or by the food chain. Scientists designated dieldrin to what they call, the scientists that designed dieldrin did it in a way that they call persistent. They designed it so that it stays active in soil for 100 years. The scientists designed it to go into the soil where it then gets into the plants it's trying to protect. When an insect eats the plant, even months after the dieldrin is applied, they die instantly. Dieldrin stays in one's body for life, where it builds up in your fat cells. Most all cropland in America still has active dieldrin in it. Therefore, much of the food you eat has deodorant in it, even though it's been outlawed like 30 years ago. When you get deodorant in your body by breathing, skin contact, or eating foods, it gets in your bloodstream and gets into every organ of your body. Deodorant causes the following diseases: liver damage, kidney damage, respiratory illness, damage to the central nervous system, damage to the reproductive system, birth defects and miscarriages, Parkinson's, I can't even talk, Parkinson's, dementia, Alzheimer's, diabetes, damage to the immune system. It causes the body to destroy its own blood cells. It causes leukemia. And last but not least, it causes liver cancer, kidney cancer, and breast cancer. In 2019, when the previous applicant saw that they were having trouble getting approval because I was raising a health issue to the neighbors, the applicants, the previous applicants, made me an offer. If I would stop bringing up the cancer health issues of neighbors, they would send me, my wife Mary, and our son Cody on an all-expense-paid $30,000 vacation to a beachfront condo in Hawaii for the 2 months of toxic grading so we wouldn't get cancer. I turned them down because I'm not going to go sit on a beach while my neighbors are. An important fact to realize, the applicants have no experts on their team that know exactly how much cancer-causing dust is going to be raised into the air and breathed by the neighbors 24/7 for 2 months. Also note that not one of the applicants or the applicant's team or the city staff or any of the county staff is going to tell you that this project will not give neighbors cancer. They're not going to say that. Why? Because this project is likely going to give neighbors and their children cancer. After the county environmental health gave its approval in 2019, 6 years ago, I called Paul, the director, the person then in charge. He's now gone. I asked Paul if they had even looked at the health impact to neighbors before they gave it the permit. Paul told me, no, Gil, they just assumed the county air pollution control district had looked into that. He also said to me, he said, Gil, everybody has 1 chance in 3 of getting cancer in their life, so what's the big deal? So I called Charlotte, the person in charge of the county air pollution, the person in charge of this project for the county air pollution control district, highly respected person in this toxic waste. And I asked Charlotte if the air pollution control district had looked at the health impacts from the toxic dust raised by grading before they gave it their permit. Charlotte told me, no, we just assumed the county environmental health department did that. Then Charlotte said, but we did add a condition of approval that the developer has to provide workers with a map with directions to Cottage Hospital in case they get sick from breathing the toxic dust. That's not standard. Then I called city staff. This was 2019. City staff changed. They're all gone now. I called city staff and asked if they had looked at the health impact to neighbors from this toxic dust raised by grading. And she told me, no, we just assumed the county did that. The city, county, and applicant will try to convince you that monitoring the dust level will somehow keep the level of cancer-causing toxic dust below the level that will give neighbors cancer. The fatal flaw in this argument is that's impossible to achieve. Words on a permit can't stop cancer-causing dust from rising, being blown by the wind, where we neighbors will breathe it and get cancer. The quantity of grading is massive. The previous developer told me it's 2,500 yards and 250 dump trucks. I calculated the total round-trip miles driven by the dump trucks at 42,900 miles. The diameter of the Earth is 24,901 miles. Therefore, these dump trucks are going to go 1.72 trips around the world. That's a whole lot of toxic dust and a whole lot of greenhouse gas emissions and environmental impact all by itself. My 50-year career as an architect involved over 100 grading projects. I'm providing you expert testimony that it's absolutely impossible to excavate dirt without causing a lot of dust to rise in the air. Each time the excavator bucket scoops into dry soil, then turns and dumps it on the ground, large plume of visible toxic dust rises, gets into the air, and blown to where we neighbors will breathe it. Now this is important. Scientists have proven that dust raised into the air stays in the air for 30 days and then is blown by wind for hundreds of miles. This is going to be blown all over the city. Since this dust raised in the air remains in the air, we neighbors are going to breathe it 24/7, not just 8 to 5. It's going to be in the air 24/7. And the previous owner told me this project is 2 months, not 6 weeks. And if they do proper watering, it would take 2 months. A dust monitor, now this is also important. A dust monitor can only read the dust level. A dust monitor can't stop the plume of toxic dust from rising in the air. Every bucket of the dirt is dumped by the excavator on the ground. You know, the monitor can't stop that. And also, I did a test at my own house. I did 4 hours of watering on dry ground. Then I went and dug. It only got damp 1 inch deep. 4 hours of watering only went down 1 inch deep. Now these buckets go down 2 feet deep when they dig. Okay, I'm almost done now. Let's look at the environmental. I also have extensive experience dealing with CEQA and environmental impacts. As an architect of 50 years, I've done 440 projects in Santa Barbara. I've actually written an EIR for the city 40 years ago. I can tell you, the sole purpose of CEQA law is to provide you decision makers with information about the project's impacts to the environment. Remember, they're providing you information. If no environmental review is required by CEQA, that does not mean you have to ignore the environmental impacts of the project. Or you can't take significant adverse environmental health impacts, if there's no EIR, that doesn't mean that you can't take the significant adverse environmental impacts into account. You can. You legally can and should. And you can properly deny a project because of the environmental impacts. Staff is telling you that they deem this project exempt from CEQA environmental review because the applicant submitted a so-called cost estimate stating the cost was less than $1 million. They shared this cost estimate with me. I have extensive expertise. I've prepared over 400 professional cost estimates for a construction project in my career. What I saw was no cost estimate at all, but just a letter where only a total estimate was given with no supporting calculations at all to justify such a questionable low number around $600,000. The previous applicant told me 10 years ago that he had a bid for the grading, this job, same quantity, $750,000 10 years ago. I can tell you as an expert, construction cost here has doubled in the last 10 years due to the high inflation, which alone would bring the cost of this grading to around $1.5 million today. Okay, now consider this. The new city police department is going to spend $4,700,000 to remove 10,000 yards of toxic dirt that they discovered at the new police site. This project is 25% the size of the police project grading. Therefore, this project's cost for the grading would be at least 25% of the $4.7 million that the city's going to spend for the police project, and that comes out to $1,175,000. And the police project has no tree removal component, and it doesn't have the permits and the fees like this project does. So this project would be more than that. Now, I actually did like a 6-page a couple months ago. I did a 6-page professional and detailed cost estimate. I turned it in to staff for this project, and it came to $1,766,600. It's a fact that the total cost of this project will most likely be somewhere around $1.5 million, well over $1 million. Therefore, this project does not meet the requirement that you have to give it, that you have to find that it costs less than $1 million in order to give it an exemption, because it clearly costs over $1 million. Lastly, last page, let's look at the coastal permit. The information contained in the environmental report I submitted is like 90 pages. I spent a whole year on it, 200 hours research. It proves beyond a shadow of a doubt this project does not comply with our local coastal plan. I read our complete local coastal plan. It's something like a couple hundred pages. The staff report wrongly says that this project's stormwater management silt fence will prevent the cancer-causing contaminated water runoff from getting into the adjacent drainage creek, which flows directly into the environmentally sensitive lagoon and beach just a block away, where then it's going to kill endangered and protected rare plants, animals, birds, fish, and it can even give cancer to children who play in that lagoon. I'm almost done here. As an architect with 50 years extensive experience in stormwater control, I've personally witnessed dozens of projects where water runs right through wattles and silt fences and right into the street. I've seen mud go right past these silt fences and right into the street. In our own street, Braemar, last year, a project on the corner of Yankee Farm and Braemar, it took 6 men 2 days to clean up the mud that flowed in the street right past the silt fences. Silt fences and wattles, they don't stop this stuff. They go right through it. They're only designed to stop mud flow, not water. If you want to stop water, I can tell you, you need to have either a bioswale or a pond or underground tank, and this project does not have that. Last point. A major goal of our coastal program, section 30240A, says, and I quote, encourage, protect, and preserve community farms. It's right in the coastal plan. Program. There is a 3-acre, staff didn't even mention this to you, there's a 3-acre working organic farm operated by the Bucket Brigade in the coastal zone immediately adjacent to this project, right next door to me. If they show the map, you can see it. It's 3 acres. It's a working organic farm. They raise organic produce on clean dirt, and it's immediately adjacent to this project. That organic farm soil is going to be contaminated by the toxic cancer-causing dust that's going to raise up in the air, blow over and drop on the soil, and it's going to drop on their organic crops for 2 months. That alone is going to be $1 million lawsuit against the city. Okay, any time left for rebuttal? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments and presentation. We will now hear from the
Please
applicant.
no clapping in the audience.
We will now hear from the applicant. Please come up and state your full name and relationship to the project for the record, and you also will have 20 minutes to present. If you would like to save some of your time for rebuttals later on, we can do that as well. Ms. Carmen, please start the timer when you're ready.
Okay. Chair Wardlaw, Commissioners, nice to see you this afternoon. I'm Beth Collins from Brownstein. I'm a land use attorney, and we're representing the applicants. The applicants are actually here today. You heard Tess Harris refer to it. There are 3 families. They're here in the audience, and they just want to subdivide and build houses on these 3 acres of property. I'm going to ask them to stand up. So here's the team. These are the families that are hoping to live on this property, and are really hoping that you will follow staff recommendation today. A couple of them have to leave. They have appointments, so if you see them ducking out, it's to deal with kid stuff. So this is an unusual situation. We have dueling appeals. They relate to city planning department approvals that are required to implement a remedial action plan, or a RAP. This RAP is designed and regulated through expert agencies. We have county APCD, you heard from, county EHS, you heard from, and the city. These expert agencies analyzed and approved the RAP, and we're here because to implement it, we need to remove or move around some soil and remove some, and we need to remove some trees. And to do that in the city of Santa Barbara in the coastal zone, you need a coastal development permit and a grading approval from SFDB. So that's why we're here, darkening your door on these two appeals. So next slide here. This is the project team. We have RRM with the planner and civil engineering, landscape architect. We have Steve Campbell here, who's in the audience. He's the geologist and hydrogeologist. I'm the land use attorney, Sarah Bronstadt. My colleague is a land use planner. We also have a surveyor. We had an arborist. We had a biologist. It's a significant group of experts. So let's go to the next page. You heard a little bit about this neighborhood. I call it the Yankee Farm neighborhood. It's just above Hendry's Beach. I used to actually live there. That's actually where I first met the appellant, Gil. And it's a fantastic neighborhood, kind of a funky farmy neighborhood, as you'll hear and if you know about it. So next slide. What's our goal? Safe removal of contaminated soil. Really, we want the same thing here, the appellant, the neighbors, everybody, the city even. So the question is who to listen to and how to do it. The appellant has provided a lot of criticisms of the RAP and the city's analysis, including its environmental analysis. Those criticisms are not supported by the city's experts. They're not supported by the county's experts. In fact, your experts are really, really used to coordinating with the county, EHS and APCD. They actually do this regularly on properties and parcels all over the city. There are contaminated parcels, unfortunately, whether it's underground storage tank, for the former agricultural properties, which, by the way, there are a number in this Yankee Farm neighborhood and other places around the city. All of those times, they work and coordinate closely. They've done that in this case. They've analyzed this project. They've conditioned this project. They're now recommending that this PC allow the project to move forward as conditioned. Next step. We're hoping that you agree with staff recommendation and trust the expert agencies that have jurisdiction over this property, approve the project, and affirm the city's use of the CEQA exemption. And to connect those dots, I'll give a little bit more information and background. And you've heard some reference to it here, but it's a long history. The soil testing first revealed trace amounts of these agrochemicals back in 2007. There were many soil tests over time. There was a big process where you actually even have had a prior approved RAP. Then we had some changes to county health and safety and regional water quality control board standards that became more stringent. We had updated to the RAP, so we can go to the next slide. Updates to the RAP. There was other analysis by the city, including a CEQA notice of exemption back in 2019. There were appeals, a variety of, it just never happened. The cleanup never happened, in part because the project suffered appeals similar to the ones you're standing here. So the question is, are we going to be here again in 10 years and not have cleaned up the site? That's one of the things that we're grappling with today. So our families bought the property here in June 2024. They're not developers. They didn't really understand all of what they were going to be into, frankly. It's been a big process. They've had to go through city approvals. They've had to go through, as you know, the RAP getting updated, approvals to get the gradings, tree advisory committee. I mean, it's a process to get something approved like this in the city of Santa Barbara. And so now here we are before you. We've had a number of experts, as I said, who submitted evidence to the city that supports the city's analysis. Then the city, these are some of the experts, both of the city and then the other agencies that have looked at it. We have Thomas Rezick and also David Harris here from APCD. They can answer your questions as well, and you already heard from Tess Harris. I think we also have from the city environmental analysis and other experts. So we're here to answer your questions. Next page. So although Gil is a lovely human, he is not an expert in remediating sites in Santa Barbara like this. And he may have spent a lot of time studying it. That's fair and allowed. I know he, at his heart, really believes that, and that's kind of the worst part about this whole thing, is that he's very worried, and he's got some of his neighbors worried, and that is the worst part here. He nonetheless suggests that you all ignore your experts and instead listen to him. And frankly, there's not any evidence to support you all doing that. He isn't an expert in contamination, and he is an architect, but he's not an expert in contamination and soils remediation, like the people you have here at this table, or the people in the audience, like Steve Campbell. So next slide. There is criticism also of the use of a CEQA exemption and kind of a misunderstanding. A lot of people think CEQA exemption means CEQA wasn't even done. That is not the case. You have to do CEQA analysis, environmental analysis, to prove that you can qualify for the exemption. And there is a CEQA exemption. It was established by the legislature for small remediation projects, so they wouldn't all have to, not every project has to do an EIR. That's the way CEQA was designed. Some qualify, and if you qualify for an exemption, if there's substantial evidence in the record to support that, then you get to rely on an exemption, and this one applies. One of the factors to consider is that the project cost. We have put in an estimate that the cost is significantly less than $1 million. I think it's less than $550,000. Next slide. The appellant suggests that in fact it's far more, and he's done his own estimate, but that's not the test. The test is, have we, our expert, put forward an estimate to show the city staff it's less than $1 million, and it is. And here I've also heard the appellant pointing to the police project. First of all, we have no idea, there could be huge differences between the police project and this one, but I will tell you one of them is police project has to pay prevailing wage, right? That generally even increases costs by 30%. We do not have to pay prevailing wage. It's a private individuals trying to clean up contamination on their own site. So there is substantial evidence to support that this project is less than $1 million in the cleanup. The preliminary draft EIR, again, with respect, the lead agency is the city. The city would draft any EIR if that was appropriate, but first the city staff looked to consider whether or not an EIR was appropriate and concluded it wasn't. Neighbor disputes are always horrible, so it's not nice. It's very unfortunate we're here. My clients did work really hard in good faith with the appellant, and in fact have agreed to some measures that are above and beyond in an attempt to avoid this appeal. So next slide explains some of them, and you heard some from Ms. Harris as well. They agreed to double the number of air quality monitoring checks each day. So it's not every 30 minutes, which is all that's required by the experts. They're doing twice as much every 15 minutes. They also agreed to reduce the dust action level by half when monitoring removal of the most contaminated soil. They agreed to inform neighbors 7 days before the removal. They also agreed to stop construction activities, that it will only happen in dry weather, not 48 hours before rain or winter storms. So they have gone above and beyond. They did that in an effort to settle this, But nonetheless, when that didn't happen, they, in good faith, agreed and kept their word that they would do these things. They built it into the project description. It's not something that can be a condition of approval because there's no support by experts, to do these things, but they went above and beyond and built it into their project description. So it is something that's enforceable by the city, should you approve this project. So we couldn't agree to all the measures. One of the requesters' measures, for example, is to have neighbors have access to the site during construction to be able to look at the dust monitors. That, you just heard, it's just not allowed. We have OSHA problems from that. You can't have neighbors coming on an active construction site. And as you heard, there is some contaminated soil here. We need to be careful during that time and during the cleanup. And it's just not appropriate to have neighbors coming around checking on APCD and EHS. They're the ones who do the site inspections. The qualified professionals are the ones that conduct the monitoring and the data collection and the reporting. So with that, I ask that you please follow staff recommendation, follow your experts, uphold the show's approval of the CDP, and affirm the CEQA exemption, and allow this RAP finally to proceed and this neighborhood finally to transition from that kind of agricultural past into a residential future. And I'll save the rest of the time for rebuttal.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Ms. Carmen, would you please let the applicant know how much time they have remaining?
Yes, the applicant has 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and the appellant has 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining.
Great. We can utilize that time later on. So that takes us to public comment. So, Ms. Carmen, do we have anyone in person or remote that would like to give public comment? Given, the number of folks in the meeting today, we would like to ask the public to limit their public comments to 2 minutes maximum, and we appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. Yes, we do have some speaker slips for in-person public comment. Before I call up the first speaker, I just want to let the audience know, I know that we did run out of speaker slips, but about 70 more have been brought. So if anyone did not get to fill out a speaker slip and needs to, they're at the back of the room at this time. And again, I'll remind you, please put the item number that you would like to speak on. So if you would like to speak under this one, when I start calling speakers up, make sure you list that it's 3A, or if you'd like to speak under the next one, 3B, and so on, so I can call you under the correct item. With that, I'll start with Carol Shaw, followed by Eve Leeds and Natasha Todorovic.
Good afternoon. Hi. Oh, don't start it yet. Wait. Hey. Now we can start. Hi doesn't count. Let's say this vial has the same parts per million as the dieldrin as measured at 3139 CCLA. Exposure, as it would be in nature, is random. Maybe you'll get hardly any, or maybe a whopping clump. 1 teaspoon can kill a 50-pound child. Relax, it's a small bottle. The small creatures in the lagoon don't have such good odds. Want a dropper's worth in your drink today? A dropper full every day for 2 months? It will only be during construction. Feel safer knowing a fabric silt fence screened out the dieldrin? Today you'll be making that choice for your community. If you grant a coastal permit and you're wrong, do we watch it die off in the Arroyo Burro estuary? Children participating in programs at the Watershed Resource Center can monitor the bountiful diversity of fish, birds, and mammals suffer and die. The children are also at risk. A child can get cancer, Parkinson's, and a whole list of other maladies. Everyone who uses the recreation area is at risk. Surfers, swimmers, families, guests, pets. It's a popular place. The city will incur a lot of litigation. 3139 Seacliff slopes to a creek that drains directly into the estuary. If Santa Barbara doesn't do this properly, it will potentially be responsible for huge liability just for the benefit of residential developers. This project doesn't comply with Santa Barbara's local coastal plan, the Coastal Act. It's too close, and the impact on a sensitive natural habitat and recreation area is too great. As deciders, you stand in our collective shoes. The risk is too great. Err on the side of safety. Once the soil is disturbed, our health deteriorates, the environment degraded. We cannot go back to the beautiful treasure of geography that we call Henry's Beach Arroyo Burro, Santa Barbara home as designed, please deny this coastal permit. Require environmental review. Be our heroes. Be our guardians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Eve Leeds, followed by Natasha Todorovic.
Thank you for letting me speak. Is the mic on? Okay. It's only 2 minutes. I thought I'd have 3, so I've had to cut a lot out. But I've agreed with the amount of toxic effects that this chemical is really horrific, and I'm terrified to live in an area where it might be spread out. So I won't go into that. You've heard all of that. But I want to address the use of a CEQA exemption. Under CEQA, cost alone can never justify bypassing environmental review. Even if a project is considered small or under a fiscal threshold, a categorical exemption does not apply when there is a reasonable possibility of significant environmental impacts. And I believe this project does have significant environmental impacts. The guidelines in that section 15300 make it really clear that exemptions do not apply where hazardous materials, and dieldrin should be considered a hazardous material. This is truly a long-lasting legacy toxin that was banned for a really big reason. It's horrific, and it still is. It still is potent in that soil today as it was in the original making of it. It's just it's less dense, but it is extremely toxic. So this is not about proving that harm will definitely occur. CEQA only requires that a fair argument that harm may occur, and this is written in your documents. Given the known contamination, the dust exposure pathway, the proximity to homes and children, the direct connection to sensitive wildlife and water resources, that standard has clearly been met. If grading is allowed to proceed at all, it has to be to much stricter things. It was backtracked now. They're not doing 25 on all of the dirt. It's going to do it on 1% instead of all of it. So 99% is not done at the levels that I would hope it would be done for. More fundamentally, if the city believes the project truly poses no significant environmental risk, then an environmental impact report should confirm that conclusion. Relying on an exemption instead creates the appearance that potential impacts are being avoided rather than evaluated. I'm asking you to please require an environmental impact report so that decisions are made on full information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Natasha Todorovic, followed by Craig Leeds.
Have you ever pulled your finger along the dust, maybe on a windowsill, and have you ever wondered what was in it? Well, today we heard what might be in our dust. Now, the applicant's lawyer tells you, trust the experts. Well, the experts, all of the agencies, as Gil let us know earlier, were like, oh, that was somebody else's problem. So we now need to trust the experts, says the lawyer, who's not an expert. And earlier, we heard, oh, it's not hazardous waste, but it's contaminated and it's hazardous. So the reason we're here, is it just a number? You know, there's $1 million threshold and we do it on the cheap and then we, keep it going? Or if we raise it and actually do what's needed, then it makes it more expensive? Well, this is already expensive. This applicant had just done it a little bit differently, we wouldn't be here. I had 4 estimates on my house from painters. And what they needed to do was scrape the paint and sand it and then repaint. And one of them said, you've got lead. I'm like, wow. And what they did was they had to tent it and they had to cover it in plastic so my neighbors wouldn't get lead. That's pretty serious. And here we have dust that's going to be going up in the air, floating onto our windowsills without the containment that even lead paint would require. Now, I had the discretion to choose a regular painter or the guys who specialized in lead paint. I took the guys who specialized in lead paint. There are experts who can tackle this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Craig Leeds, followed by Corey Rafferty.
I thought I had 3 minutes, sorry.
read half now and half on item B. I live with 4 generations, aged 9 to 93, on Braemar, across the street from the new subdivision. I'm concerned about the methodology of removing the extremely toxic soil on the property. It's full of mercury, DHC, and worst of all, the neurotoxin dieldrin. I've heard that in places it's up to 1,000 times over the EPA limits of these poisons. Dieldrin is much more toxic than DDT and can stay poisonous to the soil for several decades. It lasts much longer in clay soil, which is typical of our neighborhood. It's a semi-volatile compound that can travel far in dust. When exposed to air, it turns into photodieldrin, which is more toxic even than dieldrin itself. Please note that the orchid nursery was not an ordinary farm. The plants grown were decorative and not to be eaten. Consequently, there were no qualms about loading down the soil with an inordinate amount of highly toxic banned pesticides. This is not an ordinary transition to residential. The dangers in the soil to the neighbors and community are real. The lives of my family and neighbors are at stake here. I don't want it to be the cause of cancer for one of us a few years from now. We'll never know that the soil removal process was the cause. I can't imagine that the most toxic soil can be removed and the slightly less toxic soil moved around without generating toxic dust that may cause grave harm to the property's neighbors, and especially to the nonprofit organic farm downwind and just a few feet across the lane. I understand that the owners will describe a very safe sounding process for soil removal, but when the bulldozers are on the ground, you know that shortcuts will be taken and that will put us all in harm's way. There's no reassurance the shortcuts will not be taken. Wow.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Corey Rafferty.
Sorry, that's a typo. It's Lori.
Sorry.
Unfortunately, we all live in a toxic world. I'm sure nobody is going to challenge that. I can speak with experience of growing up on a farm, 4th generation ranching family in Santa Paula, and probably had all this exposure to myself growing up. We moved to Yankee Farm from the Mesa 30 years ago. I did our due diligence. We knew there was an orchid farm. I'm like, okay, I know this. I have the background of ranching, even though it was edibles and not plants, but someone's going to take care of it. And all of our 30 years of living there, this project that is up to do the soil remediation is the best possible solution we have yet to get rid of toxic soil. They're going to be watering the soil. I've read all the reports. The staff hearing officers prepared, and you can cliche say trust the experts, but that's what we have to do. All of us got to think of the future. We want clean soil. You just don't cover it up. You just don't ignore this piece of property for another 30 years. I know people are really emotional about it, but these remediation projects happen all over our city, like happen all over the U.S. It even happened on the ranch I grew up with. When the Thomas Fire sparked a blaze on one of the ranchers' sheds, it burned to the ground. FEMA came in, didn't spray water, and scooped out 3 feet of soil. It's done all the time. I trust the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on to virtual participation, I do have 2 speaker slips that don't have item numbers on them. Greg Welch, were you looking to speak under this item or the second one? This one? Okay, you can come up to the podium at this time.
Thank you. I mean, the thing that everyone agrees on is these chemicals are toxic, and it's really regrettable that they're in the soil, but they are. Every day, we are all exposed to risk by chemicals all around us. Most of us probably parked in a parking garage. Even in that parking garage, there are carcinogens, according to the state of California. I'd like to echo the comment that was just made. This is a professional process overseen by experts. There will be lots of public scrutiny. There will be lots of expert scrutiny of this process. This is the best opportunity we have as a neighborhood to see this threat removed under professional provisions and professional supervision. People worry about the contamination of the environment, but they don't seem to be worried about the current contamination of the environment and the threat that it poses to the lagoon and the people who use those. And I do think that there's just, there's too much fear mongering going on. There's too much criticism of experts in our society, and look where that's getting us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more, Tim Kieran, I do not have an item number for you either. Were you looking to speak under this item or? Okay, come on up at this time.
Yes, my name is Tim Karen, and I'm a retired healthcare professional, a disabled vet, and I'm also the father of one of the principals of the project, Dale Karen. I also happen to be the grandfather of 3 lovely grandchildren that will be playing on the very dirt that covers the soil that is contaminated underneath. So for those reasons, you can see I'm very passionate about it, and I'm very concerned. I would like to also mention that I'm concerned about all the neighbors that are on the perimeter, and I'd like to just compliment Dale and Jason, the 2 principals, for actually going around and meeting with each of the individual neighbors to discuss not only their concerns, but how the project was going to move in the most safe and expedient manner. And I would like to note that one of the neighbors in the last hearing actually stated he was very happy that someone was finally buying the property after 15 plus years, because someone will finally be dealing with it, because he knows that all the neighbors have been breathing that dust every time the wind blows across that knoll. And I would also like to, at this point, just to congratulate, or not congratulate rather, but to commend all the individuals and the city planners, all the experts, all the scientists in doing the job, doing their due diligence. And I can tell you, particularly as a parent and grandparent, that I trust the work that has been done, and I hope people will set aside their individual feelings, work together, and get this project done. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a speaker slip for Bowen Lee for this item. You can approach at this time.
I just want to say, as a concerned Santa Barbara citizen and local neighbor, I kind of echo what Lori was saying, trust the process. It seems like these people are wanting to do what's right, remove contaminated soil. I get that it's a sensitive issue, but it seems like the person after Lori also said this is one of the best opportunities to get this dirt cleaned up, and the neighborhood needs it. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I do not have any more speaker slips for this item. If anyone in the audience would like to speak, you can approach the podium at this time. Otherwise, I will move on. You want to speak under this one? Just state your name and.
My name is Stephen Lewick, and I am Gil's neighbor. I own the property next door, and that property is the property that has the organic farm. And my concern, Gil has delineated a lot of my concerns, but I'll just cut to the chase here. I'll read what I sent a letter that I guess was late, but I'll just read a portion of that. As a safeguard to the health and safety of the residents who share property lines, I do share a property line. I'm 50 feet from some of the contaminated soil. Who share property lines with the applicant should be required to conduct soil testing to ascertain if there has been a failure of mitigation efforts. We've talked about all the efforts that people are going to be, what we're going to be going through, and I'm sure they're going to work, but I'm not certain. So my point is that the soil surrounding the properties, if they are found to have been exposed to toxic dust, the applicant should remove the toxic materials and replace the soil removed. The applicant should also be responsible for the cost of these procedures. I want my lot tested afterwards. You can tell me it's not going to happen, you're going to be fine, I trust you, but I want it verified. I want testing, and I want the applicant to pay for the testing. The above safeguards are especially important in my situation. Currently, my property is being used to grow vegetable crops to be distributed to food banks and other agencies that distribute food to the less fortunate members of our community. This enterprise is organized by the nonprofit agency Bucket Brigade, and I lease the property to them for $1 a year. No profit.
Thank you.
I just think it should be tested afterwards.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you to all of you for joining for public comment today. Okay, we can continue if some folks have more.
Thank you. My name is
Thank you.
Christina Sklar, also a Santa Barbara resident and concerned for the soil and the health of our oceans, our soil for growing our food. We really appreciate your growing our food too. And we know that the soil is contaminated and there are already chemicals in it. Whenever the wind blows, it's blowing already chemical contaminated soil. So the guardians and heroes are the ones who are going to help remediate that soil, make it new, make it grow healthy, beautiful things. And I just want to point out that that's what this group of people wants to do to our soil. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Quinn Brigard, and I actually grew up in this neighborhood. I've lived there for about 15 years. Constantly, I take a walk down that street and walk past this property. And for the past 15 years, when I've seen it, it's overgrown with bushes. The one house on there is red tagged. It's really not a great sight to see. And I think improving the property and having 3 lovely families living there, being able to enjoy it and run around, and hopefully 3 big, beautiful houses there is a great thing to see. And for the people that say we don't have the experts, I mean, we have a ton sitting right here. We saw a large list on the TV, and I don't think any of them can call themselves an expert in this matter. So it's strange to me that they're asking all these questions when these people have done the research before them. So I'm very happy that, and I would like to see this project go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone else that would like to speak under 3A? Otherwise, we'll move on to virtual public comment. But I'm not seeing any movement at this time. So,
Can I use my rebuttal time now?
No, we'll go to that after questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
For virtual participation, if anyone online would like to speak, you can raise your hand at this time. I do see one hand raised currently, which is for Jacques. So I will allow you to speak. You should be able to unmute.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Jacques Cabra. I own the property kitty corner from the subject property, 3202 Bramer Drive. I've been following this process since the inception. I've been in direct contact with the owners, some of which I've known here in the community for decades. And clear there's been a substantial amount of research and analysis done. And what's more, we have verified confirmation from the city planners, city engineers on what needs to be done with this land. The fact of the matter is, it's an extremely expensive, time-consuming, and difficult process. And we should be applauding and thanking the subject property owners to do this remediation. It's been something that's affected the neighborhood, whether directly or indirectly, for decades. And that's why the property has been sitting for so long. No one's wanted to tackle this, but that hasn't mitigated the fact that there is contaminated soil that needs to be resolved. So in short, I certainly support the project. I do not see any gaps or areas where the work and the research has been unclear or inconclusive. And what's more, the parties that are responsible, the subject property owners, will be doing the important aspects of dust mitigation in the community. They know that these are new asphalted roads. So when the soil is removed for cleaning, they're going to take care of dust mitigation. They're going to be very mindful of the neighbors. They're just going beyond just the subject property and realizing this is a neighborhood issue and they're doing what they have to do to address the neighborhood. So thank you, and I support the project.
Thank you. At this time, I don't see any more hands raised for virtual public comment, so I will acknowledge that we received written correspondence from Gil Berry, Eve Leeds, Craig Leeds, Mark Pomerantz, Maureen Raffoni, Lisa Fell, Diane Hooper, Michael Russell, Tom Foley, Josie Hoffman, Carol Shaw, and Mark and Kathy Zarati, and give it back to you.
Thank you, and thank you again to members of the community for coming out for public comment. We will now turn it over to my fellow commissioners for questions. And then after that, we will do the rebuttal period. So who would like to go first? Don't everyone go at once. Vice Chair Boss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. And first, I'll just note that I had, after reviewing the packet, I had, I think, 20 questions. But after reviewing the some of the hearings, it went down to just 3. So thank you for asking a lot of the questions, and thank you to the experts for answering them. One of them was today more about explaining the process for getting to the exemption, and I do feel like slides 16 to 18 answer that, so thank you for adding that in. I do have a question about the conditions of approval, and this might be for Ms. Harris. I couldn't find anything about like a detailed a signage detailing the process for complaint or the stop work process. And I know it was explained in detail during the show hearing, but is that clearly visible? Is that one of the conditions of approval? And if not, I was thinking we could add it under D2 or E9.
Thank you, Vice Chair Boss, and Ms. Harris can chime in if necessary. But I do have a couple of the conditions from the permit to operate and the conditions of approval of the coastal development permit in some slides, so I can pull those up, and those are related to stopping the work. So here are 2 of the conditions from the permit to operate, and more so just relating to having a person designated for the dust monitoring, and that name and telephone number of the persons to be provided to the district. And maybe APCD can speak more specifically to those conditions as well. And then of the other conditions of the coastal development permit, and also the conditions of the permit to operate are incorporated into the conditions of the coastal development permit. But this is our standard neighborhood notification prior to construction condition of approval that requires neighborhood notification, and then just some information for neighbors in the contact to file those complaints that would then be relayed to the project team in order to stop the work. So that's kind of the connection there with the conditions of approval with how the neighbors can file a complaint.
Okay, so if I'm a neighbor and I'm just walking by and I am concerned about something, there'll be a big clear sign that tells me who to call or...
Yes, I'm so sorry. I just realized the presentation was not mirroring on the TV here, but this is condition E9 of the coastal development permit with a construction contact sign.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I think a couple of my other questions are probably going to be asked by others, but that was my primary question for now. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear who to contact if there was a concern or complaint, and that the process for stop work was visible. So thank you for pointing those out.
Thank you, Vice Chair Boss. We'll now go to Commissioner DeLuccio.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. The applicant's attorney, Beth, I have a question for you, actually. You had put up a slide with 4 conditions on it, and I guess maybe staff can help. Were those incorporated into the permit today that we're looking at, the coastal permit?
Commissioner DeLuccio, through the chair, those conditions of approval were the conditions added by the staff hearing officer that are
Those
added.
are the same ones you had on that slide? Okay. Yes. Then I had just like a couple of minor questions. I don't know if anybody can answer this. The appellant mentioned something about a stream within 100 feet of the site, which would trigger needing to go into the coastal commission. Well, how do we determine that it's not 100 feet within the stream?
Yeah, Commissioner DeLuccio, I have Aaron Markey, the city's Creeks Division Manager, who can take that on. And Aaron, I do have photos of the adjacent drainage, if you think that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Sure. I don't know if it's required, but Erin Markey, Creeks Division Manager with the city. Our staff have been out and reviewed the biological assessment that was prepared by STORE as part of this project, and agree with their determination that there is not a creek per the definition in the coastal LUP and the city's municipal code on this site. So, yeah, I don't know if that fully
Okay.
answers your question.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, yeah. Then I have one final question. This is really a very basic question, perhaps. I know there's a condition about their construction activities are to be conducted only during dry weather. That's a good condition. Can somebody explain the procedure just a little bit briefly? And is there any watering going to be going on here? And how's that handled on the site as they do the cleanup?
Yes, Commissioner. We're in Southern California, which is a Mediterranean climate, so we have wet seasons typically during the winter and spring months, kind of going into late spring sometimes. So we pretty much know that once we have a certain amount, once we reach late March, early April, that we're typically not going to get any storms. At that time, we basically give the go-ahead to say that, yes, you can do the excavation work. That's pretty much county-wide that we do stuff like that. And if there is a storm that is going to be coming on the horizon, which does happen occasionally, we do get the monsoon storms coming up from Gulf of California, Gulf of Mexico, or not Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of California. So we do look at the forecast, and we would shut down during those times and then let the site dry out to where we're not creating a hazard by excavating during that time, because not only does the storms good because it does wet down and create less dust, but it also creates problems with hazards for large machinery working in muddy areas. So we want to have that dry out. So it's kind of a balance that we're looking for. So there would be a period of time after, if we get one of these storms that does come up, that we would verify that it was in fact good to go for not causing hazards.
Well, thank you for explaining that. That's very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLuccio. Commissioner Bauke.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a number of questions, so I'm trying to figure out where to start on this one. We'll start with sort of how we got here as to the original wrap. When it was set out, and I wanted you to get some background. I've done remediation of even a Superfund site for residential use. So one of the first questions I have is the initial scoping of the wrap. How did you determine where you were going to put your first set of test monitors, and what was the protocol for that? And under what confidence levels did you make the decision that particular areas are the ones to be tested again, and then now determined that the mitigation, the grading plan works?
Yes, Commissioner Bauke. What we did is initially look at aerial photos and site historical records to determine where the house was, or the hothouse or the grow houses were. And based on that, we tended to bias our sampling in those areas. But we also did site-wide sampling too, to make sure that we did cover with good confidence the entirety of the site. We did find that there was 3 hotspots. And what we do there is, when we get a hit on that with high levels of the constituents that we're looking for, we'll then do step outs. So we'll take soil borings and collect samples at near surface, down a little bit further, down a little bit further, and we look at the results. And if you've got a surface release like we have here, you're going to tend to see stuff that's, the concentrations will be a lot higher at the surface. Then as you go down a few feet, due to over time, the stuff does sink down into the soil a little bit. So we take the samples there, and if that's not to where our cleanup goals are, then we go down a little bit further, and then we keep going like one more just to make sure that we're okay there. Then laterally, we're stepping out and we're verifying, because it's kind of like it's a bullseye. So you're going to have your hot spot, you find that, and you'll do kind of usually go in the cardinal directions, so you go in 4 directions each way, and keep on doing that same vertical profile as we go outward.
Okay, yeah, so I understand that, and that's the normal way it's done.
Yes.
The question I have is, just because you put a grid on it and you did that initial, it doesn't necessarily guarantee, it has a confidence protocol, doesn't necessarily guarantee you won't find something else. Because I even ran into stuff on a quote clean site that, back to the confidence, it didn't trigger reactionary things, but until you dig it all up, you're not going to know whether or not it's there or not. There are going to be surprises, and I think you probably, under your career, have had things just show up that you missed, or it was near the probe, but it still was there. And I just want to make sure nothing's perfect in this world.
Nothing is perfect, I will grant you that. But for sites that I've worked on, the level of sampling, because we're dealing with something that's only in the upper 3 feet, we wanted to get the grid that we use is a lot more more fine and more involved than we would say have at an oil field sump or some, where you pretty much know where it is and you can see it. And so with this, we do have, I believe there was about 300 tests done at the site. So for something that's 3 acres, it's quite rigorous.
Okay, thank you. As to dust protocols, and this is an APCD question, the applicant is proposing to go sort of an additional level beyond sort of what you would normally require. And my question is there something even beyond what they're proposing that if you were doing, the lowest risk, not that there is no risk in this issue, would there be even another protocol that could be done?
Commissioner Bakke, that's a great question. I think first I want to start out by saying that we believe that the standard conditions that we include in our permit, in all of our permits, we do hundreds of these types of permits. Those are the most rigorous conditions necessary to ensure that there are no issues, no human health issues or environmental issues caused by the project. Of course, you can always go beyond that. You can do better. Our permits require monitoring every 30 minutes. I think the applicant is proposing to do monitoring every 15 minutes. Could you do it every 10 minutes? Possibly. I think you'd eventually run into an issue where a human can't get around the perimeter in less than a certain amount of time. Could you have 2 humans doing it? 20 humans? I guess you could just keep going, right? But you have to be realistic and reasonable. So we believe that our permit conditions, our standard permit conditions, are exactly what's necessary, but you can go better than that, and I think the applicant has proposed to do that here.
Okay. Now, as to, and I'm not sure who's the one, because I don't see anybody from Regional Water Quality Control Board here, but, this site, when it's being remediated, there may be a possibility of an unforeseen rain event, or, there's going to be runoff. And my concern is typical SWIP stuff doesn't, the appellant made this comment, and I have seen it many times, that the SWIP stuff doesn't work or stuff runs through. So who in the county or the city has analyzed runoff potentials and the theoretical event of water getting into our creeks and into the lagoon and out to the beach? I mean, has anybody actually gone through that analysis? Because I'm concerned that what I saw was just pretty standard grading stuff that you would have, and that stuff doesn't always work, and I'm really concerned that if a worst-case scenario happens, we could be having this very, very, very dangerous toxic compound into our water system. So who at the county, okay, see, there's somebody that, because...
Yeah, Commissioner Bakke, Erin Markey, again, the Creeks Division Manager, I can kind of speak to that. So there's a couple avenues. If the project site is over an acre, which it sounds like it is, they will be required to get a general construction permit directly from the Water Board as part of that grading activity. When grading limits are over an acre, that's a requirement. So then the Water Board will be directly involved in monitoring their measures. Additionally, as part of the city's MS4 program, so our stormwater permit, we have a number of requirements through our permit with the water board that we have to make sure that we are maintaining in the city. And so that includes things like construction BMPs that are reviewed by our building staff at the permit submittal for adequacy, and then also inspected during construction. Additionally, this project, I think, has a stormwater pollution prevention plan, which is developed by it's called a qualified stormwater practitioner and developer. And so under a general permit, for a project that's over an acre, that person is responsible to ensure that that plan is implemented. There's monitoring that's actually required of runoff during storm events if it is to rain during this period. But I think, as we've mentioned, the goal is to construct this during a dry period. If
So
that answers your question.
my follow-up question is, would it be feasible to basically have the runoff go into some kind of tanking system so it's actually taken and then tested and determined whether it's hazardous or not?
Yeah, so I'm not the stormwater, the qualified stormwater practitioner for this project, so I can't say for sure what's possible with the site constraints, but yes, something like that could be, in theory, designed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my next set of questions are more on CEQA stuff. I understand the exemption. Did the city itself hire somebody to make an independent analysis as to whether the threshold of the $1 million would be triggered or not, or when because like any cost estimate, there's like a 20%, either way number. So did we go through that independent analysis?
Commissioner Bauke, no, we did not. The CEQA guidelines, the exemption is for small and medium projects of $1 million or less. I'll add that exemption was added during the 1990s. The $1 million amount has not changed since. And I see that more as an indicator that puts parameters or maybe a benchmark on what is meant by a small or medium-sized project. And so I would recommend that rather than focus on a specific dollar amount, that you consider the size, the scale, the scope of activities involved rather than the specific dollar.
Okay. On that, I was looking at the, as you get into the details, there's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 10 different items. Which one of the 10 different categories are you saying this actually falls in? This is
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
the actual law. You can go read through A and B. This would be B, 1, 2, and I can start reading them for you if you want. I'm trying to figure out which ones you're actually believing this is, because it has this list.
Commissioner Bauke, are you looking at a particular page in the staff report?
Well, I'm not looking at your staff report. I'm looking at the actual law.
Oh, yes. Commissioners, this is section 1530330 of the CEQA guidelines. And the CEQA guidelines outline the criteria for this classification. The way that CEQA exemptions work is that if a project meets the type of, or the type of class, then the project can be considered for a categorical exemption. And so when staff are reviewing for exemptions, they look at, does it meet the criteria of that specific exemption?
Right, and it says that these are examples of minor cleanup actions and gives examples. I'm trying to understand which of these examples do you believe would be larger or expand beyond what is being proposed? Because personally, I think you're right at the borderline, or maybe even off what is being described here as minor.
Excuse me, Commissioner Bauke, I just see it now where you're looking at. So it is, sorry, I believe it's stated in the staff report, and I'm looking for now here.
Ms. Peugeot, if I can assist you with that, it's under the excavation and/or offsite disposal of contaminated soil, I believe, under that example is listed.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ernest, you're correct. It's under excavation and/or off-site disposal of contaminated soils or sledges in regulated units.
Okay, now the term regulated units actually means something, and I want you to tell me what that means and if this project falls within a regulated unit.
I would like to defer to County EHS.
Yes, in reading the statute, it does say excavation and/or off-site disposal of contaminated soils or sledges in regulated units. So the sledges, they tend to be in a, those are more considered regulated units. That would be like tank bottoms from oil field, holding tanks, pits that were from a industrial process, versus contaminated soils, which is what we have here. It was not really an industrial process that was causing the waste to happen, but actually a byproduct of the practices that were involved at the time.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. So the next question I have is when you're doing this analysis, which there's a lot of information. There's a lot of information out there. There is also the exceptions. In this case, we have a organic farm physically next door. And my question is, why wouldn't that trigger unusual circumstances? This is not generically just out in just some random place. You have an organic farm which provides food to the community adjacent. Why wasn't this considered an unusual circumstance and bounce you out of this categorical exemption?
This, Commissioner Mackey, this exemption is for remediation actions that happen commonly throughout the city. And the exceptions for unusual circumstances excuse me 1 minute, I'm looking for it. So the exceptions for unusual circumstances, when it comes to the type of hazardous material or site contamination that is, that would make it fall out of that exception, would be the ones listed in the hazardous waste exception. And so that's the Cortese list, and that refers to a specific type of contamination, Superfund sites, landfills, and most commonly in the city of Santa Barbara, the leaking underground storage tanks. So this project didn't fall under one of those.
Okay, now, I may disagree with you as to, but at the end of the day, even if we had done a CEQA document, most likely it'd be a mitigated ND at the end of the day, and you'd have a whole bunch of mitigation measures, and you basically would be sort of where we are today as far as what the applicant would have to do. And he's actually proposing something beyond it. So, you know, I'm very torn about sort of how we process this project, but at the same time, I think we end up in the same place. It just might go through the legal system or not, but anyway, I'll leave that to the appellant. Question as to why are we only looking at the remediation when the applicant is clearly in his statements and it's in the record and even in the documents, even the RAP, and it shows this property being subdivided. Why are we not seeing the subdivision? Why are we not seeing the grading plan that goes with the subdivision? Because those things will also, unless we're going to be doing this twice, have the possibility of, if there's these unforeseen pockets that may show up, because unless we're not touching this after we do the remediation grading, how do we know that there's not going to be another round of mitigation on this side? I mean, and kicking the soil around. I just don't understand how we can make that determination without going through all of it at once. Because we don't know unless the applicant's saying he's not going to move any more dirt around, know that we're not going to be possibly having, this dust kicked around. So could you explain to me why we're not seeing the whole project? I don't get it.
Commissioner Bauke, are you, the subsequent development of the project would also have to submit an application, and that would also be subject to CEQA review. So at that time, when we actually have a development of the project, then we would consider what that is and analyze it then. Without having the details of that subsequent development, we're not able to fully do that analysis.
But it's surely reasonably foreseeable that there is going to be a proposal. They've even stated on the record, it's in the documents. I just don't understand why we're not seeing the whole of the project at this point.
Commissioner Bauke, through the chair, the applicant has chosen to separate them out. So as Ms. Peugeot said, we're limited in this review as to the grading. And then you'll see, most likely, you might see this again in the future when they submit their subdivision, their tentative parcel map.
Okay, and I have my one last question here is are we limited, and could we add a condition of post-mitigation testing for the organic farm property?
I will defer to the planner.
Okay, so to go back to your previous question, in terms of remediation, looking at what if this will help you at all, the subdividing it, we have taken a look at the data, and as I stated earlier, it was quite rigorous in terms of the soil sampling we were doing, and we took a look at what we would do, what the conditions would look like after we've remediated the soil. And we looked at both the parcel as a whole, as a 3-acre parcel, and we also looked at each individual parcel themselves and found that there would be no risk to the residents there or ecological receptors for each parcel separately as an individual parcel, and then as a whole as the whole parcel itself.
Okay, thank you for that.
And then in terms of sampling the soil right now at the Yankee Farm, unfortunately, this site and this whole area was agricultural. So we know that there was a release at the site from at the parcel that we're looking at themselves of them using the pesticides. However, for any other site within Santa Barbara County that was agricultural from the 1950s onward to the 1970s, we're not saying that there is contamination there, but there is always a possibility of use of these pesticides by previous owners. There are not a lot of records. The only reason we have this site known is because we do have records of this site where they did have these grow houses, and based on that, that gave us an idea that this in fact would be an issue that we would have to look at, and it did prove to be correct. Now, if we have another site that used to be agricultural from the 50s to the 70s, we would have to make the assumption that pesticide use was a possibility that was used there, but not necessarily that it was there. So for something like this, we would have to, if they're concerned about the dust falling onto their property, they would have to do a pre-remediation assessment by themselves to determine what the baseline is for their parcel, and then we would look at it again after the remediation was completed, and then take samples again and then compare that. It would probably have to be quite rigorous, and that would be something that you usually fall on if the app would not fall onto the applicant, but anyone nearby would be their purview to do that.
Okay.
Commissioner Bauke, as a follow-up to your question, we can't condition this property to test on a property that they don't have, they don't own.
Yeah, as far as the kind of testing, I'm thinking about, okay, so say the monitors go off. So, we've got an exceedance. the exceedance will be where those monitors are, but do we know that exceedance traveled outside the boundaries of the property? I mean, I could see very possible an exceedance end up on the organic farm, and is there a way to either monitor that possible exceedance or not as part of the protocols we're doing with this project?
Yeah, so the way our monitoring requirements work is that they have, as I mentioned, every 30 minutes, although they're offering to do it every 15 minutes, they would walk essentially the perimeter of the excavation site, so where they're doing the active excavation work, to see whether or not it's tripping the monitors, it's exceeding a threshold. If it does exceed a threshold, then the requirements tell them that they must walk around the perimeter of the property to determine whether or not it's exceeding a threshold at the property. If it's exceeding a threshold at the property, that would be considered a violation of our permit, and they would have to immediately cease operations and wet down the site and do any other mitigation necessary to make that dust concentration go down immediately. They have to notify us within a certain number of hours, I think it's 4 hours, of the exceedance, and certainly any members of the public could call in to our agency if they have concerns during the operations and let us know about their concerns, and we have a complaint line. We also receive online complaints, so if there was any concern that wasn't being done appropriately or being done fast enough, we could certainly go out, and we always would send somebody out there to investigate.
Could you put a monitor, on the neighbor's property? I mean, is that something that could be done? I mean, just, if there's an exceedance, go see if that one went off too. I'm trying to find a way to basically protect what I consider a sensitive resource. I look at the organic farm equivalent to having a senior's home next door, okay,
Yeah.
as far as a sensitivity. And I'm looking for ways in which we could protect our food supply in this community. And so I'm looking for suggestions.
Yeah, for sure. I can totally appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, you could have a stationary monitor installed. That is a possibility. It's not something that we require per standard. It's also hard to determine exactly where to site it. Obviously, the wind can change directions, and even a couple degrees of wind shift, which can happen kind of all the time, can change whether or not it would impact. Whether or not you'd be seeing the true impacts at the spot where you've sited that monitor. So it's difficult, but as far as is it possible, you can put a monitor kind of anywhere you want. So yeah, they just mentioned that they put up the property, a map of the property and the property boundary, and each number that you can see there in the circle. That's a location where they would be doing a monitor if the monitors were to go off right next to or closer to the active excavation work. So that's the action boundary is what we call it. And they would go out and send somebody around, and they would have to take a measurement at each one of those points every 30 minutes. And if any of those were to go off above our threshold, they would then immediately have to take action to eliminate what was causing that exceedance.
One quick question, Mr. Berry's property is which one? The one outlined in green or the one outlined in purple?
Commissioner Bauke, his is
I'm trying-
outlined in pink.
It's in pink. And which one is the farm? I don't recall which one it is.
To the right at 3058 Braemar
Okay,
Drive.
the one that's the right, that's sort of cut off?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, those are the questions I had.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bauke. I'll be somewhat brief in my comments or questions. So first, there's been lots of talk about the experts, so I'd just like to understand how many projects have you all from the county side overseen that are akin to the scale and kind of levels of toxins that we're evaluating in this project?
I've been working with the county since 1999, and I've probably overseen about 100 or so excavations, maybe more.
That are similar to this type of scale?
I've seen ones that are
toxins?
smaller, I've seen ones that are larger. This is pretty small in terms of what we typically see. I know that it's been brought up that it was compared to the police department. With that, they were basically excavating down to 15 feet there. that required them to put in shoring, which is probably why it was about $4 million, because they had to put shoring around the entire process and perimeter of the site to make sure that the streets didn't fall in on the site. This is only going to about 5 feet down at most, with the majority of it about 3 feet down, so basically about this high or this deep down. That's about 1 or 2 bucket scoops down in terms of the type of excavator that they have there. If Carly can show you, I've got some slides of what some of the excavations I've worked on in the county. This is in North County, right next to another type of farm up there. So this was in someone's yard where they were digging up an oil field sump. So you can see that we're not really generating huge amounts of dust with these. And this one, you can see in the background, they've got a water tank there for dust suppression. They'll use the water for that. This is the city police department. This was about a couple months ago. And you can see this is a large excavation. And as far as I know, they didn't have any dust issues there. And you can see that right at the property line, we do have commercial buildings and office buildings there. This is in El Estero Creek. So here we've been doing some work right next to the gravel you see is the ballast for the Union Pacific Railroad and Amtrak Railroad, and we're going through the swales here. This is downtown Santa Barbara. We've got I believe that's a residence next to it. So we did have this is down on Haley Street, and you can see we've got water for dust suppression. This has a lot of the earthquake debris in it.
And how many of these, it sounds like you have a vast experience. How many projects have toxins that are similar to the ones that are in this specific project?
In terms of cleanup of pesticides, I've probably done about 10 of those.
Okay. And when you've gone through these projects and there's a budget estimate of how much the remediation will be, how many times are they around the budget estimate, or 50% higher, or what's kind of
Unfortunately, I don't deal with the budgets. That's up to the applicant to determine that. But and then a lot of that's done through the city of Santa Maria, so they'll be doing the CEQA determinations on that.
Okay.
But in terms of the costs, Steve Campbell is here. He may be able to elucidate on that.
Okay. In terms of how often is it that you start this remediation efforts, and then to kind of Commissioner Bauke's points, that then you find out that there's more than you thought and you have to go back and it's a bigger project than we expected? Is that typical in these
It depends on the
remediations?
project, and normally when there's something like that happens, it's not where you've got this, it's pretty obvious what happened here. They had a grow farm, they were spraying in these areas. You can see by the maps that we show of where they're going to be digging out, where they were mostly spraying. Where we have issues is when we're in downtown Santa Barbara, where there's the earthquake debris from the 1925 earthquake. That's when we tend to find a little more surprises. Or at the police station, we've got an area that had different uses over the time period. They found an underground storage tank while they're digging around. This is more of a rural, as you could call it, area, so surprises are generally not going to happen there. If they were building something, the building plans would have shown for these greenhouses. If they were going to put an underground storage tank, that would have shown in the plans. We tend to see that more when you've got overlays of different uses over the years, whereas this was a grow farm. It was vacant, then a grow farm for 25, 30 years. And then it's been vacant since. So based on that, we know that there is more than likely not going to be something there versus, say, at the Electrify America spot that they're putting in over on Carrillo Street. Underground storage tanks there because it was at one time a gas station, and then it was a Greyhound station, plus it had the earthquake debris there. So there's quite a bit of material there.
Okay. Thank you for your answers. two more questions. There's been discussion about 25 versus 50 microgram limit. I understand that is the county's direction of how we evaluate what we're doing on that. There's been a lot of discussion on that over the years. Could you just walk us through why we're doing, your recommendation versus what the Mr. Gill is concerned about?
Sure, I can give it a try, or at least explain, why our recommendation is what it is. So our limit in our permits that we've had for many years now is, as you mentioned, 50 micrograms per meter cube. That's the threshold that if it's above that, that means, they have to stop operation and do something to mitigate any dust that's being created. The 25 microgram per meter cube, and actually, sorry, let me back up. That would be averaged over a 30-second period. So if you have a meter, a monitor out there, a handheld monitor, and you notice that you're hitting over 50 and it lasts for 30 seconds or longer, then that means you have to do something. If it's just an instantaneous spike, 1 second, and then it drops immediately back down, instruments can have those kinds of errors. So, we average it over 30 seconds. I think the 25 microgram per meter cube, that's been coming up. I've been hearing that number thrown around quite a bit. My understanding is that number kind of came up to begin with because a different air pollution control district to the south of us, it's actually South Coast Air Quality Management District, has a rule that specifically requires the 25 microgram per meter cubed threshold. Their threshold, however, is averaged over, I believe it's an hour or an hour and a half. It's much, much, much longer than our averaging period. So in our estimation, a higher threshold number, but a much shorter averaging period is actually much more rigorous or strenuous than a much, not much, but a lower threshold number over a much longer averaging period. Just the way averages work, it's going to take so much more actual dust in the air to hit a 25 microgram per meter cubed number for an hour and a half than it would to actually hit a 50 microgram per meter cube limit for 30 seconds. So
Thank you. That explanation was helpful. And then my last question is, I agree with many of the commenters. I think we have a shared goal. Everybody wants to protect the community. Everybody wants to protect the farm. And obviously, the applicant that is seeking to have their family live there wants to protect their family. So if we don't move forward with doing any remediation, what are the dangers then? Like if we just leave it as it is versus this must be addressed, or does this need to be addressed at some point? Because I would assume that having this just stay as it is also somewhat dangerous versus taking the steps now to do the remediation plan that you as experts have laid out.
Yes, as it's been stated, this is a very good opportunity to have the material removed. Right now, there is nothing covering the material. It's been like that, and it's been like that since the hot houses or grow houses were demolished. So, in our opinion is that it's better to get this out of there, and the standard for doing this is excavation and off-site disposal. Majority of the soil that's contaminated is focused in one small area. It's very easy to get to. This is a very simple project in terms of what we work on. We see the problem, we've got it defined, we now know how to remove, we know how to get rid of it, knock it down. And I think it would benefit the neighborhood to have this material removed sooner rather than having it drag out again for more and more years of endless appeals.
Thank you.
Which we've seen for the last 20 years.
Okay, I appreciate your time, and thank you for addressing my questions. That is the remainder of my questions. Do any of my commissioners have any additional ones? Commissioner DeLuccio.
Thank you for all the questions that my fellow commissioners have asked. Can we look at a few pages in this document? Because the appellant had come up with 3 additional mitigation suggestions, and you just spoke about the first one, the 25, and how that's LA, I think, uses that, and you're using 50. So I get that, I understand that. And then the second one had to do with the 15 minutes versus the 30 minutes, where that's a condition that you're going to go with the 15. And then on page 85, there's a mitigation measure number 4 having to do with airborne dust suppression and fog mist, et cetera. So I don't know, can you maybe guys explain that one to me, and if that's something that we're incorporating, or it's not necessary, or covered somewhere else?
Yes, yeah, I can speak to the fog misting. That is something that generally would not be used at a site like this. That is for areas where you have a significant amount of very fine material in a very dry environment where you have very low soil moisture. That would be like, say, a lake bed out in Lancia, like they did when that's part of the mitigation they have there, because there is dust there. There's fine particles. We do not have that here. So the proposal from Mr. Berry was to have this, these high-powered fog machines, which would require 460-volt generators. Well, you're sure Mr. Harris can speak to about the emissions from a generator like that, a diesel generator. But in terms of what I would be looking at, you would be generating about, for a 8-hour day, you would be generating about 1,600 gallons of, I can't remember exactly what I did the calculations, but what it would involve is placing about 2 inches of water over the area. That would create a very unsafe environment, because we would now be creating mud everywhere, and that would just be after the first day. So if you keep on doing that, the soil is then going to become saturated. It's not going to keep soaking up the moisture, and at some point it's going to start running off. Now you're going to have a problem with runoff. So I would not recommend this.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to see if we've covered everything here, so thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bauke.
Just a follow-up question on watering. What is the schedule, watering schedule? How are we going to keep the dust down to basically as low as we can here without having those external problems like runoff and things, which is, I have concerns of that, so.
Yeah, typically it will be a combination of the air monitors and visual. So we would be looking at whenever we see dust being generated, which is typically when they're excavating. What happens usually, and is standard practice, is as they are excavating, there will be a guy with basically a fire hose, and if the dust looks like it's generating, if the soil's not cohesive enough and it starts generating dust, at that point he's going to ask, okay, can you just make sure the dust monitors are doing good there, and they're going to be watering it as they're scooping it out. So they would actually be focusing on, they take a scoop, spray that with water as it goes into the truck, and we usually do on this direct loading into the truck, so it's not doing one load over here, then another load there. And I'm not sure if we're doing that on this project or not, but that is typically what can be done to reduce the dust also. But again, it's based on what our visual observations and what our meters are saying.
Would there be any credence in coming up with some soil moisture percentage that you should just have on site? So, you know, water it so it stays at a number that's, you know, sort of optimum or somewhere near that, so you don't get to the point of waiting for you to have a problem to mitigate? I mean,
yeah, I understand. We will be, you know, the soil in this area is not, it's not a lake bed. It's not, we're not, well, technically we are in a desert. But it's not a desert like you have where it's going to be generating, you know, dust that you've got, that you see in some of these horrible pictures of dust everywhere. So it's going to be more of a visual observation, and it'll be up to the geologist on staff. Mr. Campbell will probably have either he or someone else will be out there, and he would be the one doing the geotechnical aspect of that, saying, yeah, we need more water as this is going along, plus along with the fact that we would look at the meters, and if we were having a problem with the meters, then we would definitely say, okay, let's get more water suppression here to knock the dust down.
knowing that Mr. Campbell's in the audience, Mr. Campbell, could I ask you a question about that? Because, and this goes back to my career in the construction world. How do you assure that this is going to happen in real
glad you
time?
asked. I was back there hoping to jump in, help Tom out. So Steve Campbell, Campbell Geo, I'm the geologist for the applicant. We've done a lot of these over the years. First of all, I just want to get out. We had a nice, well, you folks were out, some of you were out at the site on Tuesday, and it was wet. And I wanted to clarify something that Mr. Razek brought up, which was the schedule of the work is not limited to dry season. If we had a permit today, we would be doing it today. So, which would be ideal, because it's soil moisture is high. To your question, Commissioner Balke, you know, we aren't going to be measuring soil moisture, but we can see it, and we all saw it on Tuesday morning, that things were nice and wet out there. And I think a lot of the neighbors commented, gosh, if we could excavate today, we wouldn't be worried about dust.
And that's actually where I was coming from.
Yeah,
'cause
and
like
so
the physical situation out there, and if I put a monitor out there, I could have figured out probably what it was. But if we could just keep the site at sort of at that range, that it doesn't turn into mud, but at the same time it's moist and you're not getting dust, and that's why I'm asking you, is there a way to proceed from a methodology to actually just keep it at that sort of in that range?
Yes. Short answer is yes. Okay. And here's my experience doing this for 40 years in Santa Barbara. You don't have, when you do an excavation project, you immediately can use the fire hose. We also have a pressure washer, which creates a nice fine mist. And just very simply, somebody is standing there next to the excavator bucket, getting that wet as soon as it touches ground. We also pre-wet stuff. And so dust control is not, to my opinion, and I know many might not share that, it's not challenging. We can do it. The other thing to fall back on is our permit to operate from Santa Barbara County APCD. We're talking about monitoring particulate numbers, the 25 micrograms per cubic meter versus 50, et cetera. Visible dust is not allowed. That's a shutdown. Any member of the public can call in a complaint and shut us down at any time. We also are monitoring volatile organic compounds with a separate meter, and any noted odor is also grounds for shutdown. So we have 4 parameters besides just the particulates. So we have a challenge out there to stay with it, but we have been able to do it on the numerous projects I've worked on. So we don't have projects where we're excavating and we have enormous, and I know it's a scary picture, an enormous cloud of dust that's going off into the atmosphere and going around downtown the city of Santa Barbara and circling the earth a number of times. So that just, my experience, doesn't happen, and we can control it. And if we can't, we shut it down. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to my fellow commissioners for all of their questions. We will now go on to the rebuttal period. Ms. Carmen, can you please remind us how much time the appellant and the applicant has left to provide rebuttals if they so wish?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. The appellant has 1 minute and 42 seconds left, and the applicant has 7 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Great. Would you like to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Why not? I just had 4 points. Should I start?
Yes.
Okay. There's been talks here about experts and what kind of quality work they do. I just want to make a quick point here. There was a report that was given to the County Environmental Health Department about a year ago, and it had to do with, it was an environmental study with trees and vegetation on this site. And I'm a little bit shocked and upset. I believe it was this gentleman here that actually did it himself. I'm not sure, but I think it was him. Agreed to allow the applicant to say and get by with that the site would be paved 75% by the building, parking lot, say a patio, whatever. Agreed to use 75 paving so that it wouldn't show that the 25% of the vegetation would be a problem. And I called on the phone, I sent an email or something. I never heard back anything, so I'm assuming that they let the report go. An acre is 43,560 square feet. 75% of that would be 31,000. No house is 31,000 square feet. There's not an acre in the country that has a house that's 31,000 square feet on the first floor. I cannot believe that a professional expert would allow a report to go through that says 75% of the site's going to be paved and then says there's no problem with the vegetation because it's only going to be 25% of the site. So I just want to say experts might not necessarily do the right thing. And I'm not criticizing the gentleman. He's an expert, and I don't know if he's even the one that did it. Okay, let me say one more thing quick.
You can have one more.
Capping this site is safe. There's 6 alternatives besides removal, and they ignored them all. And one of the safest ways to cap it, you can bring in 2 feet of clean dirt, raise the site up, get a better ocean view. You can cap it and the stuff below it. It's safe. That's a totally safe way to do it. And the ultraviolet, you can leave it because the ultraviolet rays of the sun deteriorate, and if you want to use the word kill, the dieldrin that would then say a half inch of the surface. So it doesn't get blown off with the dust because there's grass there anyway, and the top half inch is killed by ultraviolet rays. So it's safe to leave it, and cap it is even better. So it's an alternative rather than excavate.
Thank you. And would the applicant like to utilize any of their rebuttal time?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wardlow and Planning Commissioners. I also want to thank staff. I might have blown past that. I apologize. Thank you for all your work. Thank you, experts, for all your work on this. I also want to note that there are 7 neighbor letters in your packet. They include Tom Foley, Laura and Dr. Mark Pomerantz, Lisa Fell. Plus, you heard these neighbors today. In fact, most of the surrounding neighbors support getting this cleanup done. Now, as to the very sophisticated CEQA questions from Commissioner Bauke. First, let's just read Class 30. I went back to it when you started talking about it. Class 30, categorical exemption, consists of any minor cleanup actions taken to prevent, minimize, stabilize, mitigate, or eliminate the risk or release or threat of release of a hazardous waste or substance, which are small or medium removal actions costing $1 million or less. You have evidence that you have an estimate of $1 million or less. You can actually ask Steve Campbell some more about that estimate if you'd like. Then you went on and asked about these examples. Which example does it fit in? And I will say that is an illustrative list because it does say examples of such minor cleanup actions include but are not limited to. And this is really common in these categorical exemptions. They provide kind of classes of types of projects that were meant to be found exempt. And some of the classes include excavation, this is number 5, excavation and or offsite disposal of contaminated soils. Yes, it goes on to say or sludges in regulated units, but again, this is just an illustrative example and we fit squarely in. Then there were great questions about the exceptions to the exemptions in 15300.2 and a discussion of unusual circumstances. And I will posit, it is not an unusual circumstance. You just heard lots of examples of cleanups near residential sites, and there are many examples of cleanups of historic agrochemicals next to active ag. That happens all over. In fact, I think one of the commenters talked about a cleanup on her ranch of an agrochemical, or I assumed, or maybe it was some other chemical. But the point is, it's not unusual to do a cleanup like this with the very clear protective measures that are going to be put in place in a circumstance like this and a property like this. Now, as to piecemealing, so yes, our clients are contemplating a housing project which includes a subdivision, but we don't have a piecemealing problem here because this cleanup has independent utility. It is good for the neighborhood. Even if that's the only thing that these guys do, cleaning up this neighborhood, it is a good thing. So it is okay to analyze it separately under the case law, especially because here we don't foreclose any future analysis or mitigation or any other things. That will all come later. When those later projects come, we will do whatever proper mitigation and analysis is required under CEQA for those projects. Regarding the off-site testing issue, as you heard from EHS, other properties have an agricultural past here. We can't saddle this owner with testing the entire neighborhood, and in fact, there's no evidence that this owner's prior, well, it wasn't this owner's operation, but the prior operation on this property caused any of that contamination. In fact, it's my understanding that that farm, one, I don't think it's actually certified organic, but I also don't know that they've actually tested their own soils. There is a historic agricultural operation there. So testing can occur, the neighbors can do it, they can do it on their own properties, but as you heard from the experts, that they, it can't be put on this applicant to then go and sample the entire neighborhood. So finally, I just ask you all, I know it's tough, neighborhood disputes are tough. There's a lot of concerns that have been raised. I know you have a tough decision, but we really hope that you defer to your experts, you defer to city staff's recommendation to allow this important remediation project to proceed. And my team and I are here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you to both the applicant and the appellant for their rebuttals. With that, we will move to deliberations. Who of my fellow commissioners would like to make any comments, or we can, does anyone want to deliberate? Commissioner, or Vice Chair Boss.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I want to acknowledge this is a really challenging subject, but I don't think I heard anybody here today say that they'd like for the toxic soil to remain as it is right now. I think everybody wants it remediated. But I think I've heard the only request is really to minimize the neighborhood impacts, specifically by adjusting the threshold of stopping or pausing work. And the applicants and the experts have accommodated a number of requests that go above and beyond the standard requirements. And I trust the experts and their recommended processes, so I'll support staff's recommendation to deny the appeal.
Thank you, Vice Chair Boss. Commissioner DeLucio.
Seat just fell down, that's okay. So I actually, I do want to acknowledge everybody that did come out today, the neighborhood concerns. I would be concerned if I lived in that neighborhood too. But looking at all the evidence and everything before us, I think we have the experts here, and I feel like we've really deliberated on this numerous times, and this has been going on for so many years. And I know fortunately, there's been updates to the RAP, so that's a good thing. And also, I believe it's meeting all the state and the local requirements. And I'm glad that we put the conditions in here, the additional conditions, and I know it became before a test before it came before us, and I did watch your hearing that day, and you really took a lot of time with it and a lot of caring with it, and you added some conditions, so I do appreciate that. And I do appreciate our staff here, who took it over. You took this over, didn't you? I appreciate all you've done on this. And also, I've been on this commission 3 years now, and when I was first on this commission, we had something come before us, a major, major project, and I won't name the project, I don't want to go into that again, but we didn't have all the documentation in front of us at that time, all the studies. This time we had all the studies in front of us. We had like 500 pages or something of information, and I did want to acknowledge the appellant for all the effort that he put into going as far as putting a full-blown EIR together. So I did want to acknowledge that. I do think that what came out of that was we did add some additional conditions that he had called out. So at this point, when it comes, I think we can deny the appeal and uphold the hearing officer's determination to approve the project when it comes to that.
Thank you, Commissioner DeLucio. Commissioner Bauke.
Honestly, I'm very torn, and I think you probably got that. It is definitely a balancing act here in protecting the neighborhood, both short-term and long-term. So I err on removal, but I'm concerned that we aren't quite there as to some of the issues. Number one, runoff. I just don't think we're there as far as protecting the public from potential runoff from this site. I'm also concerned, and you heard my commentary and questions regarding monitoring the effects of this project on our food supply with the organic farm that's next door. And I'm willing to support the denial of the appeal if we add some conditions regarding water collection and runoff and monitoring at the organic farm from any exceedance that might happen during the remediation. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Balke. Before I go into mine, I just want to check. So based on Commissioner Balke's feedback, are we able to add any conditions to address some of his concerns on water runoff? Or I feel like our wonderful city attorney already said no.
Well, Chair Wardlow, we can't require monitoring on off-site of the project site. The farm could voluntarily do their own monitoring should they choose to, but it's not something we can impose on the applicant here. With regards to the water runoff, I'm not the expert, so I don't know what kind of condition you'd place on that.
Is the water runoff aspect, is that something that we can condition, that staff would be supportive of? What is your feedback on that?
Chair Wardlow, I believe the erosion and sediment control plan still needs to be reviewed by the Building and Safety Division when they do submit for their grading permit, and that's following the planning approvals. And I believe what Ms. Markey was speaking to about the more detailed erosion control plan for sites that exceed 1 acre, that would be developed when they submit for their building permit, because that's administered by the city's Building and Safety Division and not the city's Creeks Division, is my understanding of that, but Ms. Markey can clarify.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, that general construction permit would actually be an application directly to the water board, and so it would be a condition of approval of the building permit if their site is over 1 acre, that they have that permit in place.
So are we able to say that that must be a part of this here?
That they have to get a general construction permit?
Yeah.
That would be a triggered requirement if the project site is over 1 acre of grading, and I don't know if we want to, that's the water board's requirement, if there's over 1 acre of grading, and so I don't want to speak to whether that is 100% true at this point.
Through the chair, trying to think creatively of how to get at that. I do think you can add a condition of approval to address your concerns, given the findings that are before you. How I would craft that in terms of watering, I would say if a, construction permit through the water board is not required, a runoff, like similar, using the same kind of language of a water treatment plan needs to be submitted to the city for review, something like that, that we would take it on. So we can't invoke their jurisdiction if they don't have jurisdiction. But if the request is, if they don't have jurisdiction, we want to do something similar, and we want to have that looked at by the city, then I think we can take that on. So that's where I'm trying to think of how we could word that. But I do think you could state something like that in the conditions, if that helps.
Very helpful. Okay. Well, thank you again to everyone that has joined us today and all of the work that has gone into this. I know that the community has weighed in many times on this, and this is obviously something near and dear to everyone's heart that we get this right. So I appreciate everyone's efforts, and thank you to staff and our county experts that are here with us today. We really appreciate everyone's insights. I am going to be supportive of staff's recommendation with the slight change that Commissioner Balke recommended. So with that, can we get a motion? That would be you.
You want to make it your motion?
I have to get my computer up. Okay, could we have the conditions of approval?
I have it. I'm happy to.
Vice
So
Chair Voss will do it.
I'll move that the Planning Commission deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the staff hearing officer, thereby approving the coastal development permit and affirming the CEQA determination, making the findings in Section 11 and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff hearing officer resolution and Exhibit C, with the addition of the language that Commissioner Bauke will help me out with.
And then we'll need some help here, because basically what I'm looking for is a condition that deals with the runoff of water from the remediation grading portion. I really don't care about anything beyond that, because that's where runoff of these chemicals, it's a collection of it and disposal of it at its appropriate facility, because if you test it and find out that it's contaminated with of these toxins at actionable levels, it needs to go to particular off-site locations. So that's what I'm looking for that, so.
I think Mr. Arciniega is working on crafting some language that addresses this based on your previous comments, or do we want to rework this?
If we could take a break, maybe, that would help us craft a condition if that's possible, because I think it'd be a coordinated effort.
Thank you.
Great. We will take a 5-minute break. Thank you all. everybody could take their seats. What? I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're there yet. If everybody could please take their seats, we want to get started. Thank you so much for allowing us a little bit longer than the 5-minute break we had discussed. All right, so we will get started. I will turn it over to Ms. Arciniega to provide an updated motion, language for the motion.
Draft. So for your consideration.
For consideration.
And open to edits. Just to be clear, no one has quite vetted this, although lots of people helped with input. So the proposed language might read, site runoff. Prior to building permit issuance, the city will review erosion sediment control plans to ensure runoff from the contaminated portion of the site does not leave the site. Additionally, all erosion control and stormwater best management practices must be adhered to as required by the Building and Safety Division and State Water Resources Board as applicable. Does that address the
I
interest?
just want to clarify, when you say building permit, in the city of Santa Barbara, grading permits are considered building permits? I just want to.
That is correct
Okay,
here.
thank you.
But I can add, including grading permit.
Vice Chair Boss, who made the motion, do you
I'll accept that
this?
amendment,
Okay.
yes.
Can we get a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. I'll begin with Commissioner Bauke,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLuccio,
Yes.
Vice Chair Boss,
Yes.
and Chair Wardlow.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We will now move on to item 3B, appeal item for 3139 Seacliff, the appeal of the single-family design board action. We have Carly Ernest still here with us today to provide another staff presentation. And we're going to give everybody a minute just to get resituated.
Ms. Carmen, can you just test?
That still counts, that's still so.
Okay, Chair Wardlow, if we're ready, I'll go ahead and get started.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, I'm Carly Ernest, Associate Planner with the City of Santa Barbara's Planning Division, and will be presenting the appeal of the design review denial of this project. The project was denied by the Single Family Design Board, and we are hearing the appeal of that denial today. With me is the Design Review Supervisor, Ted Hamilton-Roll, who will give comments on behalf of Vice Chair Don Cherry following the staff presentation. The purpose of today's hearing is to hear the appeal of Linda Blackburn, the agent for the owners of the Single Family Design Board's denial of project design approval and final approval on October 20th, 2025 for 3139 Seacliff. We'll keep this more brief than the last item and quickly overview that the project site is an approximately 3-acre lot located in the Campanile neighborhood of the City of Santa Barbara. It's the property highlighted in blue on the vicinity map and on the left. It is developed with a single-unit residence in the southwest corner of the property and surrounded primarily with other single-unit residential developments. You can see the existing residence in the right-hand corner of the aerial photo. And again, for a quick recap of the project, it proposes soil remediation by excavation and off-site disposal of contaminated soil that was a result of the former nursery that operated on this site for 50 years. And again, the remedial action plan showing the areas of excavations circled in green. The excavations would be backfilled with clean soil from the site, and here's the landscape plan showing the replacement trees and tree protection measures. The site would also be hydroseeded with a native erosion control mix following the grading activities, and there's no changes to the existing residence. Apart from the land use approvals that were made by the staff hearing officer and upheld by the Planning Commission today, the project also required design review approval by the Single Family Design Board. This is because of a requirement of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code, which specifies the projects that require review and approval by the SFDB, including when grading outside the footprint of the main building footprint is more than 250 cubic yards on a lot that is not in the Hillside Design District, and applications for grading permits that propose grading on lots located within one-family residence zones developed with a single-unit residence. Because the project would propose grading that exceeds 250 cubic yards and requires a grading permit, it was referred to the SFDB for review and approval. The intent behind these design review triggers is to address potential visual impacts associated with significant grading. As an example, we can think of a hillside development project. Review by the Single-Family Design Board would ensure that the proposed structures and any grading will maintain a scale and form that blends with the hillside, and grading would not significantly modify the natural topography of the site. And these are examples pulled from the Single-Family Residence Design Guidelines showing a home in the Alta Vista neighborhood that is set into the hillside to create a low profile and reduce overall apparent height. However, for the proposed project we are reviewing today, the visual impacts of grading to complete the soil remediation are anticipated to be minimal. This is because the project proposes to fill excavated areas with other clean soil from the site, and the project site is also not located in the Hillside Design District, with an average slope of only 4%. From this aerial image, I hope you can tell it's relatively flat. If a project is referred to the Single-Family Design Board pursuant to the Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Section 2269020, the SFDB must make each of the neighborhood preservation findings in order to approve a project. These include findings related to consistency in appearance, neighborhood compatibility, quality architecture and materials, protection of trees, protection of health, safety, and welfare, compliance with good neighbor guidelines, and public views. In addition to the neighborhood preservation findings, the following findings are required for grading permits reviewed by the SFDB. Prior to both hearings, staff had prepared a memo to the SFDB to assist the board in making these findings, recognizing that they can be challenging because they extend beyond a design review board's purview. In support of these findings, there was a biological resources assessment and erosion and sediment control plan prepared for this project that did demonstrate these findings could be made. And this is because the project, for finding one, the project would not significantly increase siltation in or decrease the water quality of streams, drainages, or water storage facilities. And for finding two, the grading will not cause a loss of southern woodland habitat. The project was reviewed by the SFDB on 2 occasions, the first being for concept review, which is intended for the board to provide conceptual comments for consideration by the decision maker. In this case, it was the staff hearing officer, the decision maker of the land use approvals. At the concept review hearing on March 10th, 2025, the board found the removal of the contaminated soil to have an aesthetically negligible impact and continued the project to the staff hearing officer. Following the staff hearing officer hearing for approval of the CDP and CEQA determination, the project returned to the Single-Family Design Board for project design approval and final approval on October 20th, 2025. The SFDB was unable to make one of the neighborhood preservation findings needed to grant approval and therefore denied the project. This neighborhood preservation finding was finding E, that the public health, safety, and welfare are appropriately protected and preserved. And staff will further explain SFDB's justification for denial in response to the appeal issues. And on to the appeal issues. There were 2 main issues in the appeal letter filed by Linda Blackburn, the agent for the owners. These included that the SFDB misunderstood their role in the review process and their jurisdiction, and that they ignored the experts' other agency analysis and evidence in the record. In response to the appeal issues, staff would like to provide some background on the establishment of the SFDB and neighborhood preservation findings. The SFDB was established in 2007 following the Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance and Single-Family Design Guidelines update process that began in 2004. The objective of the SFDB is to ensure that single-unit residential projects are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in size and design. The inclusion of a finding related to health, safety, and welfare in the Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance stems from a 1954 Supreme Court ruling that recognized the regulation of aesthetics can serve the general welfare of a community. In this case, however, because the project involves grading to remove contaminated soil and does not include new structural development, given the nature of this and the scope of work, the Single-Family Design Board interpreted this finding to go beyond aesthetic considerations and to be outside of the board's expertise and purview as a design review body. Staff believes the finding related to health and safety can fall within SFDB's purview as a design review body because the regulation of aesthetics can protect the general welfare of our community. When reviewing projects for neighborhood compatibility and architectural design, the SFDB is ensuring the public health, safety, and welfare of the community are appropriately protected and preserved. Staff believes that this finding can be made because with regards to aesthetics, SFDB found the project would have an aesthetically negligible impact, and if the finding is interpreted to go beyond aesthetic considerations, the project has undergone thorough review by agencies with regulatory authority, as we've seen today in the last item, and there are conditions of approval related to protecting public health and safety. Moving on to staff's recommendation, because the finding E of the neighborhood preservation findings can be made, as well as the other findings outlined on page 6 of your staff report, it is staff's recommendation to uphold the appeal and overturn the decision of the SFDB, thereby granting project design approval and final approval and making the findings starting on page 6 of your packet. In conclusion, the Planning Commission's decision today is on the SFDB appeal is final and cannot be appealed to City Council. And another difference from the staff hearing officer appeal, this is not conducted de novo, and there is a limit on the new evidence that may be presented. However, at this time, there has been no new evidence presented other than information directly to address the appeal issues and information that was already presented to the SFDB. However, if new evidence is presented, the Planning Commission will have to vote that on accepting that into the record. That concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Hamilton Roll.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wardlow and Commissioners. I'm Ted Hamilton Roll, Acting Design Review Supervisor, here on behalf of the Single Family Design Board and Vice Chair Don Sherry, whose letter was included as part of your packet. As Vice Chair Sherry explains in the letter, the SFDB denied this project only because they did not feel they possessed the expertise to make the health, safety, and welfare finding that they are required to make as part of their neighborhood preservation findings. Staff acknowledged the SFDB's concern at the hearing and offered to coordinate with APCD and EHS staff to be present at a continued hearing on the matter. However, the SFDB chose to deny the project based on the fact that they felt they just could not make all of the findings. And as Ms. Ernest stated, staff recommends overturning the SFDB's denial of the project because on aesthetic merits alone, the project has a negligible impact and clearly does not present any neighborhood compatibility issues in terms of the aesthetic impacts of the grading or vegetation removal. As stated, we think all the neighborhood preservation findings can be made as applied to the project's aesthetic merits. And I'll be here for questions about the SFDB's purview and perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. We will now hear from the applicant, who in this case is the appellant. Please state your full name and relationship to the project. You will have 15 minutes to present.
Chair Wardlow, I'd just like to add also that we're incorporating by reference all the information that was provided at the 3A hearing.
Great.
Yes.
Cameron, would you please start the timer?
Yes, Chair Wardlow, Commissioners, it's very strange. Usually I'm leaving the room and then not on the next item. But again, these were dueling appeals. So I'm not going to repeat everything since everything has been incorporated into the record. I will just say Unfortunately, I think SFDB was a little confused about its purview. There is a lot of information here. Luckily, we've really unpacked that pretty thoroughly over the last, is it hours? Yes, over the last hours. So let it just be said that I think that we would like you to take staff's recommendation, overturn SFDB's decision, grant project design and final approval, and allow this project to move forward and allow for implementation of the REP. And with that, I'll reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. That now takes us to public comment. Is there any members of the public that would like to make comment on this specific item?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. At this time, I do have a list of public comment speaker slips. The first on the list is Gil Berry, whose time is pooled with Timothy Rogers. In order for that time to be valid, Timothy Rogers needs to be present in the room. Are you present? Perfect. Okay, so Gil, you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
The required finding number 5 that I didn't see staff put up on the screen, probably on purpose, it says that you may not approve this project unless you can make the finding that the project will not cause health impacts to the neighbors. I wish you'd put that number 5 on the screen so you can see it for yourself. In my opinion, you simply can't make that required finding because many of us neighbors have presented you with testimony and facts that this project not might, but will cause significant adverse health impacts to the neighbors. So even if you wanted to approve the project, if you take the findings seriously, it says health, safety, welfare are appropriately protected. Well, if the neighbors get sick, then our health is not being protected. And having a meter read the dust doesn't stop the dust from rising and the wind blowing. I've lived there 45 years. The prevailing wind comes from the ocean every single day. It's always windy where I live, and it always blows from the ocean, which is from the site right to my house. And whenever dust is raised, which it is, the wind's going to blow it to the neighbors, and we're going to get sick. So it's a fact that you can't make that finding. It says our health is being protected, when it's not. This cancer-causing dust is going to be raised. I mean, there's no other way around it. Now, there is an alternative to denying the project, and that would be an alternative solution of capping. They can leave it in place, import 2 feet of clean soil, and it's buried forever, and it's not going to get in the wind or hurt anyone, and then they can build their homes on it. And it wouldn't cost any more money. They'd have a higher elevation, a better ocean view, and it's an allowed alternative. The county environmental health had 6 alternatives, and they didn't even tell you about them. The applicant picked one, and they just didn't even tell you about the others. And capping in place is an alternative. And it's an environmentally superior alternative, and it solves a neighborhood problem. And then lastly, please put into place that they have to stop and water when the level reaches 25, not 50. That's for all the toxic soil they have to remove. So the idea is, if you require them as a condition of approval to stop and water whenever it exceeds 25, that'll cut the toxic dust in half. If you let them go to 50, what happens is if they read only every 15 minutes, half an hour, the dust level gets 100, 150, 200, 250. They read it and it reads 200, so they stop and water. And then it gets down to, say, 50, and then they start in again, then it gets 75, 80, 90, 100, 200, then they read it, oh, it's 200, they stop and they water. So the idea is if they have to stop at 50, that doesn't mean the level's 50, it means that that's where they stopped. The level's going to go up to 200, 300, and then they stop, so the average might be 100. And I did calculations that showed anything over 50 is going to give us cancer and getting sick. The only way we're going to keep not sick is to keep it under 50. The only way to keep the average under 50 is to stop and water at 25, and that means the average might luckily be 50. So please put in a conditional approval that they have to stop and water at 25, not 50, and that every 15 minutes like they agreed to. And also, LA uses 25 and Oxnard and Camarillo. They used to use like 30 minutes and they changed it to an hour because people were complaining about how hard it was to deal with. But anyway, 25 is the appropriate number.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll have Eve Leeds, who is, Carol Shaw has requested to pool her time. So Eve, you would have 4 minutes if Carol Shaw is still present. Okay, perfect.
The neighbors that live on Braemar do not all think that this should be done at all. The soil is intact. It's not really spreading out dieldrin until it starts getting dug up. It's been misrepresented that we all want it done, but I understand that it's probably going to get done, and I want it to be done right. And once the soil's disturbed, the toxic dust becomes airborne, and it settles onto our homes and our pools, our gardens and our houses, not just during this excavation period, permanently. Some people are talking about, like the farm, we could test beforehand on the surface of the dirt. We could just take this much. We don't have to dig 2 feet down. If we test beforehand and there's going to be a level of dieldrin, let's say, then I understand. If it had dieldrin to start with, what can you say? But if there's no dieldrin and then you later on test and there's dieldrin on the surface, that means we're all getting it all over our yards forever. I want to make sure that I protect. There's 8 kids that live within 2 houses of this site, 4 of which are within a stone's throw away from where the bulldozers are going to inevitably be tossing dust. They're the most vulnerable, and they will not know when they are being exposed. And if they get sick, it's not just cancer. I'm talking about, neurological diseases, Parkinson's for older people, infertility, things that happen even during the birth. People have been exposed during the pregnancy. So I want it done right, and I'm asking that the grading be professionally monitored like it is done by special meters that are going to be, I don't know the details of that. That's not my purview, but I do want it to be done so that there's more than one handheld meter that's being held by their geologist walking around. That's kind of the impression I've gotten. It would be great if there were 4 meters there with real-time dust measurements. They're high-tech. They immediately stop the work if the limits are exceeded. A promise to do it right by the owners is not enough for me to feel comfortable that they're really going to be taking care of all the people that are close by to this property. A lot of the people who are supporting this property don't live right there. They live farther away and they don't have to worry about all this overflow. But when the soil is, containing this persistent toxic chemical, I truly feel that this has to be done super conscientiously, and I'm hoping that this Planning Commission will take that to heart. I feel at a minimum the excavation needs to require independently managed meters. I feel that there should be third-party, non-invested people who are going to look out for us. And I'm concerned, too, that if we call these agencies and say we see some dust, that it gets responded to at a time that's going to be valuable for us. If it's going to take 5 hours to somebody to come out and shut down this operation, that's not going to be okay. We're all going to have been exposed to something. So I'm just asking that the city, that the Planning Commission and the city really looks after its citizens. I love the idea of actually testing this water before it's going down into the culvert that goes into the lagoon. I love his idea of being able to actually make sure that there's not toxins going down, because it might not be a creek, but it's a culvert, and it goes straight down underneath Cliff Drive and ends up in the lagoon. So please, do your best to protect us. Otherwise, I'm going to feel like I have to sell my house and move, because I'm going to be so scared to be there, and my granddaughter lives with us, and I can tell, I'm pretty terrified about this toxin. And if you research dieldrin, you'll know why I'm terrified. The experts are not experts in dieldrin. They're experts in their field. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Steve Lewick, followed by Natasha Todorovic. Is Steve still present? Does not look like it. I'll go to Natasha Todorovic, followed by Craig Leeds.
So I was at the Single Family Design Board and listened to their deliberations. They were not confused. They were taking the matter very seriously. They really cared about the decision, and they could see very clearly that these toxins, that these chemicals were going to create health effects. So they voted properly. Question that you might ask is, are they going to be setting up next to this site as the dirt is being moved? Are they going to be living on it during the time that the dirt is going to be moved? Because living there after it's been cleaned up is one thing. Setting up while the dirt's being moved, that would give me a little bit more confidence. And we kept hearing, trust the process. We saw that the process was flawed, it was problematic, it was partial, it had half pieces, and some important pieces were being skipped. So your decision here is going to impact not only the families that live there currently, but what's going to happen to the families in the future and the children that are going to have to take care of the parents who are impacted by these chemicals. And discretion, that means people can take shortcuts. So sometimes we have to urge people to live up to doing the right thing. And I hope that you're able to make a decision that does that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Craig Leeds, followed by Lori Rafferty.
You have the rest of my 3 minutes from before. At Tuesday's site visit, I spoke to Steve Campbell, the developer's geologist, and I asked him, what do I do when I smell dust? He said, well, call APCD, to call Eric Kent, Eric Kent, supervisor. So we tried calling Eric Kent and got voicemail. So, but I called him back later and actually talked to him. And I said, well, what do I do when Steve said to call you. And he said, no, don't call me. Call the hotline. And he said, well, but the hotline doesn't answer the phone. It just takes a message, and hopefully within about 3 hours, somebody will call you back. But only hopefully, only if they're not busy. So what happens if somebody calls me back in 3 hours and they talk to me, and then they have to talk to somebody at the site, and, maybe it's 4 hours later, maybe it's, maybe they have trouble getting them, maybe they don't. It might take, it might take 5 hours, it might take days. What good is it if there's, dust in the air that I'm complaining about then? It's not going to help. And, the deodorant is serious. I asked him about the deodorant and the dust, and he said he'd never even heard of deodorant, the guy from APCD, Eric Kett. And that scared me even more. The project must be required to conduct monitoring in such a way that the agreements cannot be ignored. Monitoring should be administered by a disinterested professional party and occur every 15 minutes for all of it, and recorded automatically so no fudging or forgetting can occur. Work must be stopped immediately if particulate levels exceed 25 micrograms per cubic meter above background levels throughout all of the excavation of all the dirt that they're going to remove, not just that tiny, tiny little section in the middle, but all five, especially all 5 sections. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll have Lori Rafferty, followed by Christina Sklar. Is Lori Rafferty still present? Is Christina Sklar present? Okay, with that, I don't have any more speaker slips for in-person public comment. If anyone else would like to speak, you can approach the podium at this time. Otherwise, I will move on to virtual participation. But I'm not seeing any movement towards the podium. So if anyone online would like to speak under this item, you can raise your hand at this time. but I'm not seeing any raised hands. And for written correspondence, I'll just acknowledge that all written correspondence regarding the appeals at this address were consolidated under item 3A. So I won't be repeating the submissions, and I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone for their comments. We will now move on to questions from my fellow commissioners. Who would like to go first? Vice Chair Boss.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question for staff. I watched the SFDB hearing, and they had asked for the neighborhood preservation finding addressing public health to be removed as they aren't comfortable and they don't feel qualified making that in the future. So not for this case, but in the future, will that be removed?
Thank you, Vice Chair Boss. Vice Chair Boss. The finding E for health, safety, and welfare. For years, the Single Family Design Board has expressed concerns regarding this finding, and in fact, this is a finding that's proposed to be eliminated as part of the single-family streamlining process improvements. As their purview is related to aesthetics and not evaluating technical environmental documents in this particular way, this is a finding that they feel they don't have the expertise to make.
Great, thank you for confirming.
Thank you, Vice Chair Boss. Commissioner DeLucia.
So we're doing the streamlining right now with the single-family guidelines. Are we going to be, is that part of the evaluation, possibly taking that out?
Commissioner DeLucia, yes, it is.
And what about, I know grading goes to Design Review Board, but they're more used to seeing, I would imagine, design and buildings and stuff, correct? Is this an exception where they're just seeing not only grading, but something major in terms of grading?
The Single Family Design Board has, I think, always looked at grading. Their purview with regard to grading is really when there is significant site grading associated with a house being built.
Exactly.
Right?
So is there any way that we need to relook that also in the ordinance? Or did that not come up before this time?
The grading finding is proposed to remain as one of the required findings. It's just being edited slightly.
No, I understand that, but since we had this situation today, has this ever come up before where there's been something as major as this without looking at a design for a building?
Thanks for the clarification. This basically occurs 0.01% of the time where there's a significant concern about a single-family project with regards to, a specific health impact like contaminated soil. This is a very infrequent type of thing.
Okay, so I think they did the right thing by not feeling comfortable to address it and to bump it up to the Planning Commission. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Balke, do you have anything, or can I jump in? You can go. Okay. First, just for the record, I think you started off by saying this, but the SFDB, they denied this purely on a procedural thing because they did not feel comfortable making this recommendation, not because that they were denying it based on the facts in front of them. Is that staff's position on why this is here before us today?
Chair Wardlow, I would hesitate to speak as a board member. I'm not a board member, and we don't have a board member here today, unfortunately. However, I was at the hearing, and I do recall that the board listened to the concerns of the neighbors and recognized that there were questions about the health or the potential health impacts of this project, and therefore did not feel comfortable making the specific finding regarding health, safety, and welfare for this project.
Okay, thank you. I do just want to speak to or ask a question regarding one of the public commenters that was raised in terms of the timing of the response. And I apologize, maybe I should have brought this up in the last hearing, but I do want to understand what is the maximum amount of time that could lapse until someone responds to public complaints about dust and things like that? Because I do think that's an important, if this could be that somebody calls in that there's dust and they don't get a response for a significant amount of time, I would hope that there's some type of max amount of time that could lapse until somebody addresses this.
Yeah, Chair Wardlow, David Harris with the Air Pollution Control District. So it's our internal policy the first thing we do when we get a complaint is to find out if the the thing that the complainant is complaining about is actively occurring. If it is actively occurring, then it's our goal to respond within 1 hour. If it's not actively occurring, then it's our goal to respond within 24 hours. So that's very important to know whether or not, if it's dust, is the dust happening right now? If it's an odor, can you smell it right now? That kind of thing. So yeah, it's always our goal to respond within 1 hour if it is actively occurring. That's not something we can do every single time. It's very hard to do 100% all the time. So I think we hit something like 99% or something like that on our goal on a regular basis. So I can't say it will always, with absolute 100% certainty, be within an hour, but that is definitely our goal, and we're good about meeting our goal.
And to ensure that there's no confusion for the public, like the number that any member of the public can call, that will be distributed to everybody, and it will be a number that is receiving that kind of 1 hour turnaround at the hotline, or if there's confusion, so far around who they call, I just want to make sure that's really clear for people.
Yeah, good question. So we have a hotline number. It's a complaint line number that directly, it actually takes the message and by computer system immediately turns it into text and distributes it to our entire compliance team so that you can get maximum response, not just one person taking the message. And we also have a complaint, an online form that somebody can fill out as well. So both of those are valid ways to submit a complaint. And we don't have any requirements in our permits that they be, that number, that email address be distributed to neighbors. But that certainly seems like something that could be done. It's prominently displayed on our website. So if anybody goes on our website, ourair.org, the complaint section is very visible and easy to find.
Thank you for that. As part of our kind of neighborhood notification aspect, I assume all of this information will be provided to the neighbors. Is that correct?
Chair Wardlow, one of the conditions of the coastal development permit was having that construction sign posted. The number on there would be someone from the project team. I don't think there's a condition of the land use approval that also requires APCD's contact information to be distributed.
If APCD is the group, if they're the ones that they're supposed to get in touch with to shut something down quickly, shouldn't it be included as part of the contact information?
We can include that as a condition of approval, I believe.
Okay. Is that okay?
Chair Wardlow, we don't have conditions of approval.
That's what I thought.
For design projects.
Okay, well, we should have brought this up earlier. So how can we ensure that this information is just provided in a easy format for the public?
Chair Wardlow, one consideration would be to ask the applicant if they're amenable to, I'll state for the record, that they understand that condition of approval to include APCD as well as the contractor on site.
Perfect. Is that amenable? Okay. Well, we appreciate that. Again, I do really feel that there is a shared priority here to ensure that everybody wants to make sure this is done correctly. And I think this commission, city staff, county staff, the applicant, the community, we all share that goal. And so we are doing what we can to ensure that you all have the information you need if something were to arise. And so I appreciate everybody working collectively on this. Do I have other questions from the commission? Commissioner Balke.
And this is just a question to staff. I mean, is there anything else that, from a condition standpoint, that we could do to minimize the impact of this project? I think we pretty much, based on the expert testimony, we pretty much honed in on those. So I'm trying to understand what else is out here other than that because I can make that finding based upon the actions that we had just taken. I could understand the single-family design board not being able to do it because they didn't have that information. That's not there, and they basically punted this because that's sort of they're not used to that discussion. We had the discussion. We had 500 some pages of stuff to read too. So I'm just trying to understand: is there something I'm hearing from the public? It's like, is there something else that we missed here that should have been considered?
Chair Wardlow, Commissioner Balke, One of the reasons I incorporated the record from the previous hearing was to basically incorporate what we discussed there, and generally that we were supportive with the conditions that, particularly the extra condition that was applied. And so that will carry through this approval, but because this is a design board body, they don't have conditions.
Right, that's what, I understand this, to the public, it looks like some kind of bureaucratic thing we're dealing with here, so I just, which is somewhat is. Because they just don't have the ability to condition like we do. And their purview, at least as they understand it, is limited to sort of aesthetic issues. Okay. All right, the head nod is appropriate.
Chair Balke Commissioner Balke through the chair. I would agree. Just to reiterate that point, yeah, the design review does not have conditions. They don't have the benefit of that information. And so their findings, given the scope, felt like it didn't have that basis and they felt that the Planning Commission would have that information since you are the review authority on both. So I think that's what's different here. Again, it's the nuance of that finding that it takes on a different meaning considering the scope of work than a typical building would. But I think that's the difference that you're seeing in your review versus theirs.
Any other comments or questions? Sorry. Okay. We will now move on to the rebuttal period if the applicant/appellant would like to give any final comments. Oh, and Ms. Carmen, can you please remind us how much time is remaining?
The appellant has 14 minutes and 2 seconds left. I will put it on the screen right now.
Chair Wardlaw and commissioners, I will not take 14 minutes. I just want to touch a couple of quick things. First, thank you so much for your time and consideration on this. So yes, we have an SFDB hat on, design review hat, since this is the purview of the appeal that's our appeal over that denial. And I apologize if I said confused. Maybe I should have said struggled with the language in that finding, that SFDB did struggle with the public health and safety finding, because it really isn't clear that it only relates to aesthetics. And it's pretty broad language when you just look at it. So I'm glad it's in your hands now. You all are more than capable to make a health and safety finding on behalf of SFDB. I do have a little map. This actually shows the green in the center with the star is the property site. I'm going to hold it up back here too. This actually shows the appellant is here. All of these neighbors have been in support, are in support. So there are many neighbors that are right next to this property that are supporting this. This is the farm property here, and this is appellant. But other than that, we have many neighbors all around us, including, who've either put in written or other comments supporting the project. So just wanted to end on that, and we're here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now open it up for deliberations and comments from the commission. Who would like to go first? Vice Chair Boss.
Just 2 comments. Thank you, Chair. First, in watching the meeting, I recall that staff had offered conditions of approval to make SFDB, the board members, more comfortable, and I wanted to thank you for that. It felt like you really tried to work with the board to make them more comfortable in making the findings, understanding that they did not feel comfortable, and wanted to acknowledge Vice Chair Sherry's letter and explanation, and specifically that they denied the project because they should not be asked to confirm the safety of the potentially contaminated soil removal. So that was made very clear in the meeting and also in the letter that was in our materials. So thank you for including both of those.
Other comments? Commissioner DeLucia.
Yeah, I'm actually ready to move this item also. Again, we went through this before, and I'm satisfied that everything's in place. And I want to thank you, Carrie. You've done a great job. Carrie, right? Did I get your name right? Carly, and Ted, thank you too for working with the review board and then bringing this matter before us today. So I think we can make the neighborhood preservation finding for health, safety, and welfare, and the grading, and we can accept the appeal and uphold the appeal and the versus the decision of the single-family review board, something like that, right? We can overturn that.
All right, any other comments from my fellow commissioners? Okay, well, I really appreciate everyone's time and efforts on this. I too will be supporting staff's recommendation. Again, I understand that this is a very complicated and personal discussion, and I really appreciate everyone's time and efforts on this. I am confident, based on all of the work that staff and county staff has done on this project, that we are pursuing a plan for remediation that will yield the best results for this community. And I appreciate the applicant's efforts to really go, a step beyond and work with the community to ensure that folks are getting a timely response if anything comes up. I think that just being really engaged on this is really important because, this is a topic where I think there's a lot of fear, and that fear is valid, I think. So I appreciate everyone's collective efforts to really make sure that this is handled in the most appropriate way possible so that community members can feel as comfortable and as heard, and that this is as responsive as possible. So with that, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion, if you'd like me to. Okay, so again, the motion is that we're going to uphold the appeal, and we're going to overturn the decision of the single-family review board, correct? And we can make the findings regarding the health, safety, and welfare in the neighborhood preservation findings. And also, I'd like, if possible, we're talking about the APCD hotline, is that what you were talking about before? I'd like that to be reflected. I know we have no conditions, but I would like that to be, sometimes our minutes are action steps. I would like that to be called out specifically in our minutes for the record. So that's my motion.
Second.
May we please have roll call?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. I'll begin with Commissioner DeLuccio.
Yes.
Commissioner Bauke.
Yes.
Vice Chair Boss.
Yes.
And Chair Wardlow.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your time and engagement here today. Okay. Do you guys want to take a break, or are we just rolling through? I think we should go through. Thoughts? Tava? Go through?
I don't think we have staff here yet.
Okay, well, we're going to take a couple-minute break while staff arrives for the next item. reconvene now at 4:49 PM. And we will move on to our last item, a discussion item on short-term rental ordinance. Today, we have Laura Bridley, project planner, with us to provide a staff presentation. Ms. Bridley, the floor is yours. And
thank you very much, Chair Wardlow. Today is a momentous occasion in that we are here with a beginning stab at a short-term rental ordinance. Our goal was to relay direction from City Council that we had in August 5th of this year to move forward with the short-term rental ordinance and get some feedback from you about specific elements of the ordinance that may be of interest. We want to get public input as well today and continue the conversation with the Planning Commission. Where we've been is that the City Council, again, gave us pretty specific direction in August 5th, but this effort has been around for a long time, and it had hearings before the Planning Commission, it had hearings before the City Council, we've had hearings and discussions with the Coastal Commission, so it's been getting formed for a long time. There's an exhibit in your staff report, Exhibit B, that has a very detailed list of all those meetings. And for a variety of reasons, it's just taken a while for us to pull it together to be here on the verge of launching a draft ordinance. Today is going to be a progress report, by the way. We're not asking for any action, so it's really just a discussion item from your commission. We wanted to start also with some terminology, which we found helpful at the City Council meeting, which is, this is all about short-term rentals, formerly known as vacation rentals. There's a number of acronyms for them, but it's when you have a home that's rented for less than 30 days for money. And a home share is a set of that where you have one room rented while the resident is in place in the home for less than 30 days. So those are our two descriptors in the ordinance. A little more background on this. In 22 to 2024, the City Council considered a framework, including those two elements of short-term rentals, non-hosted, where the whole house is rented, as well as home shares. They talked about that for several meetings, and then they referred it to the Planning Commission for feedback. Also, at about this period, we had the city attorney launch a very successful enforcement program because what was happening in the world is that short-term rentals were becoming more popular, especially after COVID. They became very popular. And the city wanted to try to enforce many of these that weren't paying TOT, and that has gone on from the city attorney's office for a long, since that time. You know what, I'm going to stop because I did a bad thing. I forgot to introduce this wonderful team I'm with. What am I thinking? To my right is Rosie Deiste, our principal planner with the long-range section in community development, and we have Brenda Belz, our code expert at community development, and we have John Doimas and Ariel Zamora, who are also on our interdepartmental team, and recently joined by Tava Ostringer. We also have Lindsay Moss, who's Assistant Finance Director, joins our team, and Jessica Grant from Transportation, who might be somewhere nearby. I apologize, I should have done that first. Anyway, going back to the history. So in 2022 to 24, the city is struggling with an increase in these uses. The council's looking at ordinance options. And then again, it's important to remember that the housing element was adopted in 2023. And this mechanism, these short-term rentals, was something that the housing element wanted the city to address. So in this year, after staff was established for this, we started this interdepartmental team. We did a lot of community outreach, which wasn't a big, huge open house, but it was multiple meetings and multiple conversations. I think a lot of people in the room today are someone I've spoken to personally. So everybody's trying to stay up to speed. And then also in 25, we had that August 5th meeting where the City Council confirmed the goals of what they want the short-term rental ordinance to try to do, to limit it in single and two-unit zones, and to consider a license area in the coastal zone, which is what we're going to get into. So for community outreach, as I said, we talked to a lot of groups, stakeholders both for short-term rentals and against short-term rentals, housing advocates, the Board of Realtors, Airbnb as well, and many individuals from both sides of the perspective. You probably already know, and you're going to feel it tonight, that it's a controversial topic. So again, touching on this long-term housing mandate from the housing element, we've got Goal 4, Policy 4.3, Program HE 19th, which tells us we have to preserve long-term housing. I know your commission thinks about that every week you're in action. So the goal of this ordinance was to preserve long-term housing by creating a straightforward process that would be predictable for the applicants and understandable to the public, to enhance lower cost overnight accommodation choices through the home share option citywide, to allow us to have an ordinance that would allow us to address nuisance and neighborhood compatibility issues in these operating units. And key from the city attorney's standpoint was to provide tools for effective enforcement and compliance of any of these units. So I'm going to touch now on your current regulations. Currently, short-term rentals hotels are prohibited in the single and two-unit zones. That's a basic premise of our zoning ordinances. Hotels are allowed in multi-residential zone districts as well as restricted office, but they have to be in a historic structure with a conditional use permit. So that's a limiting factor in and of itself. Goes back to the days of when bed and breakfasts were popular in the 90s, and you have the Simpson House Inn, et cetera. But hotels are allowed in other multi-unit commercial and hotel and light manufacturing zones as a hotel conversion. So there is an array of zoning districts where they are allowed now, but the process is not easy because of site planning and other standards that we have in place. So under Title 28, our coastal zoning ordinance, the hotels are also prohibited in the single and two-unit zones. They're allowed in the limited multifamily and restricted office zones, but again, with a CUP, like the bed and breakfast. They're also allowed in the ocean and oriented commercial zone with a CUP of 6 rooms max. And they're also allowed in other multi-unit commercial and hotel and light manufacturing zones. So it's quite a exercise to read the zoning ordinance and understand where you can do them. Thanks to some of the commissioners who said, we really need some graphics. We need to understand what this means to us. The staff put together this map for the city council meeting and are hoping that it helps you. There's a lot of information on it, and what we tried to do is explain what the zone districts were in the upper right corner, which I know is very difficult to read. But what it shows graphically is the area that's hatched in on the left side of State Street, and if you can follow me, is the RM and RMH zone. So those are our higher density residential. And then you've got other kinds of residential zones to the left of the freeway, and then you've got your commercial corridor, your CG, your RO things going up State Street, where you see hotels now. So that's where you could go and ask for a hotel conversion permit to get a short-term rental, and you would still need a conditional use permit in a historic site per the other legend on this map. So they're already allowed, but we don't have more than 21 units that have been permitted in the last 10 years. So that tells us that the permitting process to permit these to exist is also difficult for other reasons. So the proposed regulations are trying to make this streamlined, and for Title 30, again, our inland area, a key issue here, and you have to wrap your arm around this, is that we're going to be regulating them as a residential use. It won't be considered a conversion of use from residence to commercial, and that would relieve certain things of many sites. Home shares would be allowed in almost any zone where residential uses are already allowed. This would preserve long-term housing by continuing to prohibit STRs also in the single and two-unit zones. That's a very clear theme from council and always has been. But it's not stated now in the ordinance, in either ordinance, so that's why this is going to help clarify it for the public. And then STRs would also be prohibited in the multi-unit and multi-unit with the hotel zones, the RM and RMH. Those are those higher density areas on the side of the commercial corridor downtown. STRs would also be allowed in some restricted office, commercial restricted, general commercial, but again with a historic structure and a CUP. So that's not necessarily changing from what we have today. I know it's a lot of information. I wish I could make it simpler, but that's the layout. And that map is shown here with the zone districts that would allow this with a CUP and a historic structure. That's what this looks like. So our little rose area shrink because we're taking them out of the RM and RMH zones. Well, that's it. I want to, maybe I'll wait another slide. In the coastal zone under Title 28, we are going to propose that we regulate them as a residential use. Again, that's going to relieve some burden to applicants trying to establish these. Again, home shares would be allowed where any residential use is allowed. We're trying to preserve the long-term housing by continuing to prohibit them in single and two-unit zones. It's a constant theme. STRs would be prohibited in the HRC 1, ocean-oriented, commercial, and light manufacturing because, frankly, those zones don't allow residential use. So this is a little bit of a cleanup by virtue of this ordinance amendment. And STRs would also be allowed with a CUP in this license area map, which is another concept. In the coastal zone, this purple hatch area is our license area map. And this was a key idea from the City Council in August and actually several years before because I didn't put this in context, but after the city gets done with this ordinance, our big hurdle will be the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission loves visitor serving uses. They don't really want us to stop, allowing STRs. They've been facing this with many agencies all over the state because everybody has a similar mandate in their housing elements, and so this is going to be a big negotiation. So we had to show them where we're calling license area would be something that could hopefully encourage or at least facilitate STRs. So in the license area zones, and one thing I should clarify, I'm thinking of Brendan in my ear from before. In the Title 28, we're trying to create a program that's geographically based. License area, here's your permit path, boom, that's it. In the inland area with all those zones and the different restrictions, it would be more by the definition in the zoning ordinance. So the map isn't as critical. The critical thing in the inland zone is you're going to look at your zone district and find out if it's allowed, if that makes sense. Okay, so in the coastal zone, we have the license area zones that includes a CUP, but in the coastal zone, to make it a little bit easier and please the Coastal Commission, honestly, we would not require it to be in a historic structure. And it would be allowed in these zones, the multi-residential as well as HRC2 and some restricted general commercial and ocean-related. So with that background, we had 5 questions to ask the commission so that you can help us continue drafting the ordinance. And we tried to frame these in more restrictive, moderate, or less restrictive than how the draft ordinance is sitting today. So the big high level is the permit process question. In Title 30 in the inland area, would you want us to see right into it require additional eligibility requirements or prohibit them in additional zones? And I can flip back to the map when you start thinking about it and talking about it. Are you okay with it being moderate, which is what is proposed right now in our ordinance, which means we prohibit STRs in all the residential zones, allow home shares in all zones, and continue to require a CUP in historic structures? Or do you want it to be less restrictive? Allow STRs in additional zones like the multi-unit or multi-unit hotel zones, or maybe don't require a CUP in the inland area. So those are 3 choices for you to ponder. For the Title 28 permit process questions, it's the same idea. Currently, we have the ordinance drafted as the moderate, which is prohibiting the STRs in all residential zones, allowing home shares in all zones, and permitting STRs in designated commercial zones, but with a CUP. And again, we dropped the requirement for a historic structure in the coastal zone to try to offer the Coastal Commission a more welcoming appearance to this. You could choose to go more restrictive and add additional eligibility requirements to, or prohibit in additional zones. And then you could go less restrictive and allow STRs in designated zones without even requiring a CUP. We're giving you a wide berth here. So another question that we had for you was simply the number of license per year. The way the ordinance is drafted right now is that we would limit it to only one license per owner per year in the city. You will probably hear from the public today that there are members of the community that have multiple licenses, and that would eventually fade out. Because again, this is all about trying to keep housing for long-term tenancies and our working and people that live here and work here. So we could go more restrictive and limit STR licenses to one per individual, regardless of the number of properties owned. That's what we have proposed. It's very conservative. Or we could go into a more moderate position where we'd apply the one license per owner rule, but only in the inland zones, allowing multiple licenses in the coastal zone, especially considering that the license area is the space we're trying to facilitate these. Or you could go less restrictively and allow individuals to hold multiple or unlimited STR licenses and comply with all the other standards that are going to be in the ordinance. I think this is our fourth question. It is. Grace period. Once the ordinance goes into effect, the ordinance currently allows for 6 months for an application to, someone who has one, saying it's in the license area, and there's going to be now a permit path for them. They would have up to 6 months to come in and get the license, so they would be operating under the current, the new zoning ordinance requirements. Is that what you want to see, or do you want it to be more restrictive and possibly require that all unpermitted STRs cease operations immediately? Or would you want it to be less restrictive, maybe give them up to 12 months? And the thinking by staff on this was that a lot of these units are already booked out for a number of months ahead of time. If you've ever traveled and used one, you know that yourself. So we settled on 6 months as sounding like a reasonable time for them to transition into either getting the license or ceasing operation. And our last question is about parking. Right now, the ordinance is drafted to allow short-term rentals kind of mirroring the zoning ordinance requirement for homes with 2 spaces for units of 4 or fewer bedrooms and 3 spaces for units with 5 or more bedrooms. Again, this is for unhosted short-term rentals, so they're functioning like a single-family home, but they're for visitors, not a family, right? And that's why we added the bottom line. This is not in addition to parking already required for the unit, because the family would not be there. It would be a non-hosted short-term rental. So our question for you is, did you want that to be more restrictive? Should we require more spaces? Or require some sort of a standard evaluation that if they're in an area of limited parking capacity, we look at them more judiciously? Or do you want it to be moderate as we propose, kind of mirroring what the zoning ordinance is? Or do you want it to be less restrictive, reducing or eliminating additional parking required for these and for home shares, particularly in light of the fact that the city has a lot of older housing stock and they're constrained and they may not be able to succeed in providing that parking? Well, that's it. It's a lot. One more thing, our next steps. We are continuing to have conversations with the Coastal Commission staff, so that's just an ongoing thing. We put January 26th, but we meet with them almost every other month. We're slated to come back to your commission with the full ordinances on February 19th, and it'll be Godspeed to get that packet done with enough time for everybody to understand it, because that will have a lot of detail. And then in the spring of '26, we're slated to go to City Council for Ordinance Committee first, and then City Council for introduction and adoption hearings, so that we would hopefully finish with the city process by the summer of '26 and head over to the Coastal Commission. Our experience with the Coastal Commission is it normally takes about a year to get through them for an ordinance amendment or an LCP amendment, which we are doing. So that is it. Ready for questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Dice. Appreciate the time and efforts. I know that staff has done a lot of work on this. So now we will move over to public comment. Do any members of the public like to make comments on this item? And Ms. Carmen, do we have anyone?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. At this time, I do have a list of public speakers who would like to speak in person. First on my list is Jeff Rupert. It'll be followed by Tiffany Holler and then Louise Asbury. So Jeff, I'll start your time when you start speaking.
I got here earlier today. We have a vacation rental or a short-term rental, and it's directly across the street from us. And just so that you know how we use ours is we use it at sometimes as a vacation rental so that it pays for itself. But in the other times, we use it to share it with our family. So my family comes down. I have 5 siblings. They come down, and they have kids of their own, and they could use our house. I have it that neighbors have used the house when they have a wedding, or they have family coming in as well. Last week or last month, I rented it out and gave it to a pastor that came in for free so that he could use it. So the opportunities to use that house are not just that I'm trying to lock everybody out from a long-term rental. We also have a neighbor down the street who is in an assisted living facility, and he rents his house as a short-term rental, and but his kids can come and visit him. So by doing a blanket overview that anybody living in a house that has a short-term rental that's a single family house, it doesn't really fit into that criteria. There's a lot of people that come to Santa Barbara and enjoy that experience. So we've always done it, paying our taxes, paying the TOT, and the other taxes and fees that are associated with that. But in order to keep our house, we don't want to sell our house, we want to pass it on to our kids, and someday we want our kids to move into it. So if we require to move into a commercial zone and then return it back into a house so our children, when they have families, move into it, it just changes that. So I want you to take that into consideration as you look at this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tiffany Holler, followed by Louise Asbury.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Haller. My husband and I own a property management company. We're also residents of the Mesa for over the last 20 years. Just to kind of give you a brief history, for the last 10 years, a group of us we've been showing up here regularly. This happened about 10 years ago, and it kind of feels a little bit like deja vu. So all this stuff was getting sent through, and then that ended with a lawsuit, the Cracky lawsuit. So I understand there's a lot of controversy about short-term rentals, but I want to talk just about that the hotels actually have less parking than what is being proposed. In the West Beach area in particular, you need to have a hotel sticker to park on the streets, or a resident sticker. So that's already restricted parking for residents. In terms of housing, I'm just going to share a brief story. One of my clients, she's here 2 weeks out of the month. The other 2 weeks, it sits vacant. So this is a great opportunity for us to use property that would never be rented. She would never turn it into a long-term rental, and it would never be affordable. With home prices in the coastal zone over $3 million, these homes are never going to be affordable. Also, just quickly, I wanted to touch on nuisance complaints and anything like that. Anything can be managed if you have a property manager that's local, in town, can solve any nuisance complaint. There's a lot of things out there. Just for some bad actors and other people, it's just not right to have it shut down for everybody. Let's use what we have, homes that aren't going to be rented long-term, and not restrict the parking. I think that was it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Louise Asbury, followed by Samantha Ireland.
Hi, thanks. My name is Louise, and I'm the general manager of Paradise Retreats here in town. Thank you for allowing me to speak. The proposed changes to short-term rentals, specifically prohibiting short-term rentals in the residential areas, will not have the intended result of providing more long-term housing. Instead, it will hurt the local economy. It'll hurt local businesses, food, beverage, retail, recreation. It will hurt the employees and local workforce who serve these guests and travelers who come into town, as well as homeowners. Not to mention the local programs that are supported by the millions in TOT tax. The suggestion that homeowners would enroll their home in a home share program is totally unrealistic. They have no intentions of having a revolving door of strangers turned roommates sharing the communal spaces in their homes. Homeowners list their properties with us, as Tiffany and the other gentleman said, specifically so that they can use their homes when they want to. Renting to long-term renters on an annual basis would totally defeat that purpose altogether, as they'd never be able to enjoy their homes. None of our homeowners are developers. This seems to be a misconception. We have 2 homeowners who have 2 homes each. Most homeowners who rent through reputable companies, like those represented here, they have a deep connection and a love affair with Santa Barbara. Their homes are a prized possession, and they enroll them because they want renters who are well vetted, who will respect their homes and treat them with the care and consideration that they do in their home. Our guests sign a lengthy rental contract that include limits on maximum number of daytime guests, overnight guests, parking. There are strict parking and noise rules, including posted quiet hours, no parties, being respectful of the neighbors. That's when people put their homes with reputable companies. I can't speak to those individuals who just rent them on their own through Vrbo and Airbnb. Short-term, I had a lot more to say.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
All right, thank you.
If another member of your team wants to submit a public comment card, we can do that.
3 minutes.
Next up, we'll have Samantha Ireland, followed by Cliff O'Sullivan.
Hi, thank you, Chairperson Wardlow and the commissioners. My name is Samantha Ireland. I'm the owner and operator of Vacation Rentals of Santa Barbara. I'm also a local realtor and on the board there. So I'm very invested in the community, and I'm one of the OG of the vacation rental operators here in Santa Barbara and have been through this entire discussion with the city. What I want to point out today is that staff pointed out that the main purpose of this STR ordinance is to preserve long-term housing. And I've said this many times, and it has proven true, and I'll say it again. I have 82 properties. They're all individually owned by homeowners. It's their second home. If this ordinance passes and they're not allowed to do short-term rentals, they will not put it into long-term housing. It is for their own use. They will do something else with it. It will remain vacant, and unfortunately, the city will not benefit from TOT tax or tourism that it brings. So there's a lot of harm that this ordinance can do. I know that staff is not asking you to approve or not approve this ordinance. That's not what you're here for today. What I heard Laura say is that she wants you to consider certain terms about the ordinance, and I would like you to consider the less restrictive terms, because this ordinance is very restrictive, and it is going to remove almost $4 million in TOT tax from the city budget, which is already $7 million in the hole in the general fund, according to the news. So where are you going to cut services for $4 million if you take this away?
Someone has volunteered 2 minutes of their time, so you have 2 more minutes if you want to keep going. Thank you. So,
if the previous public commenter wants to provide the other 2 minutes, that's okay. And thank you so much for your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That's what you're saying, right? Okay, okay.
We're pretty much in collaboration.
There we go.
today, so.
All right.
You're good to start.
Thanks. Okay. Also, short-term rentals provide a variety of options that hotels are not able to, from a cozy cottage to for a family to a larger home for a group of friends. This variety makes our city more accessible to a wider range of people, for those on a tight budget, also those looking for an authentic neighborhood experience. It's especially important in our coastal areas where short-term rentals can provide lower-cost options that align with the Coastal Act's mandate for public access. The key is not a total ban, but a smart, sensible regulation that allows for us to operate responsibly and treat neighbors with respect. There are lots of options that have been successful in other cities and towns throughout the United States who've dealt with this same issue. We don't need to recreate the wheel or come up with something that is so blanketed that it hurts many more than it helps. Short-term rentals are a modern reality. They're not a threat. They are actually an opportunity to support our neighbors, to bolster our economy, and to welcome visitors from all walks of life. Let's work together to create a framework that allows for these rentals to thrive responsibly, ensuring that Santa Barbara remains a vibrant, welcoming, and prosperous city that we all love.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Cliff O'Sullivan, followed by James Finkner.
Good afternoon. I'm Cliff O'Sullivan. I've been a property owner in Santa Barbara for 26 years. I'm also one of the OGs when it comes to vacation rentals. I'm licensed. I pay my TOT dutifully every month. I've been through all the ups and downs with the city about renting and not renting. Like one of the other speakers, my whole goal was to have a place in Santa Barbara that I could use and I could supplement my income by renting. My kids are all grown now. They book my house for their own stays here. We've hosted people from all over the world, visiting faculty to UCSB, people from other countries. We've had people come back as many as 5 and 6 years in a row to stay at our place. I will never turn it into a home share. That's not why I own it. And I think that having some regulations that restrict people how they do it is great. I don't think we're in any danger of becoming an all STR economy here in Santa Barbara. I offer things, as some of the previous speakers have said, that the hotels can't offer. People that book my house want to stay in a little house with a yard for their kids and a kitchen. I have plenty of off-street parking. My property is totally private. I've had no incidents with any neighbors in all of the years that I've been doing it. And they've all owned their properties as long as I have. So please don't consider the home share idea. I think it's a terrible idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have James Finkner, if he is still present. But I'm not seeing any movement, so we'll go to Brian Johnson, if he is still present. Next after Brian Johnson is Patricia Stark. And after Patricia will be Even Craig Leeds.
Hi, my name is Patricia Stark. I live on Lunetta Plaza, which is a one-block street parallel to Shoreline, 2 blocks from City College. On our one-block street and then one block adjacent, we have 7 short-term rentals. I know 3 of them at least are unpermitted, so I'm going to speak in favor of the ordinance. To describe, I'm not going to go into what impact this has had on our neighborhood, because our neighborhood has filed numerous complaints with the city attorney's office, and the city council has heard this ad nauseum. One of the things that's not been mentioned before you today is the impact on neighbors who are living with many hotels right next door. So also, I think the fact that I've been sitting here since 1 o'clock with a smile on my face will indicate how passionate we are. And I just want to say that, Laura, thank you for the report and for the work you've done. And I wanted to address 3 of the 5 questions that you put before the council. And I'm rifling through the report here, and I'll try to do it quickly. I live in the coastal zone, where STRs would be banned. And sorry, the three areas are, across these three areas, I'm going to argue for the moderate approach. You're hearing a lot about what's at stake here for others, but I think the moderate approach strikes a reasonable balance, both in terms of the permitting process, the amount of time allowed for people to make the changes, and then finally, for the number of permits that would be allowed per owner. Across the board, the moderate approach is fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Eve Leeds, followed by Craig Leeds.
Hello again.
Hello again.
So I feel like Santa Barbara is becoming a city that's geared towards tourists and wealthy people, and the wealthy people that want to be here for a month or whatever, and then they rent out their home the rest of the time. I live in the coastal zone, and the purpose of this by the Coastal Commission was to make ocean stay more affordable, but where I live, it is $10,000 for 4 nights, which I find to be not affordable, and there are 3 right around me. I am surrounded. There are 3 houses around me, and I am surrounded. As far as the neighborhood impact, for us, for 5 or 6 months a year, there are 2 turnovers a week, which is, I don't know, something like 400 people over a 6-month period that are strangers, and they are drunk. The houses fit 10 to 15 guests. They usually have frat parties. I'm serious. This is not pleasant for the people that live where I live. The oversight has been completely just nothing. Every time we complain, nothing happens with the city. And neighbors end up calling police. Paradise Rentals manages one of them, and 2 years ago, we called the police out 3 times in one night because they answered the phone and said, we don't deal with complaints after midnight. It's not like, one of our city council members said that people do not vacation like they live daily. They come and they party. In my neighborhood, they actually stay in the home. They don't actually leave because it's like a resort. These are big houses and they stay. They don't go into town to eat all their meals. They're loving the area that they're staying in. So if there's no stopping the STVRs, this rent control idea, I do believe these would be homes that would be rented to people that are service people. And I know that some of these people disagree, but I think it might open up the door for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Craig Leeds.
Well, as you know, I live in Yankee Farm, which is in the coastal zone. We bought our house 27 years ago and raised our 3 children there. The kids could walk safely and ride their bikes to their friends' houses in the neighborhood when they were young, but now we're raising our granddaughter there. She has friends in the neighborhood, but because of the STVRs, it's not safe to have her visit her friends by herself. We have to go with her. We bought our house in this neighborhood because it was quiet and safe, it seemed. It no longer feels safe, and it's definitely not quiet. As my wife said, there's 3 houses directly around us, which are STVRs, and they blast their amplified music outdoors at any hour of the day or night. You can imagine how awful karaoke sound is by drunks at midnight when you're trying to sleep. It recently happened at 2:30 in the morning. I work out of my house over Zoom, and my daughter does too, and sometimes it's impossible to work because of the noise that is created outside by the STVRs. And I understand home share. I think it's a great idea. If you're in the home, or even with a guy who has this house across the street and you are subjected to the same problems, then you can control it. But if you're an off-site owner, then there's really no recourse. We've tried calling the owners or the owners' managers, and they don't answer, or they say, oh, everything's fine, it's okay, but it's not. And finally, we live on we live in the Coastal Commission, but if you look at the map of the coastal site, the Yankee Farm area and Allen Road it juts out inland, where everything else is much closer to. Everything else is on the other side of Cliff Drive. It's much closer to the water. I don't know why we're considered in the coastal zone. It seems like the gerrymandered thing it ought to be changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I don't have any more. You can just come right up to the podium if you want to speak. Just state your name.
My name is Jennifer Kinsella. I'm one of the owners of Wanderlust Luxury Rentals. So thankfully, Luis and Tiffany said most of what we'd like to say on behalf of Wanderlust. I just wanted to point out one other thing, that most of our owners are similar to Jeff, and they're not large companies. They're people who've grown up here. Their families, they're all individual owners. And if these owners are forced to sell because short-term rentals are no longer viable, the buyers are unlikely to be local workforce households. Coastal properties would most likely be purchased by higher net worth second home buyers, investors holding for appreciation, or buyers using the homes seasonally. So prices, would still remain far above what most local residents can afford. Meaning these homes would not function as long-term workforce housing even after a sale. So restrictions, may change who owns these houses, but not who can afford to live in them. The result is a transfer of ownership to wealthier buyers, not to expansion of attainable housing.
Thank you. If you could just leave the speaker slip on I'll grab it. Would you like to speak? Yeah, you can come on up. Just state your name, and if you could fill out a speaker slip at the back of the room when you're done and bring it up, that'd be great.
Hello, my name is Georgia Strickland, and I live on a street that has 4 short-term rentals, and it's totally changed the vibe of our street. My children were raised there. I have a grandchild that's about to be born there. And our neighbors, we know, we bring in their trash cans. We take care of them when they're sick. We take them to the airport if they need rides. And these other short-term rentals are coming in, and they're just strangers to us. And they don't care if they litter. They don't care if they're making noise at 3 in the morning. And I have called the police. I've tried to deal with this in a formal manner, even calling the owner of this one particular next door to me. And there's no accountability. There's no accountability as far as the police can't come because it's perhaps maybe 2 in the morning and on a weekend, and they have other things that are more important. And policing it is really hard for me as an owner. And I'm oftentimes up calling the police and then following through with complaints. I know there are other municipalities in California that do not allow them, and I vote for it to be not allowed at all. I like Santa Barbara the way it was, and if you want to stay at a hotel, just stay at a hotel. Thank you. I'll fill out a slip.
Thank you. With that, I don't have any more speakers for in-person, so I will move to virtual participation. If you would like to speak, you can raise your hand at this time, but I do see that we already have a few raised. So I will start with Andrea Romero, followed by Alexander Hall. Andrea, you should be able to speak at this time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Andrea Romero, and I'm with Unite Here Local 11, advocating for a strong ordinance on short-term rentals that protects our housing. We believe for ease of enforcement and to maximally protect the housing supply, home sharing and STR should only allow one reservation at a time. We want to clarify that this is the case under the current ordinance, and we wouldn't, for example, have 4 separate rooms leased individually at the same time under 4 separate reservations. That's fine in a hotel, it's not fine here. And that's the standard in places like Santa Monica that have good STR ordinances. We also believe that a single individual or entity should be allowed only 1 home sharing unit or 1 STR. You should have been able to, you should not have been able to have 2 units. This restriction will maximally protect housing. Finally, we need strong and immediate enforcement. Enforcement should begin for unpermitted rentals as soon as the ordinance takes effect. Applicants can wait to get legal permission to do home sharing or STR if they don't already have an STR permit. They also urge you to get the maximum amount of enforcement tools as other cities have. For example, a private right of action, data sharing by platforms, and platform accountability, so that platforms are held accountable for listing unlawful rentals, and electronic registration such that booking platforms would only allow bookings to proceed for legal registered home shares and STRs in Santa Barbara. The ordinance must be vigorously enforced. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Alexander Hall, followed by Virginia Rebsam. Alexander, you should be able to speak at this time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Hello, I'm Alexander Hall, speaking on behalf of the California Short-Term Rental Association. We represent hundreds of responsible short-term rental hosts in Santa Barbara and throughout California. The majority of short-term rental operators in Santa Barbara are local residents who share their homes to earn supplemental income, allowing them to keep up with rising costs and remain in the community where they live and work. Our association supports reasonable, well-crafted regulations, including safety inspections and a fair permitting process. However, overly restrictive rules or policies that function as effective bans would displace responsible local hosts without producing meaningful gains in affordable housing. Short-term rentals provide tangible economic benefits to Santa Barbara residents and to the city. Also, it's important to underscore the assumption that short-term rentals will naturally convert to long-term housing if prohibited is not supported by evidence. The city's own staff analysis acknowledges that many owners would leave their homes vacant rather than rent them out long-term. Homes sitting empty do not increase housing supply, and vacancy does nothing to improve affordability. The city staff report also clearly recognizes that short-term rentals and home shares play a meaningful role in providing overnight accommodations in areas where hotel supply is limited, expensive, or already at capacity. Within the coastal zone, the city has a legal obligation to protect and encourage lower-cost visitor-serving accommodations to ensure the coast remains accessible to everyone, not just those that can afford a luxury hotel. Many homes in Santa Barbara are valued well over $1 million. Removing short-term rental use does not change purchase prices, property taxes, insurance costs, or ongoing maintenance issues that define long-term housing affordability. We urge
Thank
the city
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your time has lapsed.
Next,
you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Virginia Rebsam, followed by Sherry Kohlberg-Ox. Virginia, you should be able to unmute. If you're speaking, Virginia, we can't hear you. I'm going to call up Sherry Kohlberg-Ox. Virginia, I'll come back to you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We live in the coastal zone, and we recently remodeled our house. We bought it in really sorry state, and it needed remodeling. And so we did that and added an ADU. When we did that a few years ago, the city made us sign a covenant that said that we would not be allowed to rent out our ADU or any part of our main residence for less than 31 days. Now, we have a lot of friends and family that come visit to us, and our ADU was very expensive to add, and we actually just use it as an integral part of our house. It's shared with, we have had some visitors come, and it's shared with the house, with the rooftop deck, with the backyard, the outdoor shower, everything is whatever. So we live in our property full-time, and we've never had a renter short-term. We had someone long-term for 6 months when we weren't 100% in residence. So one of our issues is not necessarily that you're trying to outlaw all short-term rentals in our zone. It's just that you're making home shares so that anybody who has a residence in our neighborhood will be able to do a home share, but we still would not be able to include the additional bedroom and kitchen that we have that's part of our ADU. We're wondering why that's the case. If the stated purpose of allowing home shares is to allow people to afford to stay in their homes, we'd like to rent out any part of our house, whether it includes the ADU or not, for any length of time, given the extreme cost that we had to pay to remodel our house and to add the ADU. So it feels very prejudicial to allow anyone to do a home share with any part of their residential properties and exclude ADUs at this point. So we're facing the same financial issues as anyone else with housing affordability, and the ADU is an integrated part of our residence, and we live here full-time. We are not going to rent it out on a long-term basis, no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Charlie Carnow, followed by Aiden Williams. Charlie, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Santa Barbara Planning Commission. Thank you so much for your work on this. My name is Charlie Carnow, and I'm with Unite Here Local 11. We support a policy that's maximally protective of housing and maximally enforced. Santa Barbara's regulations currently require public hearings to convert existing housing to hotel-like short-term rentals, only allowing these uses where hotels are permitted and banning these uses in single and double unit residential zones. Accordingly, in the inland area, we agree with extending this ban to all residential zones and having a conditional permit conditional use permit requirements elsewhere, and otherwise support maintaining existing regulations, which correctly apply zoning rules to short-term rentals. In the coastal area, we agree with only bona fide home sharing where the primary resident is present. But we have a question. The staff report states that that home sharing would be allowed while the owner or a host is physically present, and we just want to make sure the host is someone who actually lives at the home or apartment full time, rather than some sort of agent of the owner of the property. We want to make sure that this is really home sharing and not apartments or homes being de facto converted to hotel units with a host as sort of a front desk agent of a sort. Finally, we need strong and immediate enforcement. Enforcement should begin for unpermitted rentals as soon as the ordinance takes effect. Applicants can wait to get permission to home sharing or STR if they don't already have an STR permit. We also urge you to include the enforcement tools many other cities have: a private right of action, data sharing by platforms, and platform accountability so that platforms are held accountable for listing unlawful rentals, and electronic registration such that booking platforms would only allow bookings to proceed for legally registered home shares and STRs in Santa Barbara. The ordinance must be rigorously enforced. We thank staff for their work on this. We hope the enforcement issue can be dealt with appropriately. And a happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and joyous Kwanzaa to all. Take care.
Thank you. Next up will be Aiden Williams. You should be able to unmute.
Hey, good evening. I wasn't able to attend tonight because of the holidays, but my name's Aiden, and I own a property management company in town called Driftwood Properties. We manage about 20 plus vacation rentals. We operate legally and have permits for all of our and license for all of our homes. We also have partnerships with hundreds of locals, and I'd like to emphasize that locals in town that rely on this industry for their livelihood and success: cleaners, handymen, and several other blue-collar workers. So I'd like to stand behind all those that operate legally and with integrity here in town, like many tonight. There's a reason we're in business, and that includes managing the property and the integrity of the neighborhood. We have numerous processes and people in place in order to mitigate any potential issues, and I'd like to highlight the majority of vacation rentals do here in town as well. When you go to consider the proposed changes, I would like to urge you to look at the full picture: the fiscal impact to the city, the local shops, restaurants, and individuals who rely on this industry, and the homeowners who stand behind these homes for various reasons, whether that be to afford their properties here now, inheritance solutions, or flexibility in ownership. I've spoken with all 20 plus of our homeowners about this topic, and not a single one would enlist their homes in long-term housing, as others have mentioned tonight. They want the flexibility of Santa Barbara and providing something unique. But at the end of the day, I urge you to find a solution that can benefit everyone and not just one side. There's a lot of things that can be done without drastic changes, including having a designated property manager, emergency contacts, issue mitigation solutions, and continuing to operate legally, which we all support. I support Samantha, as she mentioned, in finding a solution that is the least restrictive. And before adjourning, I'd like to thank you all, but I'd also like to agree that home shares are not the solution, and none of our clients would ever consider it. Thank you, and we are happy to help in any way we can.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to return to Virginia to see if we can hear you. You should be able to unmute at this time. Okay. I'm going to move on to Mary Turley. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Mary Turley, resident of the Mesa. I just want to counter the resident who testified that all nuisances can be managed. That is completely incorrect. If you are woken like the residents of Lunetta Plaza at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you are now awake. There is no undoing that. The other thing I would like to counter is in regards to occupancy of the homes should they be no longer a short-term rental. That whole short-term rental in residential areas contributes to increased cost of housing, speculation for the potential income that could be generated in the coastal zone. And we'd much rather have people living there, even if they are of a higher income level, who are neighbors and who participate in the community. So thank you for everybody spoken out against short-term rentals. I just want to support the median solution. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I don't have any more hands raised online, so I will acknowledge that we received written correspondence from Carrie Hill, Paolo Brando, Amy Crawford, Jan Swanberg, Ed Foreman, Summer Knight, Michael Rucker, Panchali Khanna, Dylan Jones, Kelly Brown, Aiden Williams, Anonymous, Aaron Gorel, John Bianchi, Lori Robinson, Wade Appleman, Jason and Kathleen Scheiderman, Louise Asbury, Jenny Strait, Elizabeth Bradley, Jack Eisenhower, Dustin Hoyseth on behalf of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, Craig Leeds, and Haley Ditzler, and give it back to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for joining for public comment. I will now turn it over to my fellow commissioners for questions. I think we should just do general questions, and then we'll do deliberation where we more specifically address the questions you all pose to us. Who would like to go first?
I put mine. I'll do it again.
I don't know. Nothing is showing up on the screen anymore. Yeah, just go ahead. But yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I first want to thank staff because I know you spent a lot of time answering my questions, and I have more. So thank you. First, just to understand the purpose of this ordinance and today's discussion. Right now, short-term rentals are not allowed in residential neighborhoods, correct? Okay, but they do exist. So I think the purpose of this is to codify not allowing them and provides an enforcement action, correct?
No. Excuse me, no, not at this point. Thank you. Thank you.
There's, it's a good question, and a lot of people have it. There are a number of STRs that are existing, especially in the coastal zone, because of some limitations from the Cracky decision and why we haven't finished doing this ordinance to actually shut them down. I don't know if county council wants to maybe jump up about how do we explain the fact that so many are existing without having a permit?
Thank you, Chair Wardlow. Commissioner Boss, I'll really give a brief description of the Cracky decision. So prior to around 2015, there were there wasn't enforcement on vacation rentals. In fact, operators are allowed to get business tax certificates. Those are not regulatory. Those are not land use permits. It's just a way to pay your local taxes. But with the advent and creation of VBRO, Airbnb, all of a sudden there was a huge explosion of vacation rentals. And so the city council at the time in 2015 decided to conduct enforcement and ramp up enforcement. And so there was a lawsuit provided regarding the coastal zone, which the city did lose, constituting that increased level of enforcement constituted development. in terms of restriction, or at least restricting low-cost visitor serving. That's what the court found. So what the court said was the city had to go back to their pre-2015 enforcement before they ramped it up. And what the city did was they enforced only on vacation rentals when they had nuisance complaints. Not just the existence of a vacation rental, but if there were nuisance complaints impacting parking, loud parties, et cetera, the city could enforce on that. So since the Cracky decision for the last 6-7 years, we've been operating the coastal zone on the premise of just dealing with nuisance complaints. If we get complaints, again, for those type of instances, we can enforce. But we do not enforce on the existence of a vacation rental operating the coastal zone. What this ordinance is designed to do is to just solidify and move forward, and for the city enforcement and the city to not be relying on a court decision anymore, to actually have it codified in an ordinance. And so this is what this accomplishes. And so if we go through this process and get Coastal Commission approval, then we'll have it codified in our local law. Everyone will know that, and we're not relying solely on a enforcement case. So I don't know if there are any questions that's particular to that case or that, but I'm happy to answer your question.
My next question was can you tell us about the Cracky case? So thank you.
Yeah, sure.
But I have maybe a clarification for myself. So if somebody has a TOT license or certificate, whatever it's called, and they're paying their TOT,
Correct.
that does not equate to having a short-term rental certificate or license. So they can be paying their TOT because they're essentially operating a hotel. But they don't have any sort of license or certificate to be an STR.
Correct. So, Commissioner Boss, so whether you're operating an STR legally or illegally, you still owe
Still have
the
to pay
TOT,
TOT.
no matter what. All the business tax certificate does is provide a mechanism all businesses have, and it's very inexpensive, $25, $30 or something around that. It's just a mechanism to pay your local taxes, including TOT. It is not a land use permit that gives anyone the legal right to operate an STR. It's just simply a simple tax funding mechanism. That's it.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So now a separate question about accessory dwelling unit or ADU eligibility. I understand they're not eligible at all. Is that a local or a state ordinance?
Chair Wardlow and Commissioner Boss, I want to clarify. The state allows local ordinances to prohibit short-term rentals of ADUs, and they also prohibit ADUs in what are called what we call a a standard ADU. They're sort of the state ministerial ADUs that we have to allow. So we have a covenant that people sign that they will not use their ADU as a short-term rental. So it's both in our local ordinance and in state law, depending on what type of ADU you have.
Great, thank you. Next question, getting into some of the policy issues. The question about agreeing with the draft parking standards for STRs. The more restrictive option said to increase the parking requirement for STR or home share use in areas due to limited parking capacity. How do you define areas with limited parking capacity, aside from common sense? But
Good question. This isn't actually a clearly defined area, but we just talked to transportation in the last week and said, well, how could we come up with something that ties to your operational reviews of what's going on in the city? The transportation staff has always had a concern about short-term rentals on busier streets, arterials, collectors, downtown areas, because it's not a resident who knows the area and there's a higher danger. So they do have, I don't know if Jessica's not here, but we kind of queued her up to try to answer this. They do have, under their Safe Streets program, they actually have a map of where are the highest number of incidents and the ones that are the least safe. So it's tied to a number of studies that they're doing for the Vision Zero efforts. That could be something that we bring into it. It's just that we don't right now have an area that says this area or this street is a parking problem and it's in this kind of a document. So we'd have to develop that through the ordinance. If that's something you want, we're trying to get.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, could I add on to that? I just want to answer for the coastal zone. When we did the local coastal plan, we did identify areas of the city that are have some parking issues. It's tied to coastal access. So we have those areas defined, and those are areas where when folks want to do ADUs or other projects, they have to provide extra parking because they're, some of the coastal access stairs and some of the areas of the city that have more visitors.
Okay, great, thank you. The next question that you had in the staff report was, do you agree with the STR process for the inland or Title 30 zones? Question about the more restrictive says include additional eligibility requirements or prohibit in additional zones. So my question is, what additional zones? And I asked this because the council direction in August, I went back and watched that meeting a couple times. It felt like they were pretty clear that they wanted to limit or further restrict inland. And a couple quotes were specifically, downtown is a neighborhood too. And I think this might be slide 15, but I guess I'm curious what additional zones what do you mean by additional zones?
Chair Wardlow and Commissioner Boss, we didn't identify additional zones at this time that you could further limit them in. You're specifically talking about inland?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if you go to where they're proposed to be allowed, those are commercial general zones or some of the other additional zones. So potentially the areas that are colored in red that are really covered around downtown.
Okay.
There would be some options there. Those are very mixed use zones. We have single unit homes there, we have multi-unit, we have a little bit of everything.
Okay, so more mixed
Yeah.
zones, okay.
Can we just flip to the other slide really quick, where where we're seeing what's currently allowed in the inland?
Where is that?
I think that was 13 or 17.
That was the one before this, I think.
Sorry, 13.
Oh, no, maybe it was 17,
go.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I will stop now. Continue.
Okay,
Vice Chair.
great to get for my next
Okay.
question. So I was trying to understand, why are they allowed by right in the red area? I think it's because that's where hotels are allowed, but they still have to go through a building conversion now, correct, to be a hotel?
Correct. There would be a change in use process to a hotel in the zones where hotels are allowed.
Okay, thank you. And then I think the slide 15, sorry to have it go back and forth, but slide 15, seeing the difference between 12 and 15, it still feels like we're promoting short-term rentals in downtown. Is that the intent, or is that just me reading the maps?
The intent wasn't really to promote or not promote them in downtown. It's just when you get down to the commercial zones, again, it's your choice to direct us. If you feel like those areas are not appropriate, that could be part of your direction.
Okay.
It's just right now, those are where hotels are allowed and where they're commonly found. And again, it's up to you if you want to direct differently.
Okay, so primarily because it's where hotels are already found. Okay.
Correct.
And then want to clarify, short-term rentals are not allowed in inland, are not proposed to be allowed in inland unless in a historic structure with a CUP?
Correct.
Okay. And then in our staff report, it was page 20, Exhibit C, shows MC allowing hotels, but the next page, 21, proposed omits MC. And I'm assuming that's because there aren't hotels in MC, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't just a typo. So page 20, Exhibit C shows MC allowing hotels, but page 21 proposed does not have MC listed at all.
Because the, page 20 is the existing and page 21 is the proposed. So am I not understanding?
So we're proposing, so proposed on page 21 doesn't say MC at all.
Oh.
If that's just a typo, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I understand.
Doesn't have residential uses.
Chair Wardlow and Commissioner Buss, we're thinking that's accidental that we left it off
Okay,
on the
thank
second
you.
table.
So what is
There
actually
was a
being,
reason there, but I can't remember what it was. I think it was that it didn't allow residential uses.
so what is being proposed for MC?
Same as CG, so it would be only with a historic structure and a CUP.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, a couple more. In the, one of the other questions was about the 6-month grace period, and the moderate as proposed. I had a question about well, I guess, can you detail the process of communication? Because there are a lot of different structures that we're hearing. It's somebody owns the home across the street, and that's a short-term rental, or it's a home share, or they have a property management company, or it's a virtual company. So I want to know, like, how are we going to communicate with the owner or the right person, and how do we know it's the right person?
So Chair Wardlow and Commissioner Boss, when it comes to time when we're moving forward with an ordinance and we know at that point there will be a grace period recommended by City Council, we would reach out through every platform we can use. We do have lists of legal short-term rentals. We have lists of the property owners. We have a big public outreach list. We could use our other ways we can send city news and brief and email blasts.
And most importantly, we actually have a very long list of people that are paying TOT and thinking that that's what makes them legal. So the finance department has done a great job of keeping that, so that's one.
Okay, thank you. So then getting into the timeline of enforcement, will that be part of the ordinance and when you come back in, is it January?
The details of that, yeah, that will be in
February
the
19th,
ordinance
okay.
end, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I think last question for now is, I know this was in this housing element, which is very exciting and glad to see that you're working on a related program or policy as well. Was this in previous housing elements?
Through the chair, no, this was never in previous housing elements, but the could be that the issue became just much more acute in recent years, but it was not really a focus of previous housing elements.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Boss. I think Commissioner DeLuccio is next. I don't.
I guess I can go next, but
if you want, we can have.
You want me to go next? I'll go next. I don't have a lot of questions right now. Can you go to, you have a wonderful chart in here, Exhibit C. That was like, thank you, by the way, for all the information in here. You've done a lot of work on this, and I think it's getting there for the next time it comes back.
I don't have that in the
okay,
PowerPoint, but.
That one was very helpful because that actually, was this based on what your input was from the city council to come up with the, taking the different inland
Yes, this
and
was staff's effort to try to address what they were asking for. And once the blue one is existing and then the green one is
Yeah.
what we're suggesting is
Okay,
proposed.
so we're going off of that. So the home shares is a new concept. We haven't had that before. That'll be new. And can you go back to the definition of that again?
Sure.
'Cause I want to understand that. 'Cause that's really key if we're going to, so that's
This isn't
primary
the fully official
Okay, yeah.
definition, but the concept is that it's a dwelling as a primary residence for an owner. Portions of the ordinance are drafted to include a provision that the primary resident has to be on site even between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. so that they're sleeping there and they're accountable for the unit.
What's the primary residence? Is that, the owner, say it's, it has to be the owner to be a home share? It can.
It could also be a tenant.
Tenant, okay. Or somebody has to rent it, would have to be there full-time renting it and have, I guess, a lease or something.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, we're working out the ordinance language, but it could be primary tenant, but it could be, and this was important to several members on council,
Yeah.
they wanted to make sure that renters could do this as well as
Yeah,
owners.
because that's important to me also, or you can be, okay, so that's important. Also, I agree, the ADUs, obviously you cannot rent out, you won't be able to use home share for ADU. But if you have a primary residence and then you build out an ADU, you can still use the primary residence as a home share? So you have a primary
Yes.
residence.
Yes.
And you build out an ADU, you can still use the primary residence, but you won't be able to use the ADU.
Correct. I know, it's
We'll
imperfect.
see how you're going to regulate that. I think those are my questions for the moment. I'm kind of fading right now, but it's okay.
All right, Commissioner Bauke.
And actually, my next question was sort of a follow-up question. And trying to understand home share as it works in the real world versus co-ownership. Are we addressing co-ownership like Picasso and these like 12th interest type things? Or is that when I heard home share, I thought that's what you were talking about. Then I start reading what you're talking about, and you're talking about something different. So are we addressing that in any shape or form?
Commissioner Bauke, so that is actually called, the Picasso model is called fractional ownership. That's where 6 to 8 people own a home and use it at varying times of the year. That's actually a separate program in our housing element. It's under the, sorry, I think it's program HE20, but we were committed to monitoring to see if we are seeing a lot of those fractional ownerships in the city, and then seeing what other jurisdictions are doing and determining if we need to address them. Preliminarily, we haven't really seen a lot. There was a sort of a flurry of interest back when the housing element was being drafted. There was one on the Riviera that got in the news, and a lot of people were concerned. But anyway, that's a separate program and not being addressed with this, and it's not a home share.
There definitely are some, because they've been to the platform and looked at the platform.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here. That's
Good.
different.
Okay, how many legal SDRs do we have? And could you break that out by inland and coastal?
Commissioner Bauke, so we've been trying to track legal short-term rentals. It's a little difficult because it's a change of use permit to a hotel. We don't have a short-term ordinance right now, so we don't necessarily have a way of tracking them. But from what I've researched in change of use permits, we have approximately 21 or so that have received change in use permits to go from residential to hotel. There's others that have done it from commercial to hotel, but I'm just counting residential to hotel. I don't have the breakdown right in front of me of coastal versus inland. And then there's maybe 4 or 5 that are pending. They've submitted a permit but haven't got it yet. These are very approximate numbers, like I said, because we don't have a short-term ordinance right now, so we don't track them as such.
Okay, next question. I presume as you started this process, you've looked at what other cities may or may not be doing in this, because this is not new. I mean, Santa Barbara, it's like 2.5, 3 hours for some place. It's a better place to go visit, okay? And so, Palm Springs is one market. This is a market. Cambria is a market from here, and so on. Carmel. Have you looked at what other cities have proposed? I was looking, and my experience, because I actually looked at maybe buying one of the accounts that actually do it from an investment standpoint, and I was looking at Palm Springs as sort of a model. So could you tell me sort of if you've looked at those, and because Palm Springs has a very strong ordinance, and I think it's probably very applicable to what we might want to have here.
They have a lot of units, and they have a very strong, ordinance, and they welcome them. So we do have a lot of information about how other cities have handled this, and counties, frankly, because this has been going on for a number of years. So we've collected that information. A lot of them are updating their ordinances. So we do have a good smattering of it. But what we're creating here for Santa Barbara is really a hybrid of a lot of different versions. I mean, I can tell you in Carpinteria, they do it one way, and they find it successful, but it's limited. The thing that Santa Barbara faces is that we have so many. So that's hard to find in most of these other cities, except for maybe Palm Springs, honestly. So, yes, we're looking at other agencies, but it's such a variety of how they do it, whether it's a year-long lease, whether it's an automated permit, whether it requires inspection, annual renewal, whether it's, owner-occupied versus tenant, I mean,
They
a
have
ton
like
of stuff.
layers, and that's why, and our situation might be very, because we have the coastal zone, which the coastal commission mandates require the allowance. We can't just ban them, right? And we have factual situations that are different throughout our community by neighborhood. And
Right.
that leads me to, have we looked at neighborhood caps?
So, but that's one thing Palm Springs has, is neighborhood caps. Like, you can't have more than a certain saturation rate.
Yeah, and there are several agencies that approach it that way, and staff didn't pursue that because it would be pretty hard to, to monitor it and actually apply it fairly. It's not off the table, though. I mean, if you want us to look at that, we can try. It's just that to say, I mean, like we've heard today from a dozen people that have them on the Mesa, and if we say, okay, on the Mesa, you can have 20, then how do we know who to give them to, right? So in terms of, if you want us to look at a cap per geographic area, that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
And what cities do that they have that is you violate the noise ordinance. It's a, zero tolerance, you get tossed. And so now there's now you're down to 19 and somebody else can apply. And they take that approach. And I was wondering if we were considering sort of this zero tolerance thing, which is, I think, the issue which we'll hear and everybody will hear is the neighbors, and the respect that the neighborhood gets from SCRs. It is, depending on the operator, varies, but on whole, they just aren't respectful.
Yeah, and Commissioner Balke, I'll just add that City Council in the hearing in August didn't specifically direct us to look at a cap. It doesn't mean it couldn't go in your comments to City Council or something we could pursue, but that wasn't the direction at the time.
Okay. And have we looked at limiting the number per owner? I mean, Palm Springs has, you get one, period.
That's how we've drafted it so far, subject to your input, yeah.
Okay. And then, do we have provisions for platform liability?
Platform liability.
liability.
Mr. Duemas.
Yes, Chair Wardlow, Commissioner Baki. Right now, currently, we don't, but we can in our ordinance put in liabilities for making it illegal for platform companies to advertise vacation rentals, put on certain requirements for the have, like permitting license. So we don't have anything in place. This is one of the things that we need this ordinance, regardless of what level of allowance there's going to be. We need definitions and standards and regulations, especially for the platform companies, because right now they have no liability. So creating an ordinance would be, and putting that liability on them, or at least criminally or civilly, would be a start. One thing I did hear I would not recommend, though, of course, is to establish like a private right cause of action. That's kind of very dubious. I mean, naturally, within the law, people can file a private action just for nuisances, and that would be it. But what you would not want to do is transfer police power or for enforcing an ordinance to private citizens. That's the job for the people in their prosecutorial role. So just wanted to answer that.
Okay, and then in following up, those places that do have platform liability tend to basically, and it's in places that they have a very clear certificate program, like, you are a legal STR in this city, and therefore the platform can advertise, but if the platform puts on one that isn't, or they don't vet them, they can also, it can be liable for basically this illegal rental, and that's how some cities have done it. So I was just wondering if we were considering doing that, because I think at the end of the day, we want legal rental STRs, period, and if you're illegal, just crack down on it.
Sure, Chair Wardlow, Commissioner Balke. It varies. You could make them liable if you're a jurisdiction that has zero tolerance and do not allow any vacation rentals, and you put an ordinance and language that any platform company advertising it could be held liable. It could be something we're proposing here, like staff the moderate program today. It could be something like Palm Springs. So it varies. That issue's been challenge over the last 6-7 years. Platform companies have sued, saying that prosecuting them or finding liability on them is a violation of their First Amendment rights as an entity. So not only do individuals have First Amendment rights, but entities have First Amendment rights as well. And the courts have struck that down, saying that that is not a First Amendment issue, that cities are able to, if you're advertising something illegal, to crack down on that under their public safety, health, and police powers.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bauke. All right, I have just some level-setting questions. I feel like a lot of the commissioners have addressed a lot of this, but I just want to make really, really clear. Okay, so STRs currently, okay, moving forward, what is being proposed is that every STR in the city would be required to have a CUP. Is that correct?
Chair Wardlow, if you're talking about STR, whole house STRs?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. And in the inland, only historical buildings plus a CUP would be allowed. That's what's being proposed.
That's what's being proposed.
Okay. And we're saying home shares, which is different than the traditional STR, but the home share where somebody is present, those could be allowed anywhere in the city and no CUP.
Anywhere in the city that allows residential uses and no CUP.
Like not in your, your manufacturing
Okay.
district
Yeah,
that prohibits it, right?
Okay. In terms of the changes to the map, which I know we've gone back and forth on a number of times, I see that you have the map now of what is being proposed for inland. So from what I can see, the main change to the map is that we have removed RMH for the inland. Is that correct? Or are there
RM,
other
RM
changes?
and RMH.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we go back to that map
Sure.
of the?
And I
what
want
is
to clarify
proposed
one
inland?
other thing that's not shown on the map is because it has to be in a historic structure, it probably looks like more than it really is. If you know what I mean.
so
We
this
didn't
is-
color the historic structures.
This is what we have now. The yellow is all included.
Yeah.
And then we have the next
Come on.
map,
Camera.
this map. So now we have a little bit of yellow, still lots of red. Okay.
Yes.
So council provided direction that they wanted to limit, the amount of zones. So the removal of the RM is the staff removing, right? Was there reasons why we didn't remove more of the other yellow?
The other yellow, let's see, Brenda, that is office restricted, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah, it's really hard to see from here.
Yep.
No reason in particular that we either kept it or didn't remove it. It's an area that typically probably doesn't have as many residential units in it.
Okay.
Not nearly as much as RMH and RM.
Okay.
So for now, it's there. Again, it has to be in a historic structure, so it could be very few.
So from both the coastal zone and the inland, the main removal is the RM. The coastal is still the same as we had, that was what we have now, correct?
Well, except for all the single and 2 unit zones, correct? Yeah.
Well, those aren't, but those
Right.
aren't allowed, right? Like if we go to the coastal map?
Do you want to see that license area?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is what is currently what we wanted to be allowed, and that has not changed. The change is now we are doing CUPs for all of the zone.
Right, but this isn't established, this isn't on the ground, this is the proposed license area, right?
Right. This area on the left on Cliff Drive, that has been this case so far though, too, right?
What
Like
do
when
you
we're
mean,
talking, so the Mesa, right, what we've been talking about is like, this is not allowed, right, in these residential, single-family areas. And so now we're saying, okay, you can do it only in these checkered colored areas.
Right, but the small area on the Mesa actually is the commercial node around Lazy Acres and the bonds, across the street. So that's the commercial area that already allows hotels,
Right.
just like Coast Village.
Right, so that's what I mean, it's this,
Yeah.
this is the same as what we've been talking about.
Well, when you say what we've been
Like,
talking about, I'm confused,
The
I'm sorry.
hotel zoning, which was how the original maps that we had, right, is based on where hotels are currently allowed. This is the same. But
yes.
it's being proposed.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So the only changes from a zoning perspective of what is being changed is in the inland, the removal of the RM, all that yellow that went away. And RMH. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you for the clarity. I feel like we're all operating off the same set of facts
good
now.
questions.
Okay, so I'd like to dig in a little bit on a couple of different pieces. So first, obviously, I think there's a huge desire to really ensure that we are limiting these in a way that is really protecting communities and protecting neighborhoods. When we're talking about the process and thinking having CUPs tied to every STR in the city, How did staff come up with the CUP recommendation? Did we look at other cities that are utilizing CUPs for STRs? And how many do we think then we would be processing?
Chair Wardlow, as far as the CUP, the reason we decided to add that as one of the permit paths for short-term rentals is it allows that opportunity to look at them on a case-by-case basis and have findings so that we can determine, is this the appropriate use for this neighborhood? I don't know right off the top of my head if other communities are requiring CUPs for short-term rentals.
Is this something that we looked at? Because just on face value, you know, requiring a CUP for every STR in this community, I was really surprised to see that. I watched the council hearing. I did not see council direction on requiring CUPs. My understanding is, you know, we are trying to create an ordinance that protects neighborhoods and creates a simple and easy to understand pathway for people to apply for an appropriately zoned STR. So if we're doing the work to make it very clear of where these zones are eligible, where is kind of the background or case studies of like that CUP is the correct kind of licensing route here? Like, where did that come from? Because I've never heard of that, and I just want to understand.
Yeah,
because that's a significant work on your part, on the commission. You know, that's not an easy.
Yeah, again, it was that thought of having that permit path so that there's a case-by-case look at these projects that are being proposed. They're converting a residential unit to a different use. It's still a residential use, but from a residential unit to a visitor serving use, and looking at it on a case-by-case basis, is that the appropriate use in this location? If you don't, you know, again, you have the option to give us that feedback. If you think that's too much, we could go less restrictive.
So I'll come back to this component.
Okay, it sounds like Laura might want to add something.
Can I just add one thing about that? Sorry. We also don't have a quasi-ministerial process. We don't have a coastal development permit that can be appealed. So in some agencies, they would issue a CDP with an appeal function, and that would be a simpler permit path. It doesn't require a full public hearing with those kinds of findings. But we don't have that in the city, right? We have a coastal development permit, and it's like a zoning clearance, and it's not appealable. So without that, a CDP is issued. Then what do we go up to next? What is the next permit up if there's any discretion that we wanted to offer in them? So one of your feedback points could be, we want to make it completely ministerial. We don't want it to be in a public hearing, but then the world wouldn't be able to appeal it. Does that make sense?
Say that part again, the what won't be able to appeal?
The world wouldn't be able to appeal it. So, for example, some of the speakers on Luneta Plaza, someone comes in and they want to, well, they wouldn't be allowed in there because it's a single-family zone, but say they're in the license area, and there are folks that want to object to a short-term rental proposal. If we just do it as a ministerial and it's a zoning clearance, there's no appeal process, and that means it's automatic. So we were trying to build in a little discretion in that path.
Okay, that makes sense, and I appreciate that, because I think that there's a lot of, you know, neighborhood concern around this, and I can understand the desire to want to have the ability to have an appeal process involved. I'm just concerned that the combination of the CUP process plus allowing home shares anywhere in the city could create a very adverse incentive. Because if you're telling somebody, okay, if you want to do an STR, you have to go through a conditional use permit process. But at the same time, we are saying, oh, you can do home shares anywhere in the city, but you have to have the primary resident there. And given that we've already faced a lot of issues where people aren't following the rules in this space, I'm concerned that then that allows for folks to say, well, I'm just going to go the route of the home share and hope I don't get caught. And then that's anywhere in the city, right? And so by having a very stringent conditional use permit process for every STR in the entire city, and yet at the same time saying home shares can go anywhere, I feel like that is not a great pathway forward. So I'm concerned about that. And I want to just understand if staff is doing, you know, if there's other research that can be done. Obviously, every city in California is having the same conversation of how to appropriately regulate these. You know, what there has to be some type of in-between. Like, as an example, if we were to allow these home shares, what is the licensing path for them? They're not doing conditional use permits, so it's just ministerial? Okay. And there's no in-between between just straight, like by right ministerial versus
That's my
conditional use?
understanding. No, okay, so I have it wrong. Stand corrected.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I have it right.
What?
You can imagine, I've been working here 6 months, and I am still confused.
Okay.
So-
You're making me feel better.
Yeah, you and me both. So it's a little bit of a problem just because we don't have that midway step. Like, I'm very familiar with the county. The county has a CDPH where there's a hearing and you can actually appeal it, and yet it's not as high a level as a CUP. But we don't happen to have that permit pass. So for any discretion, we're suggesting the CUP.
Okay. All right, this is helpful. I will contemplate what you've shared now about the CUP issue. Going to the home share piece, how would we enforce this of knowing that a primary resident, and I watched council's discussion and I totally agree that it shouldn't be the word owner, it should be primary resident. I think that you've kind of addressed that already. How would the city enforce this? Because I think part of this discussion is around appropriately enforcing. Obviously, the city's done a lot of effort around this thus far in kind of the messy way that we are where we are right now, and they've put in tremendous effort into that. I am concerned that the home share program could be ripe for abuse and that it would require significant enforcement and oversight.
Go ahead.
Especially if we go the CUP route in terms of the entitlement, in terms of licensing these.
Chair Wardlow, your point is well taken. Obviously, if you were to go to the home share route, it would be a much different mechanism right now they have for vacation rentals. Where vacation rentals, if we know they're illegal, let's use inland, for example, right? We know they're not there. We get the information from our enforcement team of advertisements. We can shut it down. We don't need to look like if there's a resident there or not resident, you're operating, we see the advertisements, et cetera. It's a much easier mechanism. Obviously, if we're going to go the home sharing route, it requires much more evidence gathering, much more information. So we would have to build up much more enforcement program. That would cost more money, more employees. But through that, then there would be a licensing program. And the way you would enforce is through the licensing program. And I know you don't have a draft of the ordinance, but when you do is a lot of mechanisms, home inspections, things that, within that would give us the tools. If you're doing so in a home share and you sign up and you have your license and you're operating, you agree to abide by all these things. And of course, if you operate irresponsibly, then we can revoke and enforce on you. And those that do not have a license, right, and are operating outside the grid, then that makes it easy, and it's kind of the status quo of how we're enforcing now. So there are ways to do it. The ordinance have to be detailed. There have to be requirements. There have to be allowances for inspections, et cetera. It will require more employee power in terms of putting into that, but it is capable to do. It's just more work.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. Do we know how we came up with this idea of allowing these all throughout the city, understanding the significant enforcement that it would require for the home shares, and given that the majority of public comment has been, focused on that for folks that are very interested in STRs, that they wouldn't even be interested in that anyways. So to me, again, I feel like I'm nervous of this being a loophole.
Okay, so it came from City Council. I mean, they really articulated the concept of home shares as being a supplanting of fewer STRs, if you will. And so this was their idea, and they thought this would be a good way to still provide lower-cost visitor-serving options while knowing that we're going to be getting rid of the non-compliant STRs, and actually that the permit path to get an STR by license is still going to be a little grueling. So it really came from them, and there are quite a few agencies that have both, home sharing and STRs, and I don't have any statistics about how many of them split it, in what form, but the simple answer is really we got it from council. And they did talk about it for a number of years. Like I saw that in hearings about 6 or 7 years ago where this came up as an option.
Yes, and I did watch the council hearing, and I saw there was some support for this. I think the combination of the home share allowed everywhere plus the CUP required for any kind of STR, that's the combination that is making me concerned. And I'll wrap up quickly. Sorry, I know it's late. I didn't see much in this staff report about the penalties. So again, depending on what direction we go, and I know my colleagues will have lots of feedback based on this discussion, but what are we considering as of now for the penalties? I know all of council said, yes, higher fees, higher, but do we have an overview of what that looks like?
Yeah, we don't have a financial paying on that, but I mean, the process would be, if someone wanted to do either an STR or a home share, we're talking about that they could do an online license application. They could actually document their floor plan with a phone and do photographs to make it a little bit simpler. And then confirm those on license renewal so that we're trying to stick with the operations during the year. How much it's going to cost to penalize them, and what is it, 2 complaints a year, 3 complaints a year? We're figuring that out, yeah. And thankfully, Mr. Douglas is here, yeah.
Chair Wardlow, too. So our ordinance lacks the language currently because our administrative penalties are very low. State law was passed about 2-3 years ago that significantly allow us to increase the administrative penalties for illegally operating vacation rentals. So obviously we would adopt those laws. We also have gone, potentially if we have uncooperative operators who do not shut down, and after much notice, much warning, who don't pay TOT, we have a criminal route too, because any violation of the municipal code can be approached either civilly or criminally. And so we go that route. We use that as last measures. We're very judicious. We don't like to jump to that, but if we have no other recourse, we also pursue it that way.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, which I really hope I don't botch, but okay. On the Mesa, we are all trying to protect the Mesa. We are aware that there's a proliferation of STRs there. We have received a number of public comments talking about how they are legal, they view themselves as legal STRs. They're giving their addresses. When I look at the maps, these are not where we are permitting these. These are not where we wanted these, but these individuals believe that they have done the process and that they are operating compliantly. So one, I would like to see a grace period that is significant, given it seems there is a significant amount of confusion around this, and that I don't feel like that onus should necessarily lay all on them, given that there's confusion among a lot of people around this topic. So how are we going to communicate this and educate the public on, and again, I think we're going to give significant feedback on the changes that we hope to see to this, but understanding that this map that we're looking at right now is the same map that we all thought we were operating off of before in terms of the coastal zone. Nothing has changed on this in terms of the areas. So how are we going to communicate this in an appropriate way to folks on the Mesa and folks that think that they have been, in a compliant way? And obviously they've been paying TOT tax, they've been, doing what they feel is the right thing, and yet the city has felt that that was never the appropriate zoning in the first place, and now we are codifying that.
Yeah, I think, yes.
So that's a very good question. That's not unusual. Back in 2015, when people were paying TOTs and operating thinking it was legal when it never was, and we did collect TOTs as a city, and we started upping enforcement, we created a whole notification process. We created through letters, we contacted the platform companies to publish and notify their clients. So as Ms. Dice said earlier, we would start that same process. We have people who've been paying TOTs, so we have their contacts, communicating with letters. We would contact the platform companies. You would hope they would be responsible to notify their clients that this, in terms of this change. Media releases, social media releases, and that's even more prevalent now than it was back in 2015. But we actually provided 2, even 3 rounds of notices back then. So we've done this before. We can mirror and find a way to do that again.
Okay, yeah, because I reviewed the flyer that details these are the zones that are allowed, and then we are receiving public comment from people telling us that they are allowed when it is clear in the information that the city has put out that that is not the case.
And I think one thing that, Chair Wardlow, that will help is, I think the Cracky decision has caused so much confusion. We're operating again under, as I mentioned earlier, case law that really is completely gray and murky. Well, it's allowed because this case says it, but then you can enforce because you have nuisances, and technically this case never really legalized it. All it said was ramped up enforcement is considered development. So it causes a whole host of confusion. The goal of this ordinance is, again, to provide that clarity. Now, instead of kind of talking in the abstract, we can actually be pointing to codified language in the ordinance. I hope that will help clarify things compared to what we've been operating.
Thank you. I really appreciate everyone's time, and thank you for entertaining my questions. I will now turn it back over to Commissioner DeLuccio.
I sort of have questions and have a couple of comments. Should I wait, or are we?
You can do questions, and then we will go to deliberations.
Okay, so for the home shares, they'll require business licenses, correct? Business licenses?
They require a business, it's called business tax certificate,
Yes.
as well as a transient occupancy tax definition that they pay.
But how would they get established? I think you mentioned you're going to come up with a different license mechanism to establish them?
Correct, for the short-term rental or the home share license.
Okay.
So, and the way we've tried to work it out is that before they'd have to file to pay the transit occupancy tax, they'd have to secure the business tax certificate and show those pieces of evidence to community development before we issue our license.
Okay. And then in the coastal zone, it's going to where it says allowed with a CUP, is also going to require a CDP also?
Yes.
Okay, so it's getting complicated. My sense from this is that where the objective is, I'm just going to say it, is we're trying to restrict hotels. Well, short-term rentals is we're trying to restrict them. So we're trying to, where somebody really wants it, they're going to have to meet the requirements. So the other thing is for the CUP, where I came from, another city, we had an MCUP, which called a minor conditional use permit. You may want to look into that. And also, I know you're having conversations with the Coastal Commission, so perhaps you may want to inquire with them how they handle something like this.
And Commissioner DeLuccio, I do want to add, we did have a conversation with Coastal Commission staff about potentially exempting home shares from the CDP requirement. We don't have an answer from them yet, but that's just one route to go as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's complicated.
Yeah.
Somebody's just going to have a home share. And then the other thing is you were talking about, I guess we were talking about caps a little bit a minute ago. There's two forms of caps, I guess. One could be take like the Mesa could be a zone, for example, and I don't know, and downtown could be a different zone, and you can just cap things that way, I gather, right? How many,
Geographic area?
Yeah, but geographic area, and the other way would it be by number of licenses that are issued to an individual? Is that another way of capping something?
That's correct. That's another option.
Okay, and then once these are adopted, the 28 and the 30, you're going to do two ordinances, the 28 and the 30. They become adopted, and then I guess the 28 goes into effect, but the 30 is the coastal, right? Is that the coastal?
No, it's a reverse.
Reverse, the 28 is the coastal. That one doesn't go into effect right away, does it? Then it has to go to the Coastal Commission.
Right.
So what happens in the meantime?
It's how it is today. We have limited enforcement, and we don't issue licenses, and we're waiting for the ordinance to go into effect after Coastal Commission approves it.
So we really need to move on this, don't we?
Correct. That's why we're here on December 18th at 6:35.
I think those are my questions.
Okay, does anyone else have any other questions before we move on to deliberations? Okay, who would like to go first? And I think it would be helpful if folks can, you can do granular comments, but also please try to address the specific questions that staff has requested we weigh in on.
Would it be helpful to pull up the slides one by one and go through them that way?
That would be helpful, yes. But also, if the commission wants to make comments outside of just these specific questions that staff is asking, please feel free to do so. But let's also hit all these points.
Okay. If you're okay with us following the order of the PowerPoint, is the Title 30 permit process question.
different than the staff report, but yes. Commissioner Boss.
Okay, so I just want to start because I think Commissioner DeLucia was just talking about, restricting hotels. Rather than looking at it that way, I want to look at it the way that you outlined in the staff report, which is to protect long-term housing for people who live and work in the city. And yes, it's limiting the conversion of homes, of housing. So that is really the goal of this to me. And you're creating a really clear path and operational standards. So getting into the specific questions, Title 30, this is do you agree with the STR process in the inland Title 30 zones? So for this one, I am preferring more restrictive, looking at additional eligibility requirements and prohibiting in additional zones. I'd look to staff if you have any recommendations for additional eligibility requirements. But what I've heard so far is if we were to do a neighborhood cap, if there's a good definition or a clear way, not creating a new map, not creating new zones, but if it could be a neighborhood cap. I think we also discussed potentially removing OR. And then remove the CUP requirement, but replace with a different type of quasi-ministerial permit that would be appealable. So it sounded like, was that the county has a CDPH? So something like that rather than requiring a CUP. So that's for that question for me.
Could I ask a clarifying point? When you say remove the CUP, are you talking just inland or coastal and inland?
This is inland.
Just inland. Okay, we'll go to
Okay.
coastal next.
I think I'm also going to say the same, I think, for
Okay.
coastal, but.
Thank you.
Are you guys capturing all of our comments, or are we going to need to summarize them individually? Or is staff doing that?
I'm taking notes and capturing them.
Okay.
And just to help with the flow too, do you want others to answer this one before we move on to the next slide?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay.
So then the next one that I had on the list, the first one was parking standards.
If you want to go through the slides in the order that you have them,
okay,
and then she
yeah.
can respond.
I'll go back and forth. Okay. So parking, I support moderate as proposed.
Where's my questions? Here we go. Thank you.
There we go.
So I'd support moderate as proposed, no additional comments there. What's the next one you have?
This was the last
Title
one.
28
So.
or grace period.
We were trying to do the permit processings.
Okay.
You want to try 28?
Yep.
That's the coastal zone?
So 28, I also support moderate as proposed. I would frankly like to remove home share as an option, period. I think it's confusing from the enforcement perspective, and we've heard from the public comment, especially written, but today as well, that anybody who's currently operating a short-term rental doesn't have an interest in a home share. So across the board, I'd like to remove home share as an option.
Okay.
Can I clarify across the board? Do you feel the same way inland or just coastal?
Yes.
Oh, inland as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So no home share in the city. Okay, which one do you have next?
You were right.
I'm
We
sorry.
should have done it. We're
Yeah.
going
These
on
is-
time. Shoot.
I think this is, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we switched it.
Licensing one at a time? I've got
How
two.
about the number of licenses per year?
Okay, licenses per year, 1.
Okay.
So the
So
more,
that's as proposed.
yes, more restrictive as proposed, 1. And then I think the last one was the grace period.
Yes.
Okay. And I agree with moderate as proposed.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's answering your questions.
All right, so Commissioner DeLucia will go next, and I apologize. We will just go in, while you go through each question, Commissioner Balke and I will make our comments as well. I think it's just faster, so.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, and I'm sorry, our PowerPoint didn't exactly mimic the staff report. So do you want me to just go to the first slide
Grace
with the
period, I
first
can do
decision?
that. I'm with moderate for the grace period.
Okay.
I am in between moderate and less restrictive. I think it depends on, how we land on some other components of this, but I am concerned about the significant confusion for the public of, folks thinking that they are compliant when they are not. And I think there needs to be a significant education campaign that goes into this, because I think people are thinking of this as we are removing their right when there was no right. And that was a miseducation, component. So I'm between moderate and less restrictive.
Okay,
Just to get.
My position is as proposed.
okay. Okay. I'm sorry, you guys,
Parking would have been okay.
we got a number of licenses from Commissioner Boss, but how about Chair Wardlow?
I agree with restricted. As proposed, limit to one per individual entity.
I agree. Same.
As proposed, and please look at Palm Springs on that one, too.
Okay. Okay. We talked about grace period. Did we get votes for all the grace period one? Okay.
For parking, I'm as proposed.
Can we
I'm
go to
sorry,
the other
I
slide?
should've-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, was I supposed to answer something? Oh,
Are we on parking?
Yeah,
now?
yeah,
Okay.
as proposed.
Okay.
I'm fine with as proposed.
And I actually think we need to be more restrictive, at least look at the areas that are back to whether transportation has the ability to do this, but if we have impacted neighborhoods, I would be concerned of issuing permits in those areas.
Okay, so more restrictive.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't know if we got them all. It's because we changed the staff. Grace period, number of license per year, we got that, right?
Yep.
Did we get both the Title 28 and 2030?
We have not done Title 28.
Okay.
I would go with moderate. I think we differ. I think we should leave the home shares in all zones.
Could I clarify, because I only have notes for BOSS for Title 30 and Title 28,
Yeah.
so which one are we on now?
28 is
We're
up
doing
here.
28 because it's on.
28, okay.
And I would answer the same for 30 also.
We're running backwards.
Yeah, prohibit STRs.
Could you repeat what you just said then?
I would, for 28 and 30, I would go with moderate.
You said something, I'm sorry, through the chair, Commissioner DeLucia, you said something about home share
I
thoughts?
said allow home
allow.
home shares in all zones. I'm
Okay.
in favor of that.
Okay.
In all the zones that are being proposed
Title
here,
28.
or in
Title.
all the zones in
Well,
everywhere in
let's
the
start with
city?
28 first and make it more easy. For 28, we're going to prohibit STRs in all residential zones, allow home shares in all zones, and permit STRs in designated commercial zones with a CUP. So that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so.
And did we get Chair Wardlaw on this?
No, so I would like staff to look into the options around other licensing processes outside of a CUP. Whether that is a cap, or if you guys come back with, that the CUP is the only and best option, then, I know this will go to council at some point, so, and obviously this commission can weigh in on it when it comes back, but I do think I really want to understand, are other cities, do we have any examples of a single city that does a CUP process for STRs? Because I'm concerned about, this unintended consequence. And obviously, everybody's working towards addressing staff time and, ensuring more streamlined, and I'm a little concerned that this direction.
Can I jump in and say I agree with you on that? I actually didn't see that. I think we need to look at another mechanism also besides the CUP. So I
Okay.
agree.
So just for the
Yes.
STR licensing piece, we would like to explore
But
other
with the
options.
footnote to confirm CUPs, it makes sense.
Yes.
Right.
and I-
Okay.
Then on the allow home shares in all zones, I am comfortable with home shares in the zones that we allow STRs in. I am not comfortable at all with home shares blanketly allowed across the whole city. If we're going to allow home shares, they should align with the zoning that STRs are aligned with.
Okay.
Then, yes, prohibit STRs in all residential zones, yes, definitely. And permit STRs in designated. Okay, yes.
Okay. As to Title 28, I concur with Commissioner Orlow, or Chair Orlow, as to finding a alternative process.
Okay.
I also agree complete with her that the STRs and home shares should mirror themselves as to where they can be.
Okay. Okay.
We can go to the next, or do you have a question?
I think,
Now we go to Title 30.
yes. Oh, well, that would be the other direction. I just
Yeah.
love scrolling
Backwards.
through this thing. I apologize, you guys. Okay, Title 30.
30, moderate is prohibit STRs in all residential zones, allow home shares in all zones, permit STRs in designated commercial zones with a CUP in historic structures. There's not that many historic structures, are there? So that, I would probably, maybe, I don't know, maybe come up with something else in CUP, but I'm not, in this place, I'm not that, more amenable to a CUP.
Didn't we do some guesstimating on historic structures?
I don't have any numbers right now, so it sounds like you agree with moderate as proposed?
Yeah, and I agree with it, with the CUP. I mean, unless you come up with another mechanism, but I'm not, I think it's more for the Title 28 to come up with the other mechanism.
Okay.
Okay, so for the inland, again, home shares only in the zones that we end up agreeing on for the inland, not anywhere in the city. Definitely supportive of prohibiting STRs in all residential zones. I am interested in staff exploring reducing the level of zoning that's currently being proposed for the inland. We saw lots of, yellow, like, are there other opportunities? And then I meant to ask this question earlier, or I think I did, but I didn't, okay, sorry. On the historic structure piece, is this an attempt to just significantly limit the amount in downtown? Because by saying that, right, we're effectively saying no STRs downtown unless you're in a historic structure, right? So that's, how many historic structures are there? Do we know? Roughly?
Well, we don't have that data, and how we interpret that is a whole other thing, but it is true that it would be a limiting factor for sure.
Okay. I think that there was significant direction from council. I feel very similarly. We are in the middle of trying to revitalize downtown. That discussion is focused on ensuring long-term residents are in that area, not folks that, have multiple homes, like long-term residents. So if the idea around the historic structures is a move to limit, then okay, but is there a better way to do this where we're just, taking out the downtown altogether instead of doing the historic? I'm concerned about, I understand in the coastal zone, we need to have these in the coastal zone, but in the downtown core, I just want to make sure we're approaching this in the best way. And if staff's, strong recommendation is by saying just historic is the best way to go, then okay, or should we just look at limiting the zoning more? I would like just more understanding around that.
Yeah, next time, Chair Wardlow, when we come back, we'll have the data for you on how many structures we're talking about. 'Cause
That
I
would
think
be
that would be helpful.
Yeah, and my other concern around that is, when I think of historic, and I could be wrong, but like if I'm looking at these like old Victorian houses, right? A lot of those are really good rentals right now where you have multiple, individual units in an old historic kind of Victorian house. And I don't want to see all of those go towards STRs when those are some of the more affordable units that we have in the city right now. Because a lot of people rent those because they're older and a little bit more, different, cozy. And so if we are now encouraging people to say your only option for STRs is you have to get a, historic home, I don't want to see the unintended consequence of that. So it seems like the reason we're even talking about historic homes is a way to inadvertently limit this downtown. So is there a way to do that through zoning instead of potentially adversely impacting the rental market where there's so many rentals in those types of homes now? And of course, if you come back and tell me I'm completely wrong and there are no rentals in these historic buildings, Victorian style things, then that will inform how we approach this when this comes back to the commission in January. And then my last piece, again, the CUP, I think we just need to do more research on are other cities doing this? There has to be a way that this is, I'm hopeful that there is a licensing path that is more straightforward for applicants and less time consuming on staff. Valky.
Okay. It will be much more brief.
Sorry.
As to Title 30, prohibit STRs in all residential zones, I agree with that, and home share should mirror that. And we should look at an alternative process other than the CUP to the extent feasible. And as to commercial zones, I think we should just have a cap, a neighborhood cap, or neighborhoods with caps, instead of trying to focus on them on just historic structures.
Can I ask for clarification? So your suggestion is that home shares mirror STRs so that they're prohibited in all residential zones?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. That might be it. We talked about Title 28, got everyone's vote on Title 28. We covered number of licenses. Yay, I think we're done. I mean, not really, it's your decision, but I think we covered the questions, which was, I really appreciate your focus on this because I know you had a long day.
We appreciate all of the work that staff has done. I do know this has been a significant effort, and it's not easy balancing all of these kind of different interests, and obviously the confusion that has occurred over the last few years without having this ordinance in place that now we have to address. I do think that Vice Chair Boss is just going to summarize where there's alignment on this, because I do think there's a lot of alignment across the commission, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, I'm going to go in the order of the staff report because that's how I have my
Please,
notes.
yeah, that's fine.
So the first one is parking. We had consensus on moderate as proposed, with Commissioner Bauke preferring something slightly more restrictive. With STR process and inland Title 30, I think we had consensus on moderate as proposed, but with a few modifications. We disagreed on home share, whether home shares would be allowed at all or only allowed where STRs are allowed. Discussed minimizing or reducing the area and reconsidering historic to still.
Was that a disagreement? Because I think that you were aligned with us on the home share piece. DeLucio.
I had disagreed. I didn't want home shares.
Oh, at all? Okay, sorry.
I did, on that one, are we talking about historic structures as possibly adaptive reuse for the, on STRs downtown, only in historic structures with the CUP? Was that for a lot had to do with perhaps adaptive reuse?
No.
No? Interesting answer.
No.
Commissioner DeLucio, if I can clarify, adaptive reuse is only for buildings or structures that are currently a commercial use, whereas this conversion is only for structures that are currently a residential use.
No, the one I'm looking at is, these are Title 30, office restricted, commercial restricted, and commercial general.
Talking about those.
What?
That's a different, you're talking about adaptive reuse. This is.
No, I understand. I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about is in Title 30. I'm looking here and it says OR, CR, and CG. Currently, those are office restricted, commercial restricted, and commercial general. Then it says for STRs, only in historic structures with a CUP. Could they potentially be adaptive reuse?
Commissioner DeLucio, in terms of the general definition of adaptive reuse where you're using a building for another purpose, yes, but the way the city just adopted the adaptive reuse ordinance that only applies to changing from commercial to residential.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to recap on inland Title 30, we landed on moderate as proposed, with a couple of comments, or maybe inconsistency on home shares. Some thought home shares only where STRs are allowed. Some said allow home shares generally. Others said don't allow home shares, period. So disagreement there. But agreement or consensus on looking into other license processes outside of CUP. I'm going to move now to Title 28 Coastal Zone. I think we had consensus on moderate as proposed, essentially with the same comments as Title 30 regarding home share, CUP process, et cetera.
Is it fair for me to say that you guys are split on the home share question? Not really.
I am.
Well, you're saying, I would say there's one commissioner does not want home share at all in the city.
Okay.
2 commissioners want home share to be aligned with the STR zoning wherever we land on that.
Okay.
And are you sure, and I think Commissioner DeLuccio is saying he's comfortable with it everywhere, or are you saying you're comfortable with it in the zone?
I would go along with the with the STRs.
Okay,
I
so-
would go along with that,
So
yes.
3 commissioners are supportive of home shares
Yeah.
only in STR zones.
Yeah.
1 commissioner does not want any home shares.
Correct.
Thank you.
For clarifying. The licensing program limit owners to only 1 STR license at a time. I think we all landed on more restrictive as proposed, with a specific comment to look at Palm Springs.
That's good.
And then 6-month grace period, I think we landed on moderate as proposed, with an exception for maybe some that may be confused. For example, they're paying TOT, they have the business license, allowing a bit more time and understanding that would be part of the ordinance. And then I did have a note that I don't think fit under any of these, but to make sure to incorporate platform liability. Those were my primary notes on our consensus.
Thank you, Vice Chair Voss. Really appreciate that.
Appreciate you taking those notes, because we're pretty busy. Rosie's typing fast, and I'm writing, I can read it.
All right.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or feedback that you all need from us?
I don't think so.
No, thank you so much for your time and input.
Okay. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, we don't need a motion. We're good. We can move on to the administrative portion of our agenda. Thank you all so much. Really
You bet.
appreciate staff's work on this and the public for coming out for public comment. I know it's late, so thank you all for hanging in there. Okay, guys, we'll now close out the last item and move on to the administrative portion of the agenda. Does anybody have any committee or liaison reports? All right. Thank you. It is now 7:02 PM. That concludes our December 18th Planning Commission hearing. Our next hearing is tentatively scheduled for the January 8th. 2026. I hope everybody has a wonderful holiday and a happy, happy new year, and we will see you all in 2026.